Get ready to start jumping up and down like idiots.
I may not be the world's greatest lover, but 17th place isn't half bad.
It's Madamus of the Back Library, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator, streaming throughout every week. Retro and modern game stream, watch him fail, yapping stream, he'll call you pretty, karaoke stream, prepare your ear holes, movie and TV watch-along stream, definitely not infringing copyright, definitely, bonus gorilla stream, watch them for Harambe. If you don't watch live, Chibi Madamus will cry. Is that not enough? If you don't watch live, the dinosaurs will go extinct again.
Don't blame me, I did not authorize any of this.
Plus, why watch Madamus of the Back Library for free when you can pay for it?
I'd like to talk to you about our special financing options.
YouTube channel memberships starting at one incredibly low price.
Less than all your favorite prescription drugs.
And Madamus will moan the name of anyone who becomes a member live.
Wait, what?
New schedule posted weekly on X and YouTube. Go read it.
Back that up. What's this about moaning?
All streams scheduled in Eastern Time, God's favorite time zone.
When did I ever agree to moan every member's name?
Always streaming horizontal, never vertical, just the way you like it.
Quit changing the subject.
Follow, subscribe, like, watch, do the things, have the fun.
Okay, fine, as long as I'm getting paid.
Madamus of the Back Library.
Greetings, brohams, what the dillio? Welcome to the Back Library. I am Madamus, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator. Hail to the chat. Welcome in Twin Opinion. Welcome in Judd. Welcome in Shy Siren. Enjoy your anime night with friends. Let's go. Anyone else who's currently watching, welcome in. If you are lurking, thank you for lurking. VOD watching, thank you for watching the VOD. Please consider a comment on the VOD. It does help with the algorithm. Like, subscribe, notification bell, follow on Twitter. Do the things, have the fun, win the game. Woo! Oh, man. I don't know what it is. I can't get a handle on this week. I don't mean to complain, I swear. I promise I don't mean to complain. It's just been a long week. It seems like I just keep getting stuck doing like a gazillion little other side things and errands and can't get anything else done that I'm meaning to, and it's just time getting away. I didn't get into the house again tonight until like about an hour out from stream. So I was, pounding down dinner real quick, and it was... Okay, it was pizza again. I did pizza again. It was a day for pizza sale. I did pizza again, and it wasn't very good. It was not a good pizza. I'm not going to say who it was, but it just was. I'll say who it was. It was Hungry Howie's, which is more of a southern brand. I don't think they've got it everywhere. I used to really like them, but in recent years, they're becoming my least favorite. I know chat's been concerned about my health too, my eating habits. I'm probably not as unhealthy as I make it sound sometimes, because I started thinking about the cooking, and no, I do a little bit. I mean, not really. I mean, it's still just instant stuff. But I'll do things like, some of these like family-sized meals where I could split it up between a few days, like frozen lasagnas and whatnot. Still probably not super... Okay. Still not, as good as cooking yourself, doing, proper adulting, whatever. I don't know. It works for me. Oh, man. But I digress. What am I digressing from? I don't know. Happy Wednesday, y'all. Happy Wednesday. We are halfway through the week. There's another thing. It throws me off when I skip streaming on Monday, because it feels like it's Tuesday right now. I base so much of my week on the days I stream that it really does throw me off. What all should we talk about? What all news has there been? There's been a couple things that I thought were, what the heck is that? Hold on just a moment. I gotta check something. I gotta switch my keyboard, and I gotta check something, because I don't know what this button is. Oh, it's just for a searching. Okay, oh. That's odd. Oh, okay, sorry. Distracted by something. He was distracted again. He was distracted again. That's not great. Wait, why is it? Oh, whatever. I don't want to try to understand the weird things that I see happening. It like disconnect. When I switched over my mouse and keyboard, it like disconnected and reconnected my gamepad from the secondary PC. That's odd. That's odd. Always the odd things. And what the heck is that? Sorry, chat, just a moment. Let me get something fixed up there. There we go. Okay. Boom. It's fixed now. Whatever it was fixed now. Oh, something interesting. You know, let's talk about some bad Windows stuff. So Windows, I had to run a bunch of security updates. Apparently, I needed to update. Maybe it's because there have been a bunch of hacks going on recently. Thanks in large part due to AI. I'm still on Windows 10, but you know. And I noticed, so last night, so one of my PCs, the one I use for gaming, I've got Demon Tools installed on. Not like the most expensive version, but it is one of the paid versions, which I got in a cheap bundle years ago when I used to get things from Humble Bundle. I usually don't get much from Humble Bundle anymore. I prefer Fanatical. But on my streaming PC, I use the free version, Demon Tools Lite. I keep wanting to say Damon Tools. Whenever it's spelled D-A-E, I always want to say Damon. Demon Tools Lite. After the security updates, Windows disabled my Demon Tools Lite and was telling me to uninstall it and everything else because I guess they'd been hit with some back-end attacks or something. But whatever it was doesn't seem to have affected the regular Demon Tools. Because I ran all the updates tonight on the other PC and no warnings, nothing. In fact, let me see. Let me see if it's still installed and running. Just a moment. Yeah, it's running. Okay. All right, whatevs. Remember Reboot. Super Virus Damon. So did they pronounce it Damon in that? Okay. No, I don't remember that. I don't remember that name at all, but welcome in, Daylin. Welcome in, Demon Tools. Demon or Damon Tool. Oh,
hi.
Hold on.
Hi. Click the link and subscribe to Ryko Star right now.
There you go. You know what to do, chat. Welcome in, Ryko. Welcome in. Hope you are having a good night as well. So Demon Tools or Damon Tools or whatever is a program. I should have explained this out of the gate. I don't know why I skipped the most important what the thing is. So it's a program that's been around for, gosh, maybe 20 years now. Not that I'm a boomer and not that I'm that old. I just know it was. It's a program that lets you, it's just an easier way to load CD-ROM and DVD-ROM images to virtual drives on your PC. So like with my gaming stuff, I keep all my CDs ripped to a folder on the hard drive where I've got enough space, and I use Demon Tools to load it more seamlessly than the way Windows will sometimes load CD images when you try to open them. So it's a really good, smooth program for loading CD-ROM images if you want to use a virtual drive, which I do because my PC doesn't have a physical drive. I'm using a USB one. I used to have one. No, I didn't. Not with this case. Not with this case. Oh, it's an ISO. Yes, ISO, IMG, BIN, all the different formats. Yep. Yes, it is. Season 3, Damon was still in the background. Season 4 in the foreground. Okay, and see, I never saw the later seasons. I remember seeing probably all of the first season, Daylin, but I don't remember the later seasons, like at all. I remember them giving Bob a beard, and I always found that off-putting. It's sort of like, Charlton Heston when he shaved in Planet of the Apes. I liked it better. They were all complaining that it made him look less distinguished. Reboot got weird later on. Yeah, I think that's why I stopped watching. Welcome in, Siren. Welcome in. Yeah, you've got your, I hope you, oh,
hi.
I gotta wait.
Click the link and subscribe to the Shy Siren right now. Because birds are awesome.
Yes, they are. Welcome in, Siren. Welcome in. And have fun with your anime night thing. That's awesome. I need to get caught up on some of my anime. Oh, speaking of anime. Some of you will recognize the name. I hope you do. But composer, musician, jazz musician, Yuji Ono passed away. I don't know how old he was, but for those of you, if you don't know the name, he did pretty much every single Lupin the Third score since the series began in the 70s up until now. So big loss to the music world. That's a yeah. Oh, the time skip where Endzone was super buff. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it was like a time skip or something, because I remember tuning into it, Raiko, and it felt like I was watching something. It felt like I'd missed a few seasons. It did get weird. Damon had a cult with Mike the TV as her evangelist. I don't even remember Mike the TV. Welcome in, Seraphist. Welcome in. Oh, damn, I really like Lupin the Third too. Yeah, and I always love, to me, the Lupin the Third theme song is just one of those instantly recognizable themes. Like right up there. Maybe not on the same level as the James Bond theme, but it's instantly recognizable. I love it. Well, Jennifer, welcome in. I hope you are doing well, feeling well today. Good to see you. Yeah, what else was I going to mention? Oh, I was talking about the Demon Tools thing. I just saw something else. Yet another reason I don't ever want to switch to Windows 11, even when it becomes a security hazard. 99 TV. Man, I don't remember any of that. It's been so long. There was a headline. There was a headline today that just gave me more pause about Windows. I'm just going to go ahead and read it to you from the Pirate Nation. Microsoft has launched a cloud-initiated driver recovery. Okay. A new feature that automatically rolls back faulty drivers delivered through Windows Update. Well, that's nice to know that Windows is breaking all the drivers and they need something like this. Here's where it gets uncomfortable for me. The system lets Microsoft remotely restore a previous stable driver version on affected PCs without user action or hardware manufacturer support. It uses existing Windows Update infrastructure, quickly resolve issues from bad drivers, reduce downtime. Capability is currently in validation testing, blah, 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 blah. You know, it sounds good, but I hate this whole without user action or hardware manufacturer support. I don't like the without user action. I like to have a say, because what's to say that Microsoft isn't going to roll back a driver that they have decided is not functional, but maybe I like the driver for whatever reason. Sort of like the way that Microsoft a lot of times will block programs that they determine from the security certificate are somehow harmful to your system when they're not. I don't like this at all. Oh, let me back this up. Oh, got my last Windows 11 is not great. Yeah, from what I've heard. Yeah, I'm afraid to switch. I'm holding off. I'm trying to avoid it. Got my last root canal done today. Let's go. And I'm tired, but gonna celebrate my dad's birthday. Well, happy birthday to Jennifer Papa. Jennifer Papa Kamasina. I don't know how to say. Happy birthday to the father of Jennifer. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jennifer's dad. Happy birthday to you. That's always weird. It's always weird. But I did it anyway. Hope you have a good, I hope everything went well with the root canal. Glad that all that's done, Jennifer. Get some rest. Feel better. Appreciate you stopping in. You know, take off whenever you need to, but great seeing you and glad you got all that taken care of. Thank you, Shai. At least someone understands me. I'm sorry, Daylin. Good luck, Jennifer. Indeed. Happy birthday. Indeed. Welcome in, Greg. Welcome in. So yeah, that Windows thing has me a bit. Had me a bit. Just another red flag. Yet another one with Windows and letting the AI write all the software. Nothing to see here. Move along. Move along. Anything else to mention? Oh, before we get into the tier list, we're going to take a look at GOG because they've put a few games that were already freeware on their site for free download, supposedly optimized for DOSBox. We're going to see what they got new to offer. Because I know there's one I recognize now. I'm a bit sad that they've only got one version of it, that they don't have another version of it that I kind of remember liking better. So Blu-ray reviews, maybe I'll try to do something with it.
Hype. Click the link and subscribe to Ruka Erica right now.
Indeed. Welcome in, Ruka. Welcome in. Hello, all the best. Have a great day. You as well. Good to see you. By the way, chat, there's Ruka's channel. Be sure to subscribe. Have a fun stream. Gonna try. Always a fun stream. Except for that time we played Just Die already. Never before has a game title been so accurate to my feelings. Oh, that was miserable. That was miserable. Oh, man. By the way, I still got extra keys for that one. I remember getting a bunch of cheap keys. I was so convinced this is the hidden gem for streamers everywhere. Oh, I could just tell. It's great and it's cheap right now. There's definitely not a reason it's cheap. Let me get a few of these extra keys and we could do a multiplayer and I could talk people into collabs. No, never. Nope. Nuh-uh. What was that egg game you played? Oh, we played one of the Dizzy games. We played Dizzy the Adventurer. I don't really mind it. And there's some other Dizzy games. I would like to play them at some point. I know there's 3 others on NES. One is part of Quattro Arcade, Go Dizzy Go. One is part of Quattro Adventure, Treasure Island Dizzy. And the last one's its own thing and is on the Aladdin. That's Fantastic Adventures of Dizzy, which there's a Genesis version of also, along with like all your Amiga stuff. Before we get into go to the GOG stuff in the tier list, I did just want to mention, someone who I look at as at least as a mutual of sorts, distant mutual. I mean, we're not like besties, but praying for friend Astra Yannicka, who's a member of Lucid. I know he's wrestling with some stuff right now, in terms of his faith. As a Christian, which I'm a Christian as well, his faith and trying to resolve it with being a VTuber and feeling like maybe he wasn't being honest to himself. He put out a video on it. It's like 5 minutes long. I think it's worth watching. It's a nice little just an open sort of getting some stuff off his chest. And I understand where he's coming from, because I do lean into some very sussy things. And y'all know I lean into the sussy things. I'm also open about my faith. I mean, I don't hammer it, but I'm open about my faith. And it is a hard line to straddle. It is... Oh dear, that was a laugh that shouldn't have happened right then, but that emote did it, Twin Opinion. It's a difficult line to straddle. It is a difficult line to straddle, and I don't feel that I straddle it perfectly at all. I can tell you that there are plenty of things I do streaming wise that I would say run contrary to my faith. But I think he says he's surrounded with some good people now who he's able to talk to about this and understanding, and that's good. And I hope he's able to resolve, and I think he will be, because Astra's a good guy. I hope he's able to resolve the stuff he's sort of mentally going through with that, and come back stronger from it. Because one thing I feel, and maybe it means that you don't go as far in this industry, but I always feel you run your own race. You do the content that you're comfortable with. You do the things that you be honest, and this isn't meant to be disrespectful to anyone who's watching with me saying it this way, but it's sort of a thing where if your audience doesn't like it, or if they have a problem with your faith or anything like that, if that's really a point of contention for them, then they're not your audience. They weren't your audience to begin with. So, you know, good for you, Astra, getting all that out in the open, and I hope you can work through these issues. All the best, man. I know you're not watching, but all the best. No, but seriously, we love Astra. Never had the chance to rate him. He's always on at an earlier hour than I am. What else is there to mention today? Oh. I'm gonna mention it. I paused for a minute on this. I'm gonna mention it. Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. So here's the thing. I've never been the biggest Christopher Nolan guy, but I recognize he's brilliant as a filmmaker. Interstellar, it wasn't my cup of tea, but it's a great movie. It's a great movie, it just wasn't my personal thing. Same goes for Inception. The Dark Knight trilogy, wonderful, even though it didn't quite stick the landing, but wonderful. Still, I mean, not my favorite Batman, but wonderful. And I know for a lot of people it is their premier Batman. They love Batman Begins, The Dark Knight, and The Dark Knight Rises. I like Nolan. I have no interest in The Odyssey. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. There are so many things about this that are boggling my mind. First of all, I'm not big. I've never been big on like race swapping and gender swapping and stuff like that. Especially, I think even more so when you're dealing with something that's that classic of a piece of literature. And so the idea of, you know, let's add in potentially some rap, and I mean, almost going like the Hamilton approach. Odyssey looks questionable. So he's doing all this stuff, and then he comes out and says today that the music score will not feature an orchestra because at the time the Odyssey was written, orchestras did not exist. And I'm thinking, you've made every single choice that runs contrary to the era to even remotely being the mindset of when Homer wrote the Odyssey. Every single thing runs contrary, and now you're saying, but darn it, we're not going to do an orchestra. No, that is one step too far. People will not believe this movie. I wish I could believe this was some sort of elaborate troll on Hollywood. I look at the Odyssey and I wish this was a case where maybe Nolan was so disgruntled with the state of movie making, period, with the state of the industry, that the Odyssey is sort of his middle finger to it. But I know that isn't the case. I mean, maybe it is, but I just intrinsically know, no, this is, yeah, I don't know. I look at it, it's like my first reaction would be, oh, this is his version of SOB. If you've never seen SOB, chat, I highly recommend it. Will this Odyssey have Robin in it? It might as well at this point. At this point, let's just pull it out. Didn't DC do a DC's Odyssey at some, or no, that was Cosmic Odyssey. Yeah, Odyssey. Yeah, it should be yeah, it should be like Oddworld, the ODD. And yeah, Robin, I'm thinking DC had something, I've never read it, called Cosmic Odyssey. I know it was about it had to do with Dark Side. I don't know. It wasn't one of the ones. It's one of the ones I wish I'd read. Yeah, if you've never seen SOB, chat, this is a tangent, but that was my first reaction, like I said, when I thought maybe it was a troll. And I guess it still could be, but I doubt it. If you've never seen SOB, it's from Blake Edwards. Blake Edwards is the guy who did the Pink Panther movies and just tons and tons of stuff in Hollywood. And in the 1980s, he did a movie with his then wife, Julie Andrews, called SOB, and it was just an indictment of Hollywood. It was just, the whole point of it was a filmmaker doing a movie with Julie Andrews, a typical musical, and it bombing, and the studio wanting to take it away from him and cut it up, and him having a mental breakdown, and then finally realizing we need to turn it into Sodom and Gomorrah, and what this needs to have is Julie Andrews, the film world's sweethearts, doing a topless scene. It is just the most bizarre. It's a giant middle finger to Hollywood of the time, and Hollywood didn't even realize it. I don't think they even got it. I just, yeah, it's a wonderful, wonderful movie. Odyssey, people in togas, not a Mel Brooks film. Yeah, there. You know what the Odyssey needs? Toga party. Toga. Oh dear. I swear, if it had that if they ever had that in the movie, I'd lose it. I would really. At that point, if I heard there was a scene like that in the movie, I would go see that. I would pay to see it in theaters, not just, on TV. People in togas. Yeah, gosh. Oh, Twin, that would have been pretty amazing. The idea, I'm thinking now, if Mel Brooks, like History of the World Part 1, if Mel Brooks had done the Odyssey, if we would have had Mel Brooks, the Odyssey, that could have been something incredible. Needs more Odyssey of Homer Simpson. Don't go giving him any ideas. Don't go giving Nolan ideas. Yeah, but I don't get it. I mean, his stuff hasn't always been my favorite, but I always enjoyed Nolan, and I don't get it. Unless he's reached that point. There are a lot of points where filmmakers are sort of past there's a point where they finally pass that sweet spot and they never can come back again. Spielberg, I think, is a good example. Spielberg lost his touch, and then he did that West Side Story remake and never been back since. I know he's got something out now that Disclosure, some other UFO movie. I mean, I hope it's good, but I just don't have much confidence in anything anymore. Oh, Brother, Where Art Thou? Good comedic Odyssey movie. Everyone should see that instead. I've only seen of Oh, Brother, Where Art Thou, Twin. I've only seen probably like the first 20 minutes. I don't know what it's another case where I don't know what happened and why I didn't finish. I got interrupted and never went back to it. I need to check that out sometime. I do need to check that out sometime, because I know that's definitely George Clooney when he was at his peak. Although some like myself could argue that, Return of the Killer Tomatoes was his peak, and he hates that movie. I love that movie so much. That movie is so good. I mean, it's not great, but it's so good. And the trailer. Okay, there. You want to know where a lot of my, the hype trailers I do, you want to know sort of where some of that started, the influence? The trailer for Return of the Killer Tomatoes. The trailer for Return of the Killer Tomatoes did it. Wait, it just clicked in my mind. Did you say that Mary Poppins? Yeah, and in the yeah, and it's got some I forget who it is playing her. Basically, you got Blake Edwards doing a movie sort of like a spoof of himself. And he was married to Julie Andrews at the time, so he convinced her to do it. But he had someone else, I can't think of the name of the actor, playing the director who was married to her in the movie, convincing her to do it in the movie. And there's just this whole thing in the movie too with about how phony Hollywood is, how they hate, how they'll put down and attack certain actors and directors, and then the moment they die, they just do, you know, they turn their funeral into a giant show, and all the tears come out, and oh, they were so amazing, and you know, we loved everything they did just to, oh, it's such an amazing movie. Ocean's 11 and Bad Guys are George's best movies. I liked Ocean's 11. I liked Ocean's 11. I remember being okay with Ocean's 12 too. I don't remember liking 13. I don't remember Bad Guys. I'll have to check the Bad Guys. I'll check that one. I'll look that up. Yeah, I liked Ocean's 11, and I absolutely hate saying this. I did enjoy the remake of Ocean's 11 more than the original. I love Dean Martin. I love Frank Sinatra. I love the Rat Pack, but I liked the remake better than the original. I just feel it's more fun to watch, which happens. It's one of those rare cases. Can you say it's the better movie? I don't know, but it's the more fun movie. No, I could say it's the better movie. It's the better movie. Yeah. Yeah, I need to revisit those. Man, you got me thinking now, Ryko. I'll look up the Bad Guys. In fact, let me switch over. You know what? Let's go ahead and head over to the browsing room, and I'll just look it up from there. Door transition. I had my music screwed up there. Ignore that. Okay, let me switch the mouse. And then we'll continue the tier list. Okay, IMDb.com. IMDb. I don't know what to make of this obsession. I'm afraid that obsession is going to suck because they're promoting the hell of it out of it on Twitter, and anytime I see something promoted that much, I think, ooh, maybe not. Bad Guys. Was George Clooney in the Bad Guys? Let me try that. Let me pull it up. Oh, it was an animated. Oh, okay. No, I never saw this. Where's the cast? Stars. I never saw this. Looking, there's Michael Goodare. I'm not seeing George Clooney on it. I think it was Wolf. I might be wrong. Let me look. Wolf. Oh no, Sam Rockwell. It shows was Wolf. But they kind of have a similar style, so I could see that, especially with voice acting. Sometimes TV series are better than movies too. Look at MASH as perfect example, but not after MASH. No, exactly. Even though the movie MASH I like, the thing that I always think is, you know, you can't get away with playing the theme song to MASH. You can't get away with the lyric version. Everyone thinks that's such a happy song, the theme to MASH. Dun dun na 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 na. Look up the lyrics sometime. The name of the song is actually "Suicide is Painless." It is not a happy song, y'all. That is not a happy song for a sitcom. Let me see if I can pull up the, you know what? I'm going to get myself bonked for a trailer, and I don't care. If I have to, I'll edit it out later. I'm pulling up the Killer Tomatoes one. Movie at DS9, Odo. Rene Auberjonois, Father Mulcahy. Okay. I barely remember. I remember Donald Sutherland in it. To edit the VOD later? Yes, we could take it out of the VOD later. You can easily edit things out. Welcome in, Sammy. Welcome in. Hope you are having a good night. Yeah, I'm opening the trailer. Yeah, okay, return. Yeah, it's this one. I don't know if I can make it full screen. It might be a little cropped because this screen's a little cropped for the browser. Okay, there we go. What do we got? Yeah, so did Ghostbusters, Beetlejuice, RoboCop. Yeah, when you think about it, really, I think of all of those, Daylin, RoboCop. How did that get a Saturday morning cartoon? They might as well have done the Terminator while they were at it. Similar to, oh yeah, how the adult movie Toxic Avenger received Saturday morning cartoon. That's right, the Toxic Avenger, and it got Toxic Crusaders. Welcome in, Luciano. Welcome in. Hope you are having a good night. We haven't started the list yet. We've just been yapping. Well, I mean, the list is yapping. So, RoboCop was a children's movie back in the 90s. Yes, it was a children's movie. I encourage everyone to show it to their kids. And make sure when you show it to them, you show them the director's cut. Just trust me on this. It's okay. It'll be fine. Oh, God. Actually, a RoboCop, I think the theatrical cut is more unsettling and more violent. The director's cut, it was cut because so much blood and gore. The director's cut is so over the top with some of the scenes that it's less disturbing. The theatrical cut, which trims it up a bit, it's only like 30 seconds difference through total for the whole movie. Yeah, it's like 4 scenes. The theatrical cut, I think, actually feels much more R-rated than, well, they both feel R-rated, but it feels more violent because it's trimmed. They cut the gore out in my country and aired it in the afternoon. All children watched it. You know, Luciano, I've got, and I still haven't watched it, the Arrow did a limited edition on Blu-ray. I think I saw RoboCop when I was 8. Let's go. I was older. I know I was older when I saw it, but I was probably in early teens. It was probably like 13, 14, somewhere in there. Oh, the RoboCop. I was going to say the Arrow Blu-ray comes with the edited television version as a special feature. The original limited edition Arrow Blu-ray. Welcome in, Omegs. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good night. Good to see you. Actor that plays Red from that 70s shows was the... Yep. I can't think of his name, but yep. It's not like Red shoves his foot up anyone's gat in that movie. True. Yeah, so the version that is cut of all the gore, Luciano, it's on the old out-of-print Arrow Blu-ray. The first Blu-ray set from Arrow had the director's cut, the theatrical cut, and the TV cut. The current Blu-ray and the 4K, I think, only have the director's cut. I picked it up because I'm a sucker for alternate versions, which would have been the case with the Excalibur too if Arrow wouldn't have botched the audio and won't fix it. RoboCop Forever. I love the first one. I enjoy a lot about the second one. The third one, the NES game, was okay. That's about all I can give it. Oh, man. I still haven't watched the gore-free version. The TV cut, we talked about this before too, of Death Wish 2, which removes pretty much all the gore. The TV cut of Death Wish 2, I think, is a lot better than the theatrical cut because it removes all, and better than the unrated cut, because it removes all of the grapey stuff, but you still know it's happening. It cuts away in such a way that it's like you know what's happening, but you're not being bombarded with this awfulness. So it's disturbing without making you feel like you need to take a shower. If that makes any sense. But chat, we're finishing. Tonight's the night. We are finishing the NES tier list of the NES games in the back library. I didn't even talk about the schedule for next week. We'll talk about it when we finish this. Just a reminder, here's how it currently is, and we'll go through all of it when we get to the end. Here's how it's currently worked out. S tier, Dragon's Lair 3. Dragon's Lair 3. Oh my gosh. Castlevania. Never finished. Don't worry. We'll do more tier lists. But next week, we're going to do some unboxings. We're going to do some unboxings for the app stream. Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse, Dr. Mario, Super Mario, man, okay, hydration break, because apparently my brain is not getting enough liquid or oxygen or something. If you got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dihydrate. This is a new one. This is a Waterloo, it's Guy Fieri's Flavor Town special one. It's a Waterloo lemon Italian ice and is so much better than a straight lemon seltzer. What tier lists have you done so far? Just the NES, and it's taken 8 streams? That's so awful. Just the NES. H-tags, no, not the... No. No. Man, I start out stream talking about being tough, you know, balancing the Christian thing, and here come the H-tags. Okay. Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse, Dr. Mario, Dragon Warrior 3, Dragon Warrior 4, DuckTales, ooh, Kirby's Adventure, Mega Man 2, Mega Man 3, Super Mario Bros. 3, Tetris, and I want to move up one, because I do think it's S tier. LL what? Yeah, no! I'm moving Super Mario 2 up here. Am I? I'm looking at what else I've got in... No, I'm not. No, I'm leaving it A. I'm leaving it. Okay, only joking. No, I know you are, Daylina. You're fine. Though that is somewhat popular too. I mean, I might as well. I did the darn fetish quiz. I did those darn BDSM quizzes where y'all learned I was 100% vanilla, but also certain per other percentages, which we 72% and 78, yeah, which we're not going to discuss. We'll do some more quizzes soon too. And in the F tier, we got a lot of stuff for F tier Fridays already, don't we? 720 degrees skateboarding. Adventures of Rocky and Bullwinkle and Friends, I think, which is just pain. Barbie, which we're going to be playing next week. Bible Adventures, Bill and Ted's Excellent Video Game Adventure, which should be higher, but it's half broken. Captain Comic, which could be D tier, but not. Conan, Defenders of Dynatron City, Dragon's Lair, makes me sad. Vanilla, I love ice cream. Let's go. Legit. I feel so lame because half the time I will get vanilla. I mean, I'll try to get something else interesting and different, but NES I can't promise it'll be a playthrough. I can promise it'll be a stream. Dragon's Lair, Exodus, Journey to the Promised Land, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, the Ubisoft version. Joshua and the Battle of Jericho, not much of a battle in that one. Karate Champ, much better in arcades. Kid Cool and the Quest for the 7 Herbs, smoke them if you got them. King of Kings, the early years. Loops, poor man's pipe dream. Mad Max, that one makes me sad. Major League Baseball from LJN, Master Chew and the Drunkard Who, Mystery Quest, NES Play Action Football. I'm just not a football guy. Overlord, Platoon, Power Punch 2 starring not Mike Tyson, Rambo First Blood Part 2, RoboCop 2, Silent Assault. Oh, that'll be a fun F tier Friday. Silent Service, that would be a boring F tier Friday. Bart versus the Space Mutants, Skate or Die, Snoopy Silly Sports Spectacular, Spider-Man Return of the Sinister Six. I should move that one up. I really should. I really should. I'm moving it up. Because it's, well, no. How can I move it up and leave Skate? No, it's not going anywhere up. Super Pitfall, Superman, Swamp Thing, Tag Team Wrestling. Tetris 2, I'm being unfair to. Tetris 2, I am being unfair to. I recognize this. I'm going to move Tetris 2 up to D. Cartoon Workshop. Tubin, which is really good in or fun in arcades, not so much on NES. Total Recall and TNC Surf Designs. All right, so what we're into, chat, we've got everything after T. We've got U through Z. T, U, V, W, X. Yeah, is there everything? Okay, T, U. There are no... Yes, there are. V, W, oh, it's under U for Uncanny. Okay. I was wondering why X-Men was there. Quickly again, hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dihydrate. Tetris probably cheats on its taxes. I don't trust it. Probably. Tetris 2. If you've never played Tetris 2, it's an unfortunate game. It's actually a game called Tetris Flash. And they called it Tetris 2 in the US. And it's just... I'll open up some screenshots of that one again. I got... before we do Ultimate Exodus. That's Moby Games, this. Moby Games. Tetris 2. Tetris 2 is on Super NES, it's acceptable. On NES, it's... I don't understand this. The critics score 7.3. It is not good. Tetris 2 is just a really ugly looking game. It's an ugly looking game and it doesn't play very well. You have to deal with bombs and different weird shapes of pieces. It's just an odd thing. I still remember the Tetris 2 TV commercials from when I was young. I do not remember those. I'll have to look those up someday. But I don't understand why the NES version of this looks so bad. This is the NES version. And it was also released on Super Nintendo. And the Super Nintendo version looks nice. There is no reason. Yeah, on Game Boy. And on Game Boy, it looks like Game Boy. But there is no reason the NES version should look as bad as it does. But it's just not a very fun game. It's okay, it's acceptable, but it's not a... It's an everything went wrong. If anything, I'd say the Game Boy one probably looks like it would be the most fun because I can accept it on Game Boy. I can accept this on Game Boy. But in any case, we're putting it D tier. I'm not putting it F. I should put it F, but I do think there's a little bit of... There's some redemption in there. Ultima Exodus. If I could type. Ultima I can't type. Exodus. So Ultima Exodus, aka Ultima 3. Portable puzzle games go hand in hand. Indeed. Ultima Exodus, I have not played all the way through. I can tell you, though, that I really like the NES version from what I have played. The PC versions, to me, have never been approachable. This is the PC version. MS-DOS. Oh, no, this is the Amiga version. Okay, let's go to the DOS one real quick before we do the NES. To me, it's just not a good-looking game. And it is so complex. This is just such a complex RPG. It's a reminder to me that I need RPGs for me that are more streamlined and more structured and more linear. I don't do as well with the open world RPGs. The NES version of Ultima Exodus doesn't play like the DOS version. It looks and plays like a JRPG. This looks and plays like a JRPG. It's still got a little... it's still more complex than, say, Dragon Quest, Dragon Warrior. but it is so much more approachable than the PC version. Again, not perfect, but so much more approachable. I really do. This version is... This the way many Western RPGs are more open world. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hence JRPG, Japanese. Yep. 100. So this one's been... So the thing is, that's the reason I love this. It's been Japanified. They took Ultima and they Japanified it. Is it true to the original? No, of course not. If you want the original, you're going to want to play on a computer system. But the NES version is... It's definitely aimed at the console gamer. I want to look at the reviews real quick. It's from FCI, too. They're the same company that gave us Hydlide. So it's kind of amazing that from the house of Hydlide comes this. Ultimate Nintendo Guide, 70%. Unlike most other RPGs, you cannot recover hit points by resting at an inn. I didn't know that. And must rely on healing spells to recover health, making it difficult to keep everyone in the party alive. In all, a decent first effort for a PC port. It's a nostalgia trip for me because I remember NES commercials. I remember playing the games on other people's NES systems and store display units, all when the games were first sold and brand new. I remember some like store display things. Some of them were older. I remember Target stores. At the time, there were Target stores, chat. At the time when, like, we were into the end of the PS2 era, there were some Targets that still had like Sega Genesis displays. Which is because I remember playing Vector Man on one of them and thinking that was Little Madamus, thinking that was so cool. Ironically, Squaresoft's Saga series are non-linear RPGs. Are they? I've never played any of those. I wouldn't mind. Oh, excuse me. My apologies for yawning. It's been a long couple days. Even though I've gotten plenty of rest, they've been long days coupled with it. Yeah, I've heard of the Saga series. I would like to try those someday. So I'll tell you where I'm putting it, because I do think it's a well-made RPG. Again, it's not perfect for me, but for me, this is B tier. For me, Ultimate Exodus, yeah, is B tier, which is pretty darn good. B tier is good. B tier is where a lot of the good stuff has wound up. A lot of the stuff where I can't justify giving it higher, even though I really like them. Even including Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2. Yeah. Okay. So moving on, Mom bought the family SNES from Target, let's go, which had an expired free Super Mario All-Stars coupon. Nintendo still honored it, though. That's good. That's good that they honored it. Man, Nintendo being all nice. What's up with them? Nintendo's not supposed to be nice. You know, speaking of Nintendo being nice, I've got to give them, you know, mad respect, mad props. The way that they're treating the price increase that's coming for the Switch 2. I do think it's good that they're planning to include a game, a choice, I guess, of a few. I do think it's good that they're coming out, at least Nintendo of Japan, and saying, we want to make up for the price difference by having software that justifies it. I really, yeah, I really like the way they're handling it. A lot better than PlayStation, who just, you know, raises their prices and says, you know, suck it up. Possibly was refurb cartridge, but it never didn't work. Well, that's good. Yeah, you know, that could be, Dalen. It could be a case that they were ones that they'd gotten sent back to them and that they just sort of left aside as that. But that's okay. I mean, yeah. free is free. And like you said, expired, so. Ultima, Quest of the Avatar. Let me find it. Next is... Wait, what? Okay, there it is. Ultima Universe. Okay, Ultima 4, Quest of the Avatar. This is the Ultima game that seems to be the most popular. This is the one you always hear about. That's the beauty of refurb, fix, and resell. And there may have been nothing wrong with it to begin with. It could be a case, you know, it was sent back because someone didn't like the game. Jason, welcome in. Welcome in. How are you doing tonight? We just started the tier list. We only have done one thing. I played Ultima 4. I have only briefly played the NES version and the PC version because I've got the PC version from Good Old Games. I don't know if they still give it away free. They used to. Oh, I forgot to look at the freebies on Good Old Games. We'll do that in a bit. Well, apologies. Loved the NES version. Yeah, I like the NES one better. I like it better. Squeaky clean, so it might have been new. Could have been. It could have been. It could be, too, that they just send loose cartridges like that. Because it wasn't boxed, right? It was just loose. That could be. Went to the dentist today, not to... No! Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Jason. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it gets better for you. I'm not going to say the last time I went to the dentist. I take good care of my teeth, but I fear the dentist. Ever since that wisdom tooth thing. Loose, yes, includes manual. Other documentation. Okay, then that kind of squares because I know, Daylin, like, the games when they included them as pack-in items, didn't include boxes. They were always a loose cartridge. Because I know my family got the copy that I still have of Zelda Link to the Past. It was with the mini SNES design, the SNES Junior, the one without the S-video or RGB output. It was loose cartridge in the box and manual. NES has a lot more RPGs than I thought. Yeah, NES has a few. And a lot that I don't have. Or a few that I don't have. Lots of people hate dentists. I'd rather have broken bone than have my mouth worked on. Yeah, I'd rather not have either if that's okay. Fun fact, other than breaking... a nose isn't a bone, other than having broken my nose apparently at some point when I was younger. And other than possibly breaking a toe, which you never know, I guess, half the time, I have never broken any bones. I've dislocated a kneecap, and that sucked, but I never broke a bone. Pack-in cart was Super Mario World, and possibly also Mario Kart. Nice and nice. Jason, you're in luck. Teeth are made of bone. Oh, no! So, Ultima 4, I just want to show a little bit of the difference here. The PC version looked like this. It does not do much to push the idea of PC gaming. It's also apparently compatible with the Atari XEGS, which I love so dearly. And the Atari version would look like this. Okay, fine. It was on MSX. Oh, it was on Master System. We're gonna have to compare to the Master System too. MSX version. MSX was Japan only, but that looks pretty darn interesting. Well, I don't know. I don't like the look of it. Master System. Ooh, Master System has a nice looking title screen there. But it looks dark. It really looks dim. Trying to get past that. Okay. But game-wise, it still looks very PC. It looks very PC. I don't think the NES version did. The NES version, from what I read... Yep, I'm right. The NES version, chat, of Ultima 4 was very, very, once again, Japanified. I'm going to use that word. That's a new word. Welcome in, Jake Chin. Welcome in. Hope you are having a good night or day. We are doing the NES tier list, and we're on Ultima Quest of the Avatar on NES, which looks very, very JRPG and plays much more JRPG. Master System visuals always look impressive for 8-bit. Yeah. But in this case, I think the NES looks better. I mean, maybe less detailed in some ways, but I just think it looks better. It looks like I like the JRPG look. And much more so than Ultima Exodus. I mean, yeah, Exodus. I love the fact that the interface is so much more like a JRPG than the power of stars and comets is my quality. Okay. Nice. Japan liked Ultima, but not as much as Wizardry. Salamander has a ship called Lord British as an homage to Ultima. Let's go. Oh, and and Salamander is Life Force in the US, right? I wish I owned those. I had Gradius on NES. I might have had Life Force. Gradius was one of those ones got lost in that move, and I've never replaced it. And I don't remember if I had Life Force, if that was one of those ones I'd picked up at that flea market that I needed to clean, past tense. Someday I need to just pull the trigger, pick those up on eBay. Or find them in a local shop. Gratis series are great. So I'd love to pick them up sometime. My apologies again for yawning so much. I am just, like I said, I got plenty of sleep. I think maybe less than 8 hours. I don't know. I slept something. But I just feel really tired. So this probably won't be as long of a stream as last night. There are tons of great RPGs for the NES. There are. There are also some very bad ones. Hi, Glide! I do consider it RPG enough. I like that it had an auto, too. I remember that. I remember when I played this and just sometimes setting it to auto, just so I wouldn't have to think. Welcome to Britain, City of Compassion. Let me see what the review on this one was, because I know where I'm putting it. I know where I'm putting it on NES, because I do like the NES version of this. The NES version, yeah, Ultimate Nintendo put it 80. That's pretty close. This NES port features updated graphics, very much so, and music from the original version, but retains its non-linear gameplay. And see, yet it felt more linear to me. Allowing players to proceed on their quest as they wish. Truly impressive RPG experience, yeah. And I'm putting it in the A tier. I think it's an A tier RPG. I still, if I had to choose, if you were to tell me to choose right now, I would still pick the Dragon Warriors, even those that are in A tier. So maybe it's more like B, maybe it's more like B plus or A minus. But I think it belongs there. Playfax Xanadu. I've never played all the way through it. I own it. Yeah, I own it. I've never played all the way through it. I gave it a B rating. It was good. I wish it wouldn't have had the password system instead of game save. But I need to play through the rest of it. Some argue if you're always feeling tired, it might be lack of proper vitamins, nutrients, physical activity, allegedly. And vitamins could be. I know Omegs has mentioned to me a couple times B6. And I keep meaning to buy myself some B6 supplements. And haven't done it yet. I need to check that at Walmart. I'm wondering if I went too high with Battle of Olympus. I feel like I might have gone a little too high with Battle of Olympus. I like B6 gang. Let's go! I need to. See, I haven't forgotten, Omegs. I pay attention. Oh, by the way, thank you again, Omegs, on those sleep masks. They've arrived at my... Unfortunately, Throne shipped them to my mailbox that's tied to my business address. So I gotta go pick those up tomorrow or Friday. And I gotta set up an appointment to do that, which is always annoying. But thank you, Omegs. Just wanted to let you know they have arrived. So I'm looking forward to using those and sleeping more. I'm moving Battle of Olympus down one. I like the game, but I'm moving it down one. Battle of... It would go right there. Yes, yes, yes. And that reminds me, too, I need to update my Throne. I need to put more other stuff on Throne. Other than just the generic, you know, the generic keep the back library open stuff. And I am also just talking monetization real quick. I know last night it was pretty close to a split, but it was still close enough to leaning into yes. I am going to start, and it's not an obligation to anyone, but I am going to start trying to come up with some super chat or membership goals with the little YouTube goal option thing for like maybe one of an X super chat will lead to something on stream at the time. So just so you know, that's something I am going to do to try to be more like a real boy. Welcome in, Flash Viewer. Well, a real streamer, I mean. Welcome in, Flash Viewer. Welcome in. Hope you are having a good night. We're just doing the NES tier list. We just put the Ultima games. Ultima Exodus, we gave B, and Quest of the Avatar, A. And I do not have the 5th Ultima game on NES. There is another one. I think it's Warriors of Virtue or something like that. I do know that it is not a good version. They moved away from the JRPG style. Inami, welcome in, welcome in. Hi, Matt. Hope you're having a nice day. Yeah, I'm doing well, thanks. I hope you are as well. Tired, I don't know why. Speculating vitamin B6. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, the other Ultima on NES, I know that it plays poorly. I know it doesn't look that good. It's missing a bunch of content. I said it plays poorly. It's got choppy animation, and it's also kind of rare and expensive. In fact, let's find out just how expensive it is. I've been looking at Commando on Atari lately. I don't know why. All right, what was I? Okay, Ultima 5 NES there. No, it's not Quest of the Avatar. It's, okay, Warriors of Destiny. Yes, Ultima Destiny. We'll just do Ultima Destiny NES. Yeah, $90. Okay, that's $250 complete. 124 cartridge in box, I guess. Manual and cartridge 139. Man, yeah, it's pricey. It's pricey. Not to worry, classic Atari was fun. Well, I'll tell you, with Commando, I'd love to get the Atari 7800 version to really show off the 7800 Plus on stream, but it is like trying to find a boxed copy or a new copy is gonna set you into more than $100, like more than maybe $200. Same goes for Akari Warriors. So yeah, Atari, I'm much more careful. Yeah, so Ultima 4 doesn't sell for a lot. Ultima Exodus doesn't sell for a lot, but that 5th one, that'll set you back. Didn't Activision create the Atari port of Commando? I believe so. I think you're right. I think you're right on that. I think you're right on that. In fact, here, I'll pull it up real quick. Commando. Or it might have been Data East, one of them. Covers, let's see. Atari 2600. No, it was Activision, you're right. You were right. Licensed by Data East, but Activision. Okay. Yeah, and as for how it looks very Atari on the 2600. And as for the 7800, that's kind of where it's at. The Atari 7800, I wouldn't mind playing that one. I think they also did the Atari port of Double Dragon. Yeah, I think you're right on that, and it's not supposed to be that great. Unfortunately. But from what I understand, Commando is pretty good, especially the 7800 version, and Akari Warriors on 7800 is pretty decent. Next up on the tier list. Ooh, something interesting. Ultimate Stuntman. This is not a great game, but it's a game I like. This is from, this is one of your Camerica unlicensed games, chat. I love the artwork on that. This was going to be on the Aladdin. It never made it to the Aladdin deck enhancer. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, I've done a video on it. It's the Aladdin deck enhancer. It doesn't really enhance your deck, but it was a peripheral for the NES to allow for the cheaper manufacture of games and easier bypassing of the lockout chip. Is it Spy Hunter? No, it's much, much more. In fact, it's similar to a game called Vice Project Doom in terms of multiple genres. So, Ultimate Stuntman has a Spy Hunter-esque driving section. And once you get past that, then it's got a side-scrolling platformer section where you can't see your gun. Guy looks like the son of Schwarzenegger and Dolph Lundgren. Yep, Impreg is real. Impreg is real. Dolph Lundgren and Schwarzenegger had a baby. Look it up. Don't look it up. So it has levels that are the driving sequence. Then it has levels that are this platformer where he really jumps insanely high. Kind of like stupid high. That movie was insane. Oh, which one? Junior? I've never seen Junior. The one with Schwarzenegger being pregnant, I never saw it. Never saw it. And then there's another set of levels where you climb a building. And you can shoot or whatever with this target thing. The driving levels in this game are really fun. The platforming levels are kind of average. Pregnant, no! It's real! It's not real. It's not. I mean, pregnancy's real. Pregnancy's real. Mpreg is not. Only JPreg. That was stupid. Oh, that was a stupid joke. That was an awful joke. Driving sequences are fun. Platforming sequences are average. Wall scaling sequences are annoying. They are very game over. I want to see what NES Guide gave it. I think they gave it kind of low, lower than I'm going to give it. Yeah, they gave it a 60. I disagree with that. This experience encapsulates the overreach of the title's ambitions, not even being a jack of all trades, master of none, but rather a jack of some trades. Yep. And with some modes being pleasant while others a complete pain. Yep. Graphically, it's impressive. It does look good. And the bouncy bubblegum music with great bass line will have you grooving. It does have that. It's got that Camerica sound music without being too chirpy. It's not ear grating. It does sound good. Yeah, I don't agree. Maybe I do agree. Because I never could get very far into it. I don't know if I'd put it C or B. It doesn't belong in D. I know that much. I know it's above that. I'm going to leave it as a C. It's one of those games I want to love more than I actually do. Hydration break, chat. My apologies. My throat. I know I haven't streamed a lot this week, but for whatever reason, it's just not healing, and I don't want to take a lot of days off. I really don't. So we're just going to push through until I can find a better solution. I do need to start having tea more. I've got plenty of green tea. I've also got the corn tea. I don't know why I bought that, other than Corno Grind. And then I never even streamed it. Well, I'm the worst streamer ever. Hydration break, gotta drink, take a drink, hydrate or dehydrate. I need to start taking more honey, too. I know honey's good for the throat. And just more hydration throughout the day. I haven't been hydrating during the day as much as maybe I should. I'm looking at this chat, and I'm still debating Bible Buffet. It's okay. Got to get you all the water. I've got plenty of bottled water, Omegs. I've got a couple packages of like 40 bottles. I don't know. I used to hydrate better. I don't know what's happened. Don't be too hard on yourself. You do more than enough. No, well, I appreciate that, Sammy, but I do know there are certain things I need to do better. I need to do more shorts with clips, more regular shorts. There are things I need to improve. I reckon. I heard Manuka honey is good for the throat. Let me write that down. Thank you, Jennifer. I'll write that down. So I got B6 and a new type of honey. Manuka. Okay. Yeah, we'll check that out. Thank you. I'll look into that. I didn't know there were different types of honeys. I thought honey was honey. Let me get some honey from these wasps. No. It's okay. A wasp hive looks like a beehive. I'm sure there's honey in it if I squeeze hard enough. This won't end cursed. Oh, boy. Where was I? Oh, I was debating Bible Buffet again. Chat, I'm going to be unfair. Each bee species have their own honey type. I didn't know there was a lot of difference. I thought they were all similar. I thought they were all pretty much the same, so that's good to know. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Luciano. Gotta start adding hydration stuff to throw. That's true, I should. There's another thing I need to do. We just were talking about me doing enough. No, at the very least, I need to increase the grift. I gotta put this stuff on throne. And by the way, chat, my throne, you can make suggestions if you ever want to suggest stuff to me. I can't promise I'll add it, but I'm always open to suggestions. There's even carnivorous bees that their honey tastes like crap. I don't want that honey. I don't want the crap honey. After all, we all have lives outside of the interwebs and YouTubes. I don't. I exist only as an anime boy on the internet. No. There are many types of honeys, and they all taste slightly different. That's interesting. Man, I am so uncultured. I am so uncultured. And I'm doing something. I'm getting harsh. I'm getting harsh. I'm moving Bible Buffet down. It's game again. I like the concept of, but for me, it just doesn't work. There's something lacking. Oh no! Don't you want to try honey made of meat instead of pollen? No, ew! That just sounds bad. That sounds awful, Luciano. That sounds awful. Yeah, because no offense to Bible, I'm okay with that spiritual warfare. Wherever I put it. Where did I put it? Should be here. Yeah. They just don't, I don't know. Just haven't made good games. Oh, okay, we're on to one of the most unfortunate games. Uncanny X-Men. Chat. This is an LJN game with a really nice cover. A really nice cover. And it's got such an 80s X-Men vibe. You got Storm when she was still rocking the mohawk. You got Wolverine when he was still doing the brown and yellow, not the not the blue. Okay, it was made on a budget. Well, it was made on an LJN. LJN. That's really all I can say over and over is LJN. Nightcrawler, it's... LJN was wonderful at licensing things. Great properties. LJN was a master of licensing IPs. And then taking those IPs and making games that were awful. We have a bee here in Brazil whose honey is kind citric. Oh, but they produce very little honey, so it's expensive. Ah, interesting. Well, I'm off now. Have a good night. Hey, you as well, Jason. Thank you for stopping in. You have a good rest and good luck with all the dental stuff. I'm sorry you're having a rough time of it. I hope it gets better. So it starts out okay. Title screen just cycles their faces. That's fine. LJN had a great toy line and the Jason game. Yes. And I don't own the Friday the 13th game, Ryko, but you're right. That game is decent. And I feel like Nightmare on Elm Street is pretty decent too. And I know Twin Opinion, who was here earlier, is a defender of Jaws, which is hard for me because it's based on the fourth movie. And I'm trying to think on NES what else they made that I thought was okay. Well, one we're coming up to, Wolverine, I think is okay. Indeed, Twin Opinion. Another bee fact, African bees, oh boy, were brought to Brazil to mate with our bees to make a species that is less aggressive and produce a lot of honey. You're kidding, because those are like the worst ones. Those are the ones that attack you over and over again. Elm Street NES was made by Rareware, published by LJN. Really? Okay. Well, that makes sense, because LJN did, Rare also made, Who Framed Roger Rabbit. And it's not the best Rare game, but it's okay. That's interesting. Then an African queen escaped the breeding grounds and spread through the Americas. It's your fault! Man, I got attacked by one of those African bees once. It was at an apartment. I was outside reading, and I knew that's what it was, because it was able to sting over and over again and never lose its stinger. It was so aggressive. I wasn't bothering it. I was just sitting there, and it just decided, target acquired. Nightmare. It only got one of my pinky fingers, which swelled up so, God, I thought I was going to have to go to a hospital. It swelled up so much, I mean, I couldn't bend it at all. The whole thing gave me a fever too from just that one little prick. It didn't thankfully it didn't get me multiple times, but it tried. Practice, Future City Street Fight, Subterranean Confrontation, Search and Destroy. The level names, it's just kind of there. I never got through a single level of this thing. Picking your characters. And then you got your game. And I'm going to tell you, at a glance, territorial, extremely it was. It was extremely territorial. And I don't know why. Bees refused to sting me. So high and mighty like we are to darn you. Oh boy. Refused to sting me so high and mighty like we are to sting right. Darn you, Bree. Oh my gosh, really? Darn you, bees. Let's go. Man, you're lucky if they refuse to sting you. You know, it's interesting you mentioned that, Ryko, because I can tell you, they usually don't bother me. And wasps don't bother me either. Wasps, at least in the state I'm in now, Florida, never bother me. I used to live in another state, and wasps were much more apt to attack. And I think they got me one time. But yeah, wasps and bees here, except for that African one, never did. When the bees arrived in Central America, the U.S. government thought, those are African bees. When winter comes, they'll die. They didn't die. They got stronger. Then it was too late to stop them. No! Now African bees live all over the U.S. and the Americans. Yeah, yep. Ugh. Oh, man. And see, the game at first doesn't look bad. It looks okay. It looks fine. I thought wasps were more aggressive and territorial than common pacifist honeybee. You'd think so, but not the African ones, I guess. Certainly not the one I had. Yeah, I'm able to watch that. It seems to be a state thing because, like I said, I just haven't had any problems here. Wasps are semi-aggressive. But yellow jackets are full-on hostile. Yeah, yellow jackets are bad. Yellow jackets are bad. All because a French guy wanted more honey. Indeed, I gotta get some dinner. Hey, Ryko, great seeing you. Have a good dinner. Appreciate you as always. Chat, be sure to follow Ryko. Go subscribe to her channel. Lots of good stuff always going on there, and we'll be playing her game next week. So looking forward to that. Have a good night. I'm trying to... As you can see, there's not much visually to the game. I could never figure out where to go or what to do in this thing. Okay, I'm done with B-Facts. No, you're good. You can return to the game. You're fine. Indeed, thank you for hanging out. I could never figure out what to do in this game. Wolverine all alone. Well, that's the way he likes it. Iceman and Storm and Robot. Where's Storm? I don't even see Storm. That's how bad this game is. Iceman has fallen, only Storm remains. Oh, that... Chat, that's Storm. Honey is a superfood and a delicacy. Yeah, I hate how expensive honey is anymore. I remember when I was a little Madamus, honey was not super expensive. I do follow Ryko. I use the Pokedex. Bum. Blue Wolverine due to the palette changing. So they had to adapt the palette. Oh, that just is ugly. This game just is not great. This game is just... It's just not great. Y'all know where it's going, but I want to read the review. I want to read Ultimate Nintendo Guides. Where is it? 20%. That's pretty darn generous. Graphically, the game is poor. Levels look glitched and messy. Yep. At times, you can walk over something on the floor, but the same piece of scenery is a wall somewhere else, so it is half broken. This is not cryptic stuff, merely a very badly made game. Just a mess of a game with a thin veneer of X-Men license slapped on. Yeah. Anyone familiar with Fire Red Leaf Green knows why that OS important, why that is important, and more often than not knows why it was important to get the Switch version that fixed the roar glitch. I know you've explained that before, but feel free to go ahead and post again. I don't remember what the glitch was. I know you mentioned it. Yeah. This is just a, yeah. It's a game you want to love, and it's, yeah. In fact, it's making me rethink. I look at it, and so many of these others, I feel like maybe I should move up to D. In fact, I'm going to revisit as we go and think about that. Spider-Man. No. Yeah, I'm moving Spider-Man back up, chat. I'm moving Spider-Man back up. RoboCop 2, I'm gonna leave. I just do not enjoy it. Platoon, I'll leave. Indiana Jones, I'll leave. It's your list. Yeah, but I'm still having to think it through, you know? I'm gonna move it up. No. I'm looking at it again. I'm gonna look at it again. Spider-Man. Not the one versus the Kingpin, no. Let me find it. Okay. Not that one. That's Genesis. Just a moment, chat. Switch version fixed a glitch. They use Roar. You find and battle them again, no problem. Okay. Raiko Entei uses Roar. They literally escape permanently because a glitch. I have to start the game over to encounter them again. Oh! So the glitch causes them to... Okay, I see. They use Roar, you find and battle them again. Whereas there, it's a one-shot deal. I see. Okay, yeah. Where's Spider-Man licenses? Groups... Spider-Man licenses. Okay, where's the NES? It's not 95, it's not 92, it's not 91, or 82, it's not 94, 90? Maybe they literally yelled their way out of the GBA cards? Oh dear. I wish you could sort it by the... Okay, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay. Looking for NES. Just a moment, chat. Such Karens. Oh, dear. Not the Karens, no! Wow, it's really just, huh. You can't sort them by year anymore either. They're getting really... Moby Games is getting really annoying. No? Okay. Why am I not seeing this? Am I blind? Genesis? Why not type the... Well, it is Spider-Man. That is just the top. Oh, yeah, you're right. Revenge of the... Yeah, I should. Thank you. I forgot that was Revenge. Revenge of... There it was. Revenge of the Sinister Six. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. My brain ain't braining. No. You know what? No, it deserves a D. It does deserve a D. I am changing that. Okay. Urban Champion is another one I'm not a big fan of, but it's one that is part of Nintendo's history, and Nintendo loved Revenge of the Sith. No, close. Revenge of the Sinister Sith. Urban Champion. Urban Champion is one of these ones that Nintendo always sort of props up with their heritage. It's a really early one-on-one fighting game. An extremely early one-on-one fighting game. But it's just not very good. It's just like tossing punches left and right until one of you collapses. The arcade port versus Urban Champion was slightly better. Was it? I believe it. I'll believe that. I mean, that's true with a few of the different ones, wasn't it? Like the Mario one's kind of interesting. Man, I wish you could still get that. It wasn't licensed, but I don't care if it was pirated. A company called Retro USB years ago, before I knew any better, or I would have ordered it. Retro USB used to sell Versus Super Mario Brothers on an NES cartridge, and that NES cartridge had dip switches on the cartridge, little switches that for you to adjust it like the arcade version. I don't know how they pulled it off, but it was there. And it was expensive at the time. It was like $70, I want to say. I really, though, in hindsight, wish I would have picked it up. Not licensed. Don't care. I just think it's a cool thing. Hydration break, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. Oh no, flower pots. Oh, and there's the cops. Look innocent. Okay, that I thought was, that is a kind of a cool, cute thing. Knock your opponent into the manhole. Yep. There's just not much to it. It's just, oh, well, let me read the review. Like I said, I don't think much of it, but let me read the review. Ultimate NES gave it 40%. That sounds about where my head's at. Players need to be mindful of the timer as well as the endurance meter. That will decrease with each punch thrown. Players must avoid flower pots, being dropped from a window above, from people above, excuse me. And police car lights and sirens will appear and reset the round every now and then. It's competently produced, but the game is a little too simple to be very fun to play for long. Yeah, it's really, personally, I thought Versus Ice Climber Arcade better than the NES port. It has exclusive hazards. Did it? Enemies and new harder maps. I like Ice Climber. Ice Climber's a fun game. I don't remember where we put it. Did I put it in C or B? I might have put it in B. J, K, H, I. Yeah, I must have put it in B. Because I do like Ice Climber. Yeah. Duck Hunt Arcade. I don't remember ever playing it in arcades. Urban Champion. Honestly, I am putting it as an F. I just don't want to ever play it. It's a game I never want to play. Now we're moving on to something that's going to also be one of the most generic, from what I remember, one of the most generic casino games. Dalen, you could shoot that darn dog in the arcade. Can you? I wish. I don't remember that. If you could, that'd make it all worthwhile. So Vegas Dream from HAL Laboratories, chat. From what I remember, it's just not a good... I don't remember anything about it. Introduction, showing your flight to Las Vegas. Game select, Vegas Dreamer, one spot. Put your name in. I don't even remember it having game save. Did it have game save? Game select, whoopee. Oh, good, Keno. Yay, I can lose the lottery here also. Ha! Visually, it looks okay. But that's it. And it's only got 4 games. There is nothing special to it. It's just a very generic... this game has great visuals with attention to detail. Yeah, but it's just a very... It's a decent looking, but super generic Vegas game. And in my opinion, it's worse than Caesar's Palace. And I don't remember where I even put Caesar's Palace. Did I put it as a C? I put it as a C, and that was being generous, because I'm not a fan of it. I'm going to put it as a D because it did feel like less of a game than Caesar's Palace did. I like the anime aesthetic to it. I am going to read the reviews real quick. 60%. Some decent thought put to design and random encounter events. Oh, really? You can even get married? Okay, I don't remember this. The actual gambling itself could use a bit more streamlining. Ability to have 4 players gamble at once, nice bonus. But it just slows down the game even more. Okay. I'm going to put it as a C. Or I'm actually going to... I'm not big on these. I'm actually making a change, another change. I am putting it as a D, but I'm also moving Caesar's Palace down. Just because I like the ability to walk around, but beyond that, it's just casino games where I can't win money. That's the thing. I don't enjoy these fake casino games because I don't win any actual money. Maybe that doesn't make sense, but to me, what's the good of winning, you know, $1 billion in digital, you know, blackjack or the Keno game or something, but not be able to even cut it IRL? I'm leading on the Star Catch game, 101 catches. Second place is 19. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's definitely leading, Daylin. Congrats. Okay, we're on to a banger. Vice Project Doom. This is one of those games I never would have expected to be amazing. They don't show the artwork, but I'm not a big fan of the artwork. This game is sort of like Ultimate Stuntman if Ultimate Stuntman got it right. First of all, it's got really cool cutscenes that are very reminiscent of Ninja Gaiden. Then you got the driving scenes, which are very Spy Hunter-esque, and they play really well. And then you've got the platforming section, which feels like Ninja Gaiden. It looks and feels like Ninja Gaiden. Probably because some love the thrill of gambling. True. There once used to be lots of casino LCD games in the 90s. You know, and I think I might have one of those in my storage. I think because I do have a few of the old LCD games from that period. I want to say I've got a draw poker one. Or maybe it's a blackjack one. I want to say it's a draw poker. So point made, yeah. But yeah, it's very Ninja Gaiden-ish. Even with some of the enemies that feel like bizarre. And of course, boss battles. Again, great cutscenes. Were there any other types of... No, I think those are just the two. Good dick. So that's what it was called in Japan. Okay. Yeah. Oh, and it does. Okay. I forgot that it had like rail shooting levels. I had forgotten that. This game's really a banger. This game is a banger, banger, banger. It really is. It's everything that, again, I mentioned it before, but it's everything that Ultimate Stuntman should be. And it is on the Nintendo Switch Online. It is on NSO. So you can play it, thankfully. Ultimate Nintendo Guide gave it an 80. I think it's a bit better than that. Interspersed with side-scrolling modes are 2 overhead car shooter stages and 2 first-person rail shooter levels. These are not the deepest, but are polished and a nice bonus and change from the standard levels. Technically, the game is excellent. Great graphics, music. Nice cinematic cutscenes that drive twisting techno thriller story. I know for sure my family had at least more than 3 different electronic gambling handhelds. Wow! At different moments in time between 86 and 05. Let's go. Oh, wow. That's interesting. I am going to put Vice Project Doom in A tier for sure. It is an A tier game without a doubt. Yeah, if I can make it up to the A's. There we go. Vice Project Doom. We got a lot of A's. We don't have many S's. We got stuff I could have given S to, like Dragon Warrior 2, but... Vindicators. This is one that's kind of interesting to me. Vindicators, chat, is a Tengen game. It is unlicensed, so it is an unlicensed Atari game. I want to pull up the cover if I can, because it's Tengen always had such cool artwork. I just really like the Atari Tengen artwork. That's an art that would make me buy something. But Vindicators, the thing is, the original arcade version, chat, had more tank-like controllers. You had two joysticks that could only move, or two sticks that could only move forward and back. So you had to push both forward to go forward, both back to reverse, and then you'd, one forward, one back to turn. Then it had, I want to say, like 4 different buttons, all for your weapon systems. The NES version, chat, cannot do that. You move the tank very simply with the D-pad, and you've only got a couple buttons. And as for visually, it looks very Tengen. Tengen, like I've said on several occasions, NES cover art looked like theatrical movie posters. Yeah, some of it. And Tengen was really good at that, except with their Pac-Man games. Visually, there's not much to the game. You can upgrade yourself at the end of each level with parts you pick up. Fuel is an issue. You do have to pick up fuel, because run out, and that's the end. Atari art too, like a novel cover. Oh yeah, Atari was just killer artwork. Those F letters are fuel. Okie dokie. I like Vindicators, but it's not a great game. I liked it better in arcades. Ultimate Nintendo Guide gave it 60, although the stages can't... Oh, let me back this up. Can get repetitive, and the lack of strafing is disappointment as the game gets tougher. Gameplay is fast-paced and smooth, making for a fun tank blasting experience. Fair enough. Let me take a quick hydration break. If you gotta drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate, chat. I might actually grab myself a cola momentarily. You know what, chat? I am, because I don't know why I'm so tired, but I am going to go grab myself a cola. So I will be right back. Okay, sorry about that, chat. All right, there we go. All done. Well, I mean, getting, you know, drinky drink. Okay, Vindicators. Let me just, okay, we already read the, on it. So here's the thing. Vindicators is one of those games I want to love. Because welcome back. Thank you. Appreciate it. Vindicators is one of those games I want to love. Because I do enjoy the arcade version. It's also one of those games that I don't even know if it's got an ending. It just kind of keeps going. When I look at all of the 10 games, it's one I'm going to be putting in a D. Is it better than Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom? Yes. Oh, yes, yes. Is it better than Roadrunner? I don't know. Is it better than Skull and Crossbones? Maybe, kinda, I don't know. Skull and Crossbones, I have a soft spot for. But yeah, it's going in the Ds. So many Ds. We need a D. Why can't we have a day of the week that starts with a D? Because D tier would be really easy to do, even more than F tier. Oh, okay. Wario Woods. Wario's Woods. Wario's Woods. Wario's, not Wario. D's nuts. No! Oh, man. D-Day. Yeah, we can... Yeah, D-Day. On D-Day, we'll play all the D-tier games. That's so awful. We commemorate World War II, the end of World War II, with a bunch of bad NES games. Wario... Well, actually, not bad. I don't consider these bad, really. In fact, Tetris 2, I keep debating moving that back down to F. But no, Sunday is Domingo in Spanish and Portuguese. Yeah, unfortunately, Sunday's is the difficult one for me because of my side gig. Yeah, it wouldn't have been difficult for me if everything had turned out the way it started, though. Wario Woods, yes, I was about to mention that, Sammy. Wario's Woods, chat, was the final official NES game here in the States. This is where it ended. Now, that's not to say there weren't a few others unlicensed. You had some reissues of, including the one I've got of Impossible Mission 2. But yeah, this was the end of it. Let's pull it up. And there's a Super Nintendo version too. I wish I had the SNES version. That's something I've been thinking about too for streams, is at some point, something along the lines of Dare to Compare or something like that. Like maybe some streams that compare different versions of different games. Like running, let's just say, doing a stream with Battletoads Double Dragon on NES, SNES, maybe Genesis if I can get my hands on it. While Final Famicom game was Adventure Island 4, which was never localized, which breaks my heart because I've played... briefly played a patched, translated version, and that game is such a banger. That is easily the best of the Adventure Islands. Because it's more of an open world puzzling. It's more like one of the later Wonder Boy games. Saturday is Doyobi. Doyobi in Japanese. Really? Okay, I'll keep that one in mind. Doyobi no D, playing D-rank games. I kind of like that. I like that. In fact, I'm just going to save a clip so that I don't have to make a copy of the text. There we go. So the last NES game, chat, was a puzzle game. Nintendo went back to just giving us another puzzle game. What can you do? Visually, it's miles beyond Tetris 2. Doyobi, no D's nuts. No, man, I'm just reminded that one of my Oshis. I'm remembering one of my Oshis who will, you know, who will ban people for D's nuts jokes. I'll never do that. I don't think, but I don't think it's funny. No, I don't mind it. Oh my gosh. So Wario's Woods, what was I saying? It's visually a good game. I've still never played Wario Woods despite being available on Nintendo Switch Online. Which one bans 6? I don't know. I don't know who bans that. I really don't know who bans that. I know some hate it, but I don't know who bans it. It's... Wario's Woods is okay. But Wario's Woods is kind of sad to me because I would have liked the final NES game to have really been like a full-on Mario or Zelda or some Kirby, some sort of really big banger, not just a puzzle game. Something that just really, this is say goodbye on a high note, y'all. It was one of yours, but I forget who. I gotta think, the 6, 7. I don't know on 6, 7. I know Sarah does. Sarah, because Sarah doesn't. I know Rhea definitely doesn't. Aiko does not, from what I know. I don't think Miyu does. I don't think Ami does, but I don't know if it's ever popped up in any Amiya or Anya streams. I don't know. It sounds familiar, Dalen, but I can't remember who. I can't remember who. Famicom got the better final game. Yeah, though theirs wasn't by Nintendo, so that. Yeah, not Miyu for sure, indeed. Yeah, though it was Hudson Soft. Yeah. Yeah, it's too bad. That said, Wario's Woods is fine, and it looks good on NES. It's a good-looking NES game for what it is. You stack bombs, you blow up creatures. In round game, Wario will occasionally pop up to increase the speed and lower the ceiling. Going against a boss in round game, which is so odd. You basically have to move bombs around as Toad. The puzzle visuals, yeah, it looks good. It's fine. It's fine, but it's just, it's one of those things where it's like, wow, I really wish we would. This looks so, I think that's the thing. It looks so nice that I look at this and think, wow, I would have loved to have had a final Mario type game platformer with these graphics. But Nintendo probably didn't want to take away from the Super Nintendo. And this is on SNES, just a reminder. The SNES version clearly looks better. I wouldn't mind picking it up someday just for the comparison's sake. Yeah, this is the SNES version right here, which does look clearly better. How much is the SNES one? How much will it set me back? How much will it set me back for a new one? Okay, Wario's Woods SNES. $12 used, 14 used. How much for a brand new one? Let's see. I got to know. Wario called Toad Shroom. Brand new 119. Okay, so it's a bit more than I'd like to pay. Bit more than I'm going to pay for a brand new one. But the point is, you could get a loose cartridge for 15. Well, with shipping, 20. So $20. That's okay. And by today's standards, that's okay. I still hate these prices. Let me do the reviews real quick on the NES one. Just out of curiosity, what did Ultimate Nintendo said 70%? Yeah. It's not my favorite, but yeah. Regular game mode disappointingly becomes tedious, but is broken up time to time with peculiar boss battles. Other modes include time runs versus plays. Battery backup handle. I didn't even remember it had battery backup. Handles taking care of progress.
Hype. Click the link and subscribe to Haunted Mari right now.
Yay! Welcome in, Mari. Welcome in. There's the link chat. Listen to Library Bot. Click the link. Do the thing. Follow Mari on the Twitch. I almost said Mario. I am so out of it. Not gonna be here long. I'm quite tired. Hey, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. You know, get some rest. It's nice seeing you. Always nice seeing you, Mari, and chat. Yeah, be sure to subscribe to Mari on the Twitch. Good to see Mario, dear. Yeah, I can't believe I almost said Mario, but it's one of those days. Honestly, I'm tired too, and I don't know why. Oh, and I hope everything's just got out of the hospital. I was just about to ask, how are things with your uncle? How's stream? A lot of yap. Little tired. No, just Marianne. Haunted Marianne for Haunted Marionette. How is your uncle, Mari? And chat, be sure to say a prayer for, keep Mari's family in your prayers right now. I know she's going through her uncle's been in the hospital. Uncle's fine. I had to go get you? Oh dear. Oh, okay. Wow. That escalated. Oh boy. I hope you're okay, Mari. I hope it's nothing serious. Oof. Everything all right? Well then, chat, keep Mari in your prayers. Holy Hannah. One thing, then it's something else. I hope all is well. But yeah, get some rest. Get some rest if you need it. It's good to see you. I was just thinking the other day, I meant to stop by when you streamed the other day, but I was out. Doctor said I'm fine. I could breathe. Let's go. Breathing for the win. You couldn't breathe. I thought you said you could breathe. Oh my man, my reading skills are very bad. I don't read well anymore. You couldn't breathe. Oh no, well I'm glad they said you're fine. I'm glad it wasn't anything serious, but oops. Oops, yeah, that was raw. Whoa, yeah. Definitely got that. You can't breathe. Let's go. Wait, no, that's wrong. Oh man. Well, I'm glad you're doing okay. I'm glad it wasn't anything serious. Yowzers. Yeah, take care of yourself, Mari. Take care of yourself. We know you work hard between streaming and between your job and everything with your family. Yeah, take care of yourself. It comes and goes. Oof. That's the worst, isn't it? That's the worst when it comes and goes, because it's not like you can, it's so hard to point out to a doctor to get to get any sort of treatment. So I'll be here for 20 minutes. Welcome in, Briar. Also, hope you are doing well this morning.
Hi. Click the link and subscribe to Briar right now. Did I mention she wrote a book?
You didn't.
With words and pages and everything.
There you go. Be sure to subscribe to Briar Mare as well. Also, Haunted Mari. Oh no, it's a good thing you feel better now. Indeed. Good to see you both. Yeah, I'm glad you're okay, Mari. Yeah. If you need to DM me and let me know on any of it, yeah, feel free. I mean, you know that already. Yeah, good to see you. Wait, it's like a panic attack, Mari, or you think it's like allergy or something? I'm gonna go pass out again. Just wanted to say hi. Hey, have a good rest. Good seeing you. I'll be sure to say a prayer for you. Hope it's not something that keeps popping up. I know you said it comes and goes, but I hope it just goes this time. Some of Madamus' best quotes result from Maria's reading chat. Oh God, no. Oh, that is unfortunate. Yeah, that's so true. That's true, and it's unfortunate. But welcome in, Briar. Thank you for stopping by for 20 minutes. We got 20 minutes to finish this whole list, chat. Buckle up. No. Ultimate Nintendo Guide, good graphics and sounds, yeah. Wario's Woods on the NES. For everyone joining us, Mari, Briar, anyone else who's just joining us now, we're finishing up the tier list of the NES games that are in the back library, trying to pick out, trying to sort the best from the worst. And the F tier games, we're going to start doing an F tier Fridays on occasion, starting next week with Barbie, because reasons. I don't know, but that's going to be a thing. 20 minutes well spent with, I don't know about that, but knowing Madamus, 20 minutes is enough for 1 million words. Oh, am I that bad? Am I that bad? I don't know if I'm that good tonight. I feel myself fading. I have been just really, I thought I got enough sleep, but I'm just really super tired. Let's see. Where was I? Oh, Wario's Woods. I didn't want to put it in there. There it is. I'm going to put Wario's Woods in, I'm going to put it in C. because it is better than Tetris 2. Where did I put Hatris? Where did I put my Hatris? I put in C. And I don't know why I put Hatris in C, because Hatris isn't any good. I'm moving Hatris down to D. Wario's Woods is better than Hatris. Hatris is yeah, you stack hats on heads in a Tetris-style game. I don't know who thought of that as an idea, and it's not the greatest. Of all the Tetris-based games there are, like Wordtris, which, I mean, that sounds like a good idea. Hatris has never sounded like a good idea. Hatris is the desperation move Tetris game. Okay, this one's gonna be an F, but we'll go ahead and pull it up. Wayne Gretzky hockey. A cheap hockey game with Wayne Gretzky's name just slapped onto it. And apparently they made sequels. Huh. This is the right one, right? Did they? Okay, yep. Stop exaggerating, Briar. Matt is like 800K in 20 minutes tops. Oh my gosh. Oh. Am I really that? I guess it depends on the topic. I don't know. Maybe, man, that should be a stream. If we could get a piece of software to do a word count with me, one stream, I would love to do that and just see how it goes. Similarly, NES Yoshi has a player stacking Mario enemies on saucer. See, and I like Yoshi. I did like Yoshi. Yoshi's Cookie. We haven't gotten to those yet. Yoshi and Yoshi's Cookie. Madamus could nail Disappearance of Hatsune Miku if the song was about retro games and now they don't make 3D TVs anymore. That fair. I haven't heard Disappearance of Hatsune Miku. I know the Disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya. I love that movie. That is one of my favorite Christmas movies. Excuse me. So Wayne Gretzky's hockey on NES. Wow, they don't even show him on the title screen. Here's the title screen on Amiga, chat, where they make it a point. I'll DM you the link later. Thank you. I look forward to it. Wayne Gretzky's hockey on Amiga has Wayne Gretzky on the title screen. NES just does this. Fancy. Really tiny characters. Little bigger during the intro. Bethesda spotted. Yes, the early days of Bethesda. Let me get to some game shots. Yeah, this is not a good-looking game for as far as a hockey game. It is the most. There are some decent hockey games on NES. Even the old-school ice hockey from Nintendo themselves. Blades of Steel is the one everyone seems to mention. Wayne Gretzky's hockey is one of these ones. I think I got it from a friend, or there was someone. I don't know if I got it free from someone or if it's one I picked up for $1, but a literal $1, I mean. And it's not one that's worth anything. And apparently all the referees are frozen. Blades of Steel was an awesome hockey sim. Yeah, that one was from Konami, so yeah, that helps. And yeah, the referees are very, very cold. 6.6, it ain't getting that high from me. It is not getting that high from the Madamus. Reviews, let's see. Yeah, right there. Ultimate Nintendo Guide, 20%. That sounds right. Players are barely more than crude boxes with sticks. And too many similar jersey colors creates confusion. Sure, whatever. Blocky shapes, deciphering. Ditch was already so far removed from any fun whatsoever. The audio is at least mercifully unmemorable. And hey, that Jumbotron that pops up every now and again is pretty nice. Oof, as cold as ice hockey is I am unsurprised. Yeah, as cold as ice hockey is, I'm unsurprised. Yeah, I think that was a bad palette choice, and yet a wonderful palette choice. We can't give them flesh tones. What other colors you got? Blue? Yeah, that'll work. Yeah. This is an F tier, and I don't think I'll be playing on F tier Friday. And just so you know, there's a few of these F tier games that probably could go D. Blue Man Group, oh dear. Indiana Jones, I could push to D, maybe. Rambo, I could push to D, but I won't. Same with RoboCop 2. Even Bart versus the Space Mutants, I could push to D, but won't. X-Men, I couldn't. That's unfortunate. Ooh, WCW, which isn't WCW. World Championship Wrestling. So, here's the thing about this, chat. This was not a WCW game in Japan. In Japan, it was called Superstar Wrestling, and it was, I don't know if it was based on actual wrestlers or not. And that is where the problem is. No, back to gallery. That's sort of where the problem is. Because it's got a lot of actual wrestlers in it. Okay? It's got Ric Flair with an awful picture. It's got people like Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. I think it's got Sting. But it doesn't have any of their special moves. So you got Ric Flair without the figure 4. In fact, when I used it, the closest I could get was do the Boston Crab. But that's just not the same. Gameplay-wise, I thought this wrestling game played okay. Blue Man Group. I would love to see a Blue Man Group video game. The game could suck, but the soundtrack would be dope. Fair. Yeah, it plays okay, chat. But it clearly just has WCW tacked on at the end. And one thing it isn't showing here is, at least in any of these gameplay shots, is this WCW Master. After you beat all of the other wrestlers, you have to fight some fake giant 7'4", 510 pounds, non-existent wrestler that never would have been a part of WCW. I had their first album. It was Pure Music Bliss. I've never had any of their albums. I like Blue Man Group, though. I can't remember any of their songs specifically, but I know I always enjoyed them. Yeah, this one's just unfortunate. It's got, like I said, it plays okay, but it's not really WCW. And it does have outside the ring stuff, which is nice. Not having the wrestler's special is highly disappointing for fans. Yeah. It just doesn't feel, and then tacking on the sort of special, the arcade style giant boss character just felt really weird. Reviews. It's frustrating. Yeah. Okay, let me back this out. It's frustrating, especially when facing the computer, who can get on a roll and get several series of strikes, grapple moves in with relative ease. Little chance for the human player to retaliate. There's a lot to like here. Large roster of unique moves, but the core gameplay experience can be a turnoff. Yeah. It's not horrible, but it's not. And again, the fact that it's not really WCW, I think, hurts it. It just doesn't fit. I'm putting it in the... It's not an F tier, it's a D tier, because I did have enough fun playing it, but yeah. Oh, LJN, here's the LJN Rare connection. We were talking about Rare earlier with LJN. Here's Who Framed Roger Rabbit, which is a brutal game. Who Framed Roger Rabbit. And it's interesting, LJN did the NES game. but there's a Game Boy game from Capcom. The Game Boy game you play as Roger Rabbit, but in the NES version, chat, you play as Eddie Valiant, the actual, star of the movie, the Bob Hoskins character. Blue Man Group, a game would probably be a rhythm game. That could be. That'd be interesting. The opening titles on this leave a lot to be desired. But it's an interesting game. It's got a lot of point and click aspects to it, as far as like having to find different clues for the investigation and whatnot, searching and doing things like that. It's got a, I can't say it's not well made, but it is kind of cumbersome. Ha! This man was hoarding a flashlight. Mine now. Police business, indeed. I don't hate the game, but I'm not gonna lie, I never had fun playing it. I've never played all the way through it either. And I've watched some playthroughs of it too. I like a lot of things about it, but yeah, it's just... Yeah, Roger's a toon. He could be squished without guilt. Oh, so you can... Okay, that's true. Like the movie. Gotcha. Oh, that's interesting. I don't remember that. Caves are scary. I don't even remember being in a cave. Ink and Paint Club. Okay. Everything's too bright, too, though. And way too many browns. Especially when you look at your character and he sort of blends in with a lot of these walls like that. Yeah, I don't like all the uses of the yellows, and they're such a subdued yellow. The yellows aren't bright enough, and other thing, I don't know, it's just an odd look. Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of this one. And this is one I picked up, this is one I did pick up for $1, literally. It was at a Goodwill outlet, where they used to sell games by the pound. I've never seen Roger Rabbit as a kid. I've seen it as an adult. Heard the movie traumatized many children. I really did it. I saw it when I was really young. I saw it, Sammy, when I was probably in elementary school, and it never bothered me. I mean, I was a little freaked out by the red eyes from the villain at the end. And the screaming and stuff a little bit, but it never, no. I feel like a lot of the movies I saw at that age probably did more psychological damage, things like The Dark Crystal, because I saw The Dark Crystal before I was in kindergarten. I saw The Dark Crystal when I was in like preschool age, so like 3 or 4. And The Dark Crystal, which I loved even at that age, watching them draining the essence from those little guys to turn them into slaves. Oh, that'll do it. I saw it many years ago when I was young, but it didn't bother me. Roger Rabbit, are you talking about, Dalen? Yeah, it didn't bother me. Roger Rabbit, I mean. Yeah, it didn't bother me. But everyone's different. Like a lot of people got upset when they were a kid at Never-Ending Story with Artax, or getting stuck in the swamp of despair. And I don't know, it never really bothered me. Transformers comes to mind. Yep. Optimus Prime. Yep. Ack, I need to watch Dark Crystal. It's a great movie. Oh man, that is one of those. Dark Crystal's one of those movies that I have purchased and repurchased a lot over the years. I have a couple different DVD editions. I used to have all 4 principal versions, but I gave one to a niece and nephew, and I don't think they ever even watched it. And yeah, all the Blu-ray and 2 of the Blu-ray and 1 of the 4K releases. I love that. I love Neverending Story, one of my all-time childhood favorites. Then you'd probably love The Dark Crystal. It'd be right up your alley. It's right up there. Dark Crystal and Labyrinth, right in that same category of those 80s fantasy things that are just have that perfect level of darkness. Great OST though. Oh yeah, Transformers soundtrack's great. I shouldn't have sold my CD. I had the score on CD. It was a limited edition 2 CD set or single CD of the score. And I don't remember how much I resold it on eBay, but it was one of those things where it shot up to like a couple $100 where I just, okay, I'll sell it. And I kind of regret that one. Oh, where was I? Oh, Nintendo Power loved it. I'm sure they weren't paid. The biggest part of being a private eye is searching for clues and evidence. Sometimes you can even come across the neatest stuff, but watch out for the way. I'm not reading that. Ultimate Nintendo Guide, the ambitious attempt, let down by repetitive gameplay, looping music that resets on entering a new screen. Really, I don't remember that. Cumbersome item selection, unfair difficulty. Yeah, I remember the difficulty getting to me. Roger Rabbit, I am going to put in. I don't enjoy playing it. I've got to ask myself, if I had to choose right now between Mad Max and Roger Rabbit, which one would I play? I'd play Mad Max. If I had to choose between the broken Bill and Ted and Roger Rabbit, I might play Bill and Ted even though it's broken. If I had to choose between Silent Service and Roger Rabbit, I'd play Roger Rabbit. Yeah, we'll put it there. Ooh, we're coming on to something very special now. Something from Jalico that I love. Wampum. Heck of a title. So this wasn't originally, this was not originally a Native American Indian game in Japan. But when it was localized into the US, Jalico turned it into this. It is a fantastic platformer. In Japan, it was something else. It was some sequel to something. There's the NES version, Wampum. It's got a Mega Man feel, because you get different powers for your spear when you collect the different symbols. Looks super charming. Yeah, it's a really good game. And in Japan, it was like a Monkey King thing. I can't translate that, but it's definitely like a Journey to the West thing with playing as the Monkey King. Tutorial stage. I didn't even remember there being a tutorial stage. I know the medicine jar you can get to refill your health, I think later. If you lose all your health, it'll refill you. Climbing the cliffs. After completing the tutorial stage, you can select among the 6 lands. Again, kind of a Mega Man thing, like I said. It's just a really cool platformer. It is such a cool platformer. I do remember playing through this as a kid, too. Sacred Woods. I don't remember if it's got any secrets in it either. It might not. I think it's pretty straightforward, but it was really, really fun. I'm not saying it's S tier. Wonder if this will ever get re-released. You know, I keep waiting for more of the... So Jalico, Retrobit released a lot of their stuff, but it seems that they focused on releasing things that... that didn't really ever get a US release, despite containing well, that shouldn't bother anyone really, Sammy, because it's not like it's anything offensive with it. I mean, the idea of the you know, the classical Western tale of an Indian brave, to me that just, it's something that just works. It's not to me, it's not an offensive thing. It's just odd, though, because you could tell, like, riding the cloud, that's clearly, you know, the Journey to the West stuff. Secret Cliff Boss. I don't remember that. Okay, so it does have secrets. I'll have to maybe play it again. Play this one again. Let's read the reviews. Really? Okay, now I disagree with them down there. Ultimate Nintendo Guide gave it 60%. I disagree. Game is quite bright and colorful, and this is a boon to the game as the extra visual polish helps cover up some rub for gameplay elements. Uneven all around, but still a good time. I don't remember it being that uneven. Before I list it, though, I want to see how much it's selling for. Because I don't remember if this is an expensive one. Wampum, how much is it? Oh, it is. Okay, yeah, this one could use a reissue. Oh, well, that's a boxed copy. No wonder. $80. How much for just a loose copy that's in okay shit? Well, that's a little damaged. Again, 80. Yeah, this could use yeah, it'd be nice to see a reissue. I mean, I've got it, but it'd still be nice to see a reissue. I disagree wholeheartedly with that, Ultimate NES game guide on this one. I remember playing this and loving almost every minute of it. I remember playing through the whole thing. I don't think I ever found any secret bosses, but I remember really liking this one. There are some games here in the B's that eventually may go back up to the A's also, I'm thinking. I might double check that. Nintendo, yeah, release this on NSO. Yeah, I wonder what the holdup is. Unless it is because of but that'd be stupid if they're holding off because of that. I'm heading to eat. No worries, Obegs. Have a good rest. Early today, I want to stream. Peace out. Hey, have a good rest. Appreciate you as always, Omegs. Yeah, at least it's not just me who needs the rest. Maybe it's hitting everyone. Maybe there's something in the atmosphere right now. But thank you, Omegs. We will see you later. Okay, moving up to Widget. Oh, Widget. Okay, chat. Widget. Let me get a hydration break, too. If you've got a drink. My 20 minutes are also up. I hope you finish. Oh, I will, Briar. Have a good day. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it as always. And chat, be sure to check out Briar Mare's channel. Always lots of cool stuff there. Along with Mari, who was in here earlier, and Ryko. Man, so many cool people today. Ryko and Siren and Briar and yeah. Have a good rest. We'll see you later. Hydration break, chat. I'm gonna pump myself full of some more cola. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. Alrighty. Yeah, I gotta get some B6. Okay, so chat, Widget. If you're unfamiliar with Widget, it was a cartoon series. It was a Saturday morning cartoon series with, I don't remember if it had any environmental themes or what, but it was this alien and his little brain companion, some sort of like floating brain, Sody Pop, indeed, which I don't usually do. I don't like to do it during streams, with this little brain thing, and he like could transform into objects and creatures and stuff. Atlas published it. Yeah. This is an okay game. It is an okay platformer. Now, before I go any further, there is a sequel, Super Widget, on Super Nintendo. In my opinion, Super Widget is super bland. The one on Super Nintendo is much more of a very basic, unimpressive. It's just a generic, more of a generic platformer with kind of an environmentalist theme that they tacked on, which I don't remember if that was in the cartoon. I hated the cartoon. I remember seeing the cartoon not necessarily when I was growing up, because, I mean, not necessarily during its original run here in like 91, 92. But I do remember seeing it, and I don't know if it was on Cartoon Network or what, but I remember I never enjoyed it. One of the rare cases where the older console had better port. Yeah, well, in this case, not even port, just completely different game. Completely different game, and we'll pull up the Super Nintendo one, too. Let me open another tab, and we'll do that. Widget, because I know the Super Nintendo one was nothing special. The Super Nintendo one was also Atlas. And it looks good. The Super Nintendo one looks good, okay? It looks good. But for me, the Super Nintendo one, it wasn't my cup of tea. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe I'm just 62% on critics. What did this one get critics before we read 60%? Well, then I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they both sucked. But the NES one I remember being more interesting because from what I remember, the Super Nintendo one was linear. And the NES one, which has password, was a bit more non-linear. Mega Slank from the planet Titanium is hypnotizing and forcing innocent people to something. So it's a bit more of a normal platformer. You've got a little zapper gun. One of the problems with this game is there seems to be it seems to have a glitch with the knockback. In that it's knock forward. If you were to use your little zapper and shoot those ghosts, instead of jumping back, they jump forward. I don't understand that. I don't know if they intended that or if it is a glitch. There's a brain guy. You can get advice. You have to use your MP to transform into different things like there. You can transform into a tank thing. The cannon. Eventual bosses. Little cutscenes. I do remember some non-linear stuff with this one, though. Maybe I'm just imagining it, but I do remember... Oh, there we go. Turning into a mouse. It was an okay NES game. It's not the best looking, but it looks good. I remember thinking this one was decidedly average on NES. Let me open up real quick the reviews. I want to see what Ultimate NES Guide said. See, they gave it a 70. It's these other ones that are giving it low. It's an interesting title with some interesting features, cute cutscenes, nice stage elements like ladders, ice conveyor belts, etc. But the game design still seems to be lacking something to really put it over the top. Yeah, that fits. That squares. Because I was going to say I'd be either D or C. I want to see, what do I have in D? No, it's more of a C. I do like it better than some of these. I might shift a few of these around before we do the final tally, chat. Willow. Ooh. Okay, this is Willow on NES, and there were a few different Willow games. There was a Willow arcade game too, and the Willow arcade game was... It was nice because you played several different characters. I remember you got to play the Val Kilmer character, Mad Mardigan, and you played Willow himself. The NES game of Willow, where it kind of falters, is that you only play as Willow. You do not play as anyone else. So that's kind of a negative. But it is, like it says here, it's an RPG. It's an action RPG. It does use password for the game saving, and the passwords are annoying. Typical long passwords. It isn't really accurate to the movie. but it's still pretty decent. And it looks, I mean, it's Capcom. Bavmorda, the messenger of the skies, became greedy for power. That's a thing, too. The cutscenes in this game offer you more backstory, and I don't know if it's accurate. They offer more backstory than the movie itself. And I don't know if this is stuff, maybe it was in the novelization or what. But stuff like that, there was never anything in the movie Willow that said Bavmorda was a messenger of the skies. You just knew she was this wicked queen, magician, sorceress thing. I don't like the sprite colors necessarily for Willow. I remember this one having some catchy music too. Well, it is Capcom. And it is like, it isn't a turn-based RPG or anything like that. It's an action RPG. Ah, Willow! Newlands man of prophecy. Newlands? Oh, it's Nelwyn. That was what... Nelwyn. The arsonist had oddly shaped feet. I can't even say that line. Yeah. So you go in there, conversation. Oh no, flying skulls. I'm the chief of the village of Dew. Yeah, I remember really liking this one. Except for the password section. I also remember it being kind of open world-ish. Well, I guess like a lot of action RPGs are. Because Zelda is open world. Well, that's, you know, an action-adventure. Faxanadu, even though it's side-scroller, is open world. Battle of Olympus is open world. Yeah, I like this one. I like this one. I remember, I've never played all the way through it, but I like this one. I do remember liking it. Let's see what the reviews said. Ultimate NES got 70, that sounds kind of okay. Although many other characters from the movie, such as Mad Mardigan, yep, and the brownies are featured in the game, they exist only to provide Willow with items and information, while villains like General Kale serve as bosses to be defeated. It's a long, satisfying game with a lot to offer any action RPG fan. Okay. Yeah, what did Nintendo Power say? They said 80%. Experience high adventure. Well, we know they were paid. Capcom's challenging new action game, colorful graphics. They don't ever say what's wrong with it. I believe Willow is a pretty, it's at least a B. Should I put it as an A? No, I believe it's a B. Willow, I'm going to put as a B. Because it wasn't enough to fully, like, grip me, you know? Wasn't no full grip. No hard death grip. Once again, everyone, thank you to anyone and everyone who's watching tonight. Lurkers, thank you for lurking. VOD watchers, thank you for watching the VOD. If you haven't liked the stream yet, I would appreciate if you would do so. It does help me out a ton. Before we continue the tier list, just a reminder, tomorrow night we'll be playing a game again. We will be doing more of Zach McCracken and the Alien Mindbenders, and I will be relying much more. I'm telling her you said that. Wait, what? I don't know what we're talking about. Are you telling who I said what? What did I say? Who did I say what? I don't know what I said. Willow. Oh. Wait, do we know a Willow? Oh, Willow Roll. Yes. I was thinking, I know a Willow. I know a Willow. Oh my gosh, you're right. Yeah. No, don't tell her. No. Hey, Willow, he only ranked you a B. Jeez. You know, oh, yeah, tomorrow night, Zach McCracken, I'll be using a lot of a guide because that game is just kind of nonsensical. I'm just so screwed up with that point and click. And then on Friday, chat, we will be... He said, you're a bee. No, well, yeah, but at least not one of the killer bees. Not a B-52. That was stupid. That was a dumb joke. What were we doing Friday? Oh, the Lego. Yeah, and on Friday, chat, we will be doing the more of the Lego hand cam, building the Nobi cabin from the Evil Dead. I'm going to take another hydration break. If you got with the cola, another cola injection. If you got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dehydrate. And if you haven't voted in the poll, please do so too. I know someone voted no. I understand. I do understand it. Where were we? Oh, crap. Where did I rank California games? I still don't know why I put that in D. I might move that down. Okay. The next one's winter games, but I'm opening up California games again. Everyone loved California games, it seems, except for me. I mean, the box art was fine. Sorry! Man, it was on everything, wasn't it? Skateboarding, compete in all... That's art, LOL. You know, honestly... I don't have fun with it. I don't. But does it belong there? Yeah, because if I don't... Why would I give it higher than Skate or Die? Really? No. California Games goes down there. I would move some of those up maybe before I did it. Okay, Winter Games. Which is part of the same series. They're all the same company. And it's an older game, 85 on DOS. And it was on some of the Atari systems, too. Yeah, it was on 2600 and 7800. What's the 7800 look like? It looks very 7800-y. What's the 2600 look like? It looks very 2600-y. Is there an 8-bit Atari? No, there's not. But there is an NES. They went all out with that title screen. And this was released through Acclaim. I think Epic's programmed it themselves, though. No, this is not good. No, it wasn't good. I never had fun playing it. I thought it looked better than this. I never had fun playing it, but I thought it looked better than it does. Yeah. Winter Games is also an F. Wizards and Warriors, and then we got Wizards and Warriors 3. We already did Iron Sword. And Iron Sword, I think I put it as a C. Iron Sword, I never quite liked. On the other hand, Wizards and Warriors... Is this the right... No, that's a dedicated handheld. Is this the right one? There we go. Wizards and Warriors, which I like the cover art. This was a rareware. It was released by Acclaim. Okay, this is a UK copy because that seal there being round. But Wizards and Warriors, I always liked that armor. That artwork. The artwork doesn't fit because you'll notice that it's like a dude in almost like barbarian look. He's wearing armor. He's got his hair flowing, just like Iron Sword had Fabio on the cover. But then you play the actual game, chat, and the game, you are in a full suit of armor the entire time. I enjoyed this game. It's got good music. I thought it was fun. It's a bit of a key hunt, which gets annoying in certain areas. There are a lot of items you do need to find, like certain things that let you hover. Right now he's just standing there with his legs up, but there are certain items you can find that let you hover just a slight bit for a few seconds, and you make that same pose. You do have to have a certain number of gems to get past these knights that block certain exits and entrances. There is fall damage, because these are big trees. Thou hast discovered Shield of Protection. The bosses were okay. When you've got the dagger, you can throw it from... It's weird, because you're still swinging your sword, but you're throwing these little daggers as if they're boomerangs, because they fly right back to you, so I guess they're magic daggers. Or a magic dagger. Well done, thou hast rescued Lucinda, the distressed damsel. So a lot of damsels. I never beat this one. I got close when I was a little Madamus chat to the ending. I remember really liking this one, so I'm not going to necessarily agree with the scores. We'll see. Ultimate gives it 60. I disagree. Music is a fun medieval fare, and the graphics are solid, but the jumping mechanics are tricky and require a good deal of patience to master. I don't feel like I really struggled. I don't feel like I struggled with the jumping mechanics. Maybe I'm wrong. And I know there's a feather of falling you can get or something where you go down very slowly. I like this game. I like it better than Wizards and Warriors 2, Iron Sword. And so I am maybe part of it's a nostalgia hit, but I'm going to put Wizards and Warriors in B tier. We're getting some good ones at the end. But then you got Wizards and Warriors 3. Kuros Visions of Power, or whatever. Next here, let me get through all these. Next is Iron Sword. We did it already. Oops. Never did, I've never played the Game Boy one. I wouldn't mind picking up the Game Boy one if I could find it. Yeah, there we go. Kuros Visions of Power. I don't like the title screen on that one. For whatever reason. The evil wizard Malkil was not actually vanquished at the end of the previous game. Ba-ba-ba-bum! In fact, after the mighty battle with the hero Kuros, Malkil retreated to a nearby self-contained castle kingdom and conducted a hostile takeover. Oh! Kuros comes on the scene and must attempt to relieve Malkil of his ill-gotten command of the kingdom, its subjects, and its princesses. Ayo. I did not like number 3. I'm going to tell you, my problem with number 3, I could not figure out where to go or what to do. I could not figure out where to go or what to do whenever I played this. The original was so easy to figure out what to do. The second one, I mean, it was a bit more open, but it was still easy. After a long, furious battle, the valiant Kurz believed he had destroyed the evil Malkil. Oh. That's what it is? It's Slimer! Like, legit, it's Slimer! From Ghostbusters! Disgusting green blob. Ernie Shuttleworth Esquire, proprietor of the Golden Dragon Hotel. After the intro, the game scrolls an interminable cast of characters. I don't even remember that. Who you gonna call? Apparently Kuros, and he doesn't get the job done. Yeah, visually, I remember it looked okay. but I could not figure out what I was doing. Collecting a statue treasure. I don't know if I ever even found any. Visiting the Thief Guild to become a better thief. I don't remember finding any of this stuff. Thief training course. Taking on a monster while assuming the role of the thief. Oh, I see. So when you turn into a thief, you look like that now. Which is almost like they just did a... I wonder. I'm looking at the design here. It almost looks like they just did a... Like they didn't even do a full sprite swap. Like they just did more of a palette swap. Well, no, there's a bit of a sprite swap. Barely, but they still drew it within the same limitations as before. Oh my gosh, welcome in Mahese, welcome in. Looks like something AVGN could review. He could. He might have done the first Wizards and Warriors. I can't remember if he did. I like the original. But welcome in. I hope you are having a good day. I never was able to get to become the thief. Hops about town. Yeah. Great hopping. Nice doggy. Hello, what can I do for you? Drink, keys, food. Yeah. I didn't like this one. I am Princess Julia. Thank you for rescuing me, brave thief. Oh, I changed my clothes, I guess. Let me read the reviews real quick. I'm not putting this one that high. Not as high. To me, it's no better than Iron Sword, and to me, Iron Sword was not as good as the original. What did Ultimate Nintendo? Man, they're more like me. Maybe it is that bad. Though Curse can attack while standing or crouching, his weapons have short range. It's almost impossible to attack an enemy without taking damage in return, and the complete lack of continues. I don't remember that. Or a password system. Okay, never mind. It's worse than Iron Sword. Make the game almost unfairly difficult for the average player. Only recommended for fans of the series. You know, yeah, I'm rating it lower. I didn't know it didn't have password. I did not know, because Iron Sword did. Rare knocked out of the park the first time. Yeah, and then the other two. The second one has a lot of people that love it. A lot of people really like Iron Sword. But yeah, this one. And it's one of those cheap Acclaim cartridges. There are certain Acclaim ones where the labels are really cheap and they're so easy to get damaged. I'm lucky I've got one that's intact, although I've noticed a little bit of damage to its edges. Wolverine! That time LJN did something that wasn't horrible. Wolverine, which I've got a boxed copy of this one. So the story on this one is nonsensical. Oh yeah, Wolverine in an X-Men mega battle versus arch nemesis Sabretooth. I mean, the artwork alone sells you. If you're a kid, you want this thing, right? You see this box, you want this thing. This is the game. Oh, this is it. Mom, Dad, this is the game I want. Just slow down there. Just slow down there. So here's the thing. First of all, the plot is bizarre. The idea that Sabretooth has basically set one giant elaborate trap for Wolverine. That he's built up these entire worlds to trap him in is just bizarre. As for the game itself, it is a very, very difficult platformer. And the biggest problem is it has a timer. From what I remember, unless I'm mistaken, it has a timer. Maybe it doesn't. No, maybe it doesn't. I might be wrong on that. I thought it did. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Wolverine, when he has his claws retracted, he will slowly heal. So they got the healing of Wolverine right. When his claws are retracted, he will slowly heal. For whatever reason, whenever he has his claws extended, he does not heal. So if you use his weapons, he's not going to heal up. It's annoying. I didn't realize it was 2 players. Really didn't. The first trial. Visually, it's okay, and you do build up this berserker meter. I don't remember what it does as you kill enemies. As you kill enemies, I think with the claws. Snick. Cleared level 1. Surprise! It's your old friend Sabretooth. Trial by air. There are all these trials. It just doesn't, the story doesn't make sense. I've set up all these trials for you. Really? Sure you did. Sure you did. So then you got the air level, which is a nightmare because, you know, jumping isn't going to be great. Got away from this platform. Huh? Or go away from this platform. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing, too. Some of these enemies, they have placed in places where, since you don't have a projectile weapon, it's insanely difficult. You have to, like, use your claws and jump at the exact moment you're swiping to kill them right before you land there, I think. I don't even remember if you can one-hit them. Annoying magnets, yeah. Title screen was decent enough. that's well, it had a good title screen. Reviews on this one, let's take a look. Video Game Pro gave it 60. Okay, Video Game gave it 90. Really? Ultimate Nintendo Guide gave it 30. That's a bit low. It's not a well-designed game, no. Not too faithful to the Wolverine character, no. Course, and not very fun. Well, I'm gonna level with you. I do not hate this one. I'm giving it a D. Giving it the D, chat. Let me get another hydration break. Gotta drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. And I need to cough. Just a moment. Where's the mute? Went down the wrong way. Just a wee little bit. Just a wee little bit. What time is it anyway? Oh, wow. 3 hours in already. Okay. World. Oh, good. There's another one. There's another one. Giving it the D. Then turning your head to God. No! Oh, no. World games. So, here's the deal with these games. It was a series of 4. There was World Games, Winter Games, California Games, and Summer Games. Summer Games never made it to the NES. Everything else did. All different publishers, too. Because Winter Games was published by Acclaim, California Games was published by Mattel, and World Games was by Mattel. I don't know why Winter Games was different. It says Epics, but that's a different edition. Y'all pretty much know where this one's going to go. This one's more interesting to me than the other ones, in a way. I do think the games on this one, because it's more like a World Olympics. I don't know. I feel like this one's more interesting. Because you got things like weightlifting, obviously. Vitamins. Yeah, they're definitely taking vitamins. Definitely something, not some other pills. Definitely just vitamins, chat. Definitely. The roids. Technoroid. No, those are technozoids. Barrels. Jumping over on barrels. Okay, you gotta jump on the barrels. That's just so bizarre. But apparently that's a world game. The diving. The bird is interested, yeah. Slalom. Ow! Log rolling. It's a bit more odd, the games on this one. Oh, good. There's a shark. So apparently we die in the process. It's It's log rolling to the death. Bull riding. Caber tossing. Sumo wrestling. And that's the PC edition. It's got better games. But, you know, twice nothing is still nothing. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not playing it. I mean, yeah, because where did I put NES Play Action? Did I put it there? Yeah, okay, fine. Wrath of the Black Manta. This is a Taito game. Black Manta, which is an interesting but odd game. This unlocked a memory. I never played World games, but used to watch my relatives play this when I was super little. Really? Oh, wow, nice. You know, that brings up... I need to look at what else it was on. I need to look at what else it was on, because I know it was on other things. I saw the computers. What other consoles? Let's see. World Games, 1986. Okay, what all was it on? Apple. Really, it's not on any of the Atari stuff, except for the Atari ST. That doesn't count. Sega Master System, what did it look like on that? And what did it look like on MSX? Okay, MSX does not look good. Oh, wow. Okay, Sega Master System got the better one. I mean, that looks creepy as sin. But clearly that's the thing. Master System has the better graphics, but the worst sound chip, in my opinion. Yeah, Master System does look so much better. It's really this... All this stuff is making me think about getting some Master System games. Wrath of the Black Manta chat. You're the ultimate force of one. I swear, this artwork is lifted right off of Revenge of the Ninja. Just a moment, chat. I gotta prove this. Unless I'm going no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. They're just similar. I thought he was facing the same direction. I'm wrong. Ignore what I just said. But Wrath of the Black Manta chat it's an okay side scroller thing with a lot of magic ninja spells. That sounds so odd. And you're like trying to rescue a bunch of kids. So it's almost like the Michael Jackson game Moonwalker, rescuing all the kids. You've heard about the disappearing children in New York. Now, visually, I always thought the graphics on this looked a bit clunky. To me, they didn't look really ninja-y. They looked almost more... Visually, this thing looks more like something from Camerica. It looks too chunky and cartoony. Oh yeah, talk about ninjas. I finally have Ninja Gaiden Action Figure. Really? Even it's a modern take of Ninja Gaiden. Really? Oh wow, that's cool. I didn't know they made them. That's awesome, Mahese. Let's go. Homage cover art of many ninja films. Indeed. Yeah, definitely inspired. But that's awesome. I didn't know they made a figure. That's cool. Yeah, even if it's modern. I do need to play the older ones on stream. At some point, I do need to lose. There's no way I'm going to beat them, but I'd like to play them. This one, I know it's got a lot of superpowers. Hey, thanks. I thought I was going to die here. Sure thing, kid. Oh, that's a boss. They call this guy Tiny for some reason. Wow. That is a boss character, chat. Yeah, it's got some the before each level you fighting style must be chosen. Art of the firing, art of the shadow, ground, art of the ground fire, art of missiles. Yeah, I'll take the art of nuclear warheads. You should check out Amazing Yamaguchi Ninja Gaiden since they have the original design. Amazing Yamaguchi Ninja Gaiden? Let me look that up real quick. Goliath, indeed. Amazing Yamaguchi Ninja Gaiden. Okay, let's see. Oh, Yamaguchi. Okay. Where the heck is Grand Island? I like this figure. I totally agree with you. I like this figure. I'm guessing that's not the one. Oh, okay. So that's it. Okay, I see. So this is the one. All right. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do wish it was for the old school one, but that is nifty. A lot of joints, I can tell. Oh, wow. It is nifty, yeah. Really cool, though. I agree. Man, that almost looks like his hand is falling off. The way the joint is right there. It's like he's holding on to the thing. His hand just snapped off already. Oh, wait, he turned his eyes. Oh, that's creepy. Burn it with fire. Burn it with fire. It's looking in other directions. It's like the paintings in Scooby-Doo episodes. Nifty, though. Nifty, nifty. Welcome back, Siren. Indeed. So, yeah, the art of missile. The man in red knows something. Does he? Joint expos may be a turnoff, but the articulation's really crazy. No, I can tell. Honestly, that's the type of... It's too bad it's more for display, because if I was a teeny tiny Madamus, that would have been such a cool figure. That would have been so cool. Many of the model figures iterate changeable expressions. Oh, I know that. I know that. I know. No one can tell when I'm joking. Ninja Cop Saizo is the Japanese title for this game. What are the regional differences? May look partial. Oh, it doesn't say what the differences are. Okay, well, whatever. Thank you, Moby Games, for not really. I gonna be honest. This is one of those games that I always heard people talk about, and I never really cared for. It's another one that I think I got in a job lot. And thankfully didn't get lost with the other ones that disappeared, but I never thought much of this one. And if anything, I thought it was kind of confusing because you could get lost as far as finding the kids and everything. And yeah. Music and graphics are fine. And see, I'm not a big fan of the graphics except for the cutscenes. Fun fact, the eyes move to the side, not interchangeable. Oh, but it was a movable eye that you use a little peg to move it to your desire. Oh, well, that's cool. That's very cool. Gameplay modes get switched up every once in a while, including flying shooter stage. Oh, really? And rudimentary third-person throwing stars at enemies in stationary rooms. Okay, so kind of like a Shinobi thing. Rudimentary cutscenes. Any positives, however, are marred by stiff controls, slow pace, higher difficulty than you'd expect. Yeah, it's not my favorite. I don't think it's bad, but it's not my favorite. I just don't know if I'd put it... I'm going to put it D, because I'm looking at what I've gotten D in, like, Jurassic Park, and I'm going to put it in that category. An action function. Neato, indeed. Wrecking Crew. Oh, I always referred to this as the Lost Mario. So Wrecking Crew chat. Wrecking Crew was released on, it's one of the older black box NES titles, obviously. Wrecking Crew is an arcade-style Mario, similar to Mario Brothers and Donkey Kong. And if I had, it seems to be set in that same point during his career. Yeah, this one is fun. Indeed. It's not my favorite, but I like it. It is fun, yeah. It seems to be set during the pre-Mushroom Kingdom point of his career, like either before Donkey Kong. If we're gonna get deep in the Mario lore, had an arcade port too. Yeah, there was a versus Wrecking Crew, wasn't there? And there was a Super Nintendo one also, like a Wrecking Crew 96 or something like that, or Wrecking Crew 90. There was a 16-bit update that we did not get in the United States. But Wrecking Crew, before Donkey Kong, I think it came out after, but it seems to be set before. If we want to get deep in the lore, which Nintendo probably didn't even think about, Mario had a lot of jobs. Mario jumped between careers a lot. Mario is like a lot of us. Mario is like a lot of us, myself included, always looking for, not sure what you want to do, not sure what you want your career to be, jumping into things, it kind of doesn't feel right, trying to find something else. Mario is that, before Donkey Kong entered the construction site. Indeed, when he was dealing with other problems in the construction site, like, let's see if it shows him. It's not showing him. Destroy all the walls. I mean, compared to being a Wrecking Crew or a plumber, I think it's saying before. Yeah, no, 100. Yeah, I think this, it fits more like Donkey Kong. Because Donkey Kong, he was working on the construction site until the gorilla showed up and they said, nope, enough of this noise. Destroy all the walls. And then these weird creatures like spring creatures come and chase you. Yeah, I like this one. And it's one that is really forgotten. It's one that feels so forgotten. There, Nintendo. You're doing all the Mario movies and stuff. Give me a Wrecking Crew movie. Give me a movie with Mario just working at a construction site and getting chased by this crap. And then, expand it into Donkey Kong, where he finally thinks, okay, all my troubles are over, and here comes the giant ape. Then give me a sequel where he's the villain, and he's keeping the baby gorilla's dad in a cage, tormenting him. Give me those, Nintendo, please. Where's the reviews? Ultimate Nintendo guys, 60%. Simple game. This title has enough unique puzzle action to keep things interesting. Okay, at least for a short while. Programmable. Level edit mode is a diversion. And see, I don't care about the level edit, but mostly useless due to the inability of the NES to save them. Indeed. I mean, oh, I already read that. Yep. Wrecking Crew 2026. Let's go! See, and I see Wrecking Crew and I always think of the movie. I mean, the original movie. So, in the 1960s chat, there was another spy series, but more of a parody, like James Bond. They were the Matt Helm series, and they starred Dean Martin, and they made 4 movies. And I don't remember what all of them are titled, but the final movie, the last movie, was called The Wrecking Crew. In fact, I'm going to look that up. It's completely unrelated. I'm looking it up. Let's go to Blu-ray. .com. Get Smart. No, definitely not Get Smart. Something I wish was on Blu-ray. You can only get it on DVD. Matt Helm. The Matt Helm Lounge. There we go. It was The Silencers, Murderers Row, The Ambushers, and The Wrecking Crew. The Wrecking Crew was also the last... The Wrecking Crew is the movie within Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. The movie that actress Sharon Tate was in when she was going to the movie theater to watch herself in the movie. That's the movie. Sharon Tate was in The Wrecking Crew, and then she was killed by the Manson family in reality. But that was her sort of Sharon Tate's big thing, was she was in The Wrecking Crew. Yes, Get Smart was also a parody. Yeah. This is a little less of a parody. This is more like Austin Powers like light. So not super comedy, but just tongue-in-cheek. So like Our Man Flint and In Like Flint type of things. Madamus, as much as my roommate and I despise each other, he literally made me watch those movies with him, and that is one of my few non-regrets. They're good, aren't they? I mean, they're not the best. They're clearly not the James Bonds. No, usually titles aren't copyrighted, Sammy. Usually titles aren't copyrighted. Occasionally they can trademark them if it's related to a character name. Like, I don't know how it works, but usually titles aren't copyrighted. Which is why, like, I remember my family got screwed up because they were going to, at one point they wanted to see the movie Blown Away with Tommy Lee Jones, and there was some movie Blown Away that came out 2 years earlier with Corey Feldman. Of all people! Definitely fun movies. Yeah, I hope it someday gets a Blu-ray set. I thought it was going to. I would swear Okay, Blu-ray. Matt Helm. Okay, wait a second. When did this come out and where? Oh, it's only in the UK. Boo. All right, yeah, there's a Blu-ray set in the UK. We didn't get it here. Darn. Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting that. Not to get confused with Blown Away with Tommy Lee. No! Oh, man. That was a joke I did not expect. That was something I didn't expect. Wrecking Crew I'm putting in C because it's the same category. It's the same as like Donkey Kong. To me, Wrecking Crew falls into that same thing. The repetitiveness of it prevents it from going above because it's just more arcade, you know, score big points type thing. Worm, Journey to the Center of the Earth, the game I want to love, but damn, it's difficult. Oh. I want to love this because of the anime aesthetic. Worm, that's the wrong worm. That is the wrong worm. U-R-M. There it is. I don't know if Tommy Lee actually did a movie with that, but chances are, yeah, no. Covers, do we have the US one? No, they don't. They've only got the Japan one. This is one of those games, chat, where it had it was clearly very anime in Japan. And when they brought it to the US, they did not change it. They left the look intact. Excuse me, hydration break, chaff. You gotta take a drink, hydrate or dehydrate. This game is piloting an underground ship, and it's also got side-scroller sections with a person. This is always weird about Asmik games, chat. They always insisted, Asmik, in putting their mascot character on their logo on their title screens, which to me is kind of off-putting because if you didn't know that, you'd play this game and wonder, where the heck is this character? Publishers gave it cool comic booky cover art. Yeah, and the US one is different. In fact, I'll pull it up on eBay. Worm NES. The NES one is clearly, the cover art here definitely does not look, it still looks comic booky, but it's not like anime manga. And it looks very 80s for being 1991 or 1992. That looks very, very 19 like 85. How much? Oh, 234. I know I didn't pay that for mine. How much? I might have paid around that. I don't know. I picked this one up because I thought it looked so cool. It's really difficult. We must have slipped through the G point into the underworld. So you're on the ground, and I remember, if I remember, I think at times you could fly, because yeah, you could change your form from being the T form to being other forms. Yeah, your ship can basically fly, which is kind of odd. And it is extremely difficult. Use your drill to go through. All this stuff is extremely difficult. I never got hardly anywhere, so the difficulty is a big problem. H form, oh, that's probably the heat. Then, yeah, and then it's, detach eye stalks, attack the worm. It does have this first person, almost like rail shooting type of thing. It's got a lot in it. I might go back to the game. And then you've got the side scroller segments where you play as her. Well, there, Captain Moby, okay. If you can ever get to him. It's very difficult. And I look at these graphics and I wonder how they got away with it on NES. Because, you know, Nintendo was so strict about clothing, I'm surprised they didn't force that to be redrawn from being this sort of skimpy outfit. Seriously, look at that. I am surprised that Nintendo did not force this to be changed. I'm showing a life form in sector 7231952, whatever. Possibility 75%. These ruins seem quiet, but yeah, I love this game, but it is damn difficult. 7.2, I don't know. Let me see where I'm at. I know kind of where I'm leaning. I want to see what this thing got from Ultimate. Ultimate gave it pretty high. I guess that's where Moby Games. I got its name. No, that's just a coincidence. It's Moby Dick. You can't see it on here, unfortunately, but they've got a whale. I can't get it up there. Sorry. They've got a whale logo, so it's supposed to be because it's as big as a whale. Ultimate Nintendo NES guy, graphics are good, yes. Music tracks are fine. The game is unique, attempting to string together different genres, held together by fairly engaging story, well-done cinematic cutscenes. I like this game, but it's so difficult. It is so difficult that I want to give it a D. It is, no, you know what? I'm going to be more gracious to it. I think it's better made. I am going to give it a C. It's so difficult, but I'm going to give it a C. What time are we? We're almost done. WWF WrestleMania. This is one that I know I got too difficult for its own good. At least it was for me. I need to revisit it. I need to revisit it because, you know, time passes. Time passes and opinions on that change. WrestleMania 89 one, yep. There are a number of WWF games on NES. Sadly, this is the only one I've got. This is the first one. This is one of those games that everyone would have bought and played because everyone wanted Hulk Hogan. Everyone wanted the Hulk Hogan game. It's a claim. So, the Hulkster. Well, you know something, brother. Oh, I can't do that. My throat is too wrecked. That was a bad decision. Uh-huh. So here's the thing about WrestleMania. It has good, and I'm going to pull this up. It has good-looking character portraits. It has... Visually, it's kind of empty, as you see. Other than the character portraits. The characters themselves look good, too. Music-wise, it's good because it plays their ring entrance themes. So, like, it plays Real American. It plays, you know, at least true, not just generic music. But it's not much of a wrestling game. It's much more of just a one-on-one brawler, just a beat 'em up where you do have to pin. And honestly, the controls for me were really wonky. Pinning characters is much more difficult than it should be. I don't remember what the button combination was, but pinning characters was much more difficult than it should be. And this is weird too. You can collect items for your character that boost your health. Like in the case of Hulk Hogan, you have to collect crucifixes, which is kind of I'm surprised Nintendo allowed that. But Hulk Hogan, you gotta collect crucifixes because, you know, say your prayers and eat your vitamins, brother. You know, that should be a rope break right there. They don't have rope breaks in this game. But then that's it too. Because as you beat the characters, chat, the game just kind of, there's nothing to it. It's just, you just have these matches. There's no overarching tournament to it, like a quest for the heavyweight belt, at least not from what I remember. It's a game that, it's everywhere. If you're looking for a cheap game to pick up for NES, you found it. Let's see. I know where I'm putting it. Yeah. The addition of wrestler-specific health power-ups that can be grabbed at the top of the ring as they seem to float by seems perfunctory, more perfunctory than anything else. And the dark void around the ring doesn't even make the game interesting to look at. No. Major disappointment during one of wrestling's most popular periods. 100. A for Real American. Yes. I am a real American. Fight for the rights of every man. No, I can't give it A. I can't put in the A tier. I'm sorry. It's not good. This is one that I want to love, but it is of the wrestling games I have, this one is right there with tag team wrestling. Even Hulk Hogan can't save it, man. Hulk Hogan can't save it. It's not good. It's not good. It's barely a wrestling game. It's just, yeah. If I'm gonna play a wrestling game of the ones I've got, it's gonna be, what do we put in D tier? I do the WCW maybe. If I was gonna do wrestling games, it's gonna be. That's not in there. Okay, it's the next one down. It's gonna be. Where's pro wrestling? Is it the next one down? It's going to be Tecmo World Wrestling with Dr. Gildo. Because, of course. Or it's going to be, where is it? Pro Wrestling from Nintendo, which is a darn great game. Just a little limited by being one of the earliest NES games. I know, Greg. I know, I feel bad doing it. Xerxes. This is one, okay, Xerxes, chat, is one of the games I lost that I ran out and I just had to repurchase. I didn't want to be without Xerxes, which I used to pronounce wrong. I thought you pronounced it the way you spelled it, which is XEXYZ. So I used to say, I want to play XEXYZ. Japan got a better cover, too. Japan got, we just got the name. Japan got the anime. It is a very anime. Oh, it's Hudson, and oh, it's good. It is a very... the only bad thing is it's got to continue, but I don't think it's actually got a password mode. It's still you've got to play it in a single sitting. But it's a really interesting game. You play this space... It's got a combination of, from what I remember, and we'll see as we go through the screenshots, it's got these... You've got like an overworld sort of level, first of all, platformer, where you go in these different rooms, looking for items, gearing up to enter like the castle or the spaceship or something, where you have more platforming, more like a boss stage, and then you have a shooter stage. And there are different weapons too, like the ball. Well, no, the balls you collect for money, but there are different weapons you can get. And it changes your color when you get them. Hi, Apollo. And you're supposed to be Apollo. Hi, Apollo. I'll give you an attack item. 45 balls, so you got to pay for it. Buying a new weapon from the sage. Then you fight, like, boss statues and stuff. And then, yeah, the mechanical castle. You go into the mechanical castles. That's what it was. Thought it was like a spaceship. Then you get to the shooter sequences. Man, I'm supposed to love this game. Okay, there. I've been having it. I gotta get a new cable. This cable is too loose. Maybe I'll order one tomorrow. Yeah, my cable popped out of my mic. I've been having that problem a lot lately. Well, not a lot, but a few times at least. Yeah, darn it. All right. There's something I gotta do tonight. I don't love the game. I did a hydration break. Okay, before everything went wonky. I like what this game could be. My problem with this game feels like it should be an action RPG. But it's not. It's just a straight actioner, and it is really difficult. But it's also really good. Boss fight on a floating platform. It's a really good... Hudson made some interesting stuff, and this is one of them. Again, another shooter stage. It's a good-looking, generally, game. For being an older one, it's a good-looking game. In fact, what's the year on this one again? 89. It's an older one that's pretty good. Let's look at the reviews. I know where I'm putting it already, but let's look at the reviews. Ultimate NES Guide, they're kind of on my thing. On the controls of the game feel good in your hands. The graphics are pleasant and cartoony, if not outstanding. Backgrounds in particular pop out, and the soundtrack is pretty good. But, and there's a but there that they're not saying. There's something missing, and I think it is that it should have been an action RPG. You know? I am putting Xerxes as a solid B. It's a solid B. Yep, that fits. Yeah, it squares. We're almost done, chat. Unless I do a few of the... Should I do the Aladdin stuff? I could do the Aladdin stuff. I'm not going to do the Aladdin. We'll save that. Well, what time is it? We'll see. Maybe we will. We'll see. Yo Noid. Yo Noid, based on Domino's Pizza, when they used to do the Noid. I always liked the Noid. But this is a weird one, because the Noid in the Domino's ads was a villain, like trying to steal the pizzas. The pizza game. He was trying to steal the pizzas, but in the NES game, he's the hero. So it's really, And it wasn't originally, yeah, in Japan, it was something else. It was Kamen no Ninja Hanamaru Play Isle. It's a complete it's completely different. It's the same. This is a reskin of a very Japanese game. The Noid, the mascot for Domino's Pizzas during the 80s, is in trouble. There's another Noid named Mr. Green running through New York City, playing practical jokes and causing trouble, but everyone is blaming the Noid for these shenanigans. Now the Noid must clear his name and save the city by catching this imposter. It's a good game. I don't know why they made it a Domino's game, but they did. Yo, Noid update. Wild creatures led by Mr. Green are assailing New York City. It's a decent platformer. It looks good. Let me zoom this. It's a good-looking Capcom game, as you'd expect. The map screen, you can't control where you go. It just shows you where you're heading. That's fine. There are, with other Noids, the fake Noids, you have to do these pizza eating contests, which are, they're math games. Yeah. They are, math games to fill up your, full score. I don't remember how they work, but I know they were math. It's a really, really, really fun game, though. I like this one. I like this one. I mean, it's not brilliant, but it was good. I don't even remember this. The Warp Zone game? I don't remember that. If you hit a lot of motors, I'll teach you the shortest route. Okay. Thank you, thank you, Jason Voorhees. It's a good reskin. Math in my video game, you know, I wish I had, there is an educational game on NES, Donkey Kong Jr. Math. I wish I owned it. I'd love to play that someday. Math is power, indeed. If I wanted to do math, I would have stayed in school. Darn right. I didn't drop out so I could do more math. I didn't drop out, chat. Chat, I didn't drop out. No offense to anyone who dropped out, but you shouldn't have dropped out. Unless you didn't have a choice. If you didn't have a choice, I mean, then that's that, you know? Okay, that's run down part of New York, I guess. I guess this is the escape from New York. All right, let's check the reviews. Where did Nintendo Power... Oh, they never even reviewed it? So we're going to get them that math stream. Thank you so much. I wish I had Donkey Kong Jr. Math. I would do it. The New York slums, which is kind of the whole thing right now, ain't it? I mean, it's kind of falling apart, isn't it? Even though extra lives that continues can be earned in the game, there are many spots in the game that require absolute perfect playing in order to get through, which will frustrate even the most hardened 8-bit gamer. I remember completing this one. Still better than Detroit. Oh dear. Apologies to anyone here who lives in Detroit. I remember completing this one, and I suck as a gamer, so it must not be that hard. Famous last words. Again, I'm putting this as a B tier. To me, Yo Noid, I think B or C. Let me see, what was in C? Oh yeah, no, it's a B. It's a definite B. There's some C ones that I almost feel like moving up, but I don't want to. I'm not going to. Nope, I'm not going to. Like the Akaris, they almost feel like it, but no. No. All right. Okay. Ah, we mentioned these earlier. Yoshi, and then Yoshi's Cookie. So Yoshi was, Nintendo really needed, Nintendo wanted to capitalize on the success of Yoshi. That was basically it. So they threw a puzzle game together. I could tell you, When I was a little Madamus, and this was called Mario and Yoshi in the EU, and I think even the Japanese version translated to that. When I was a little Madamus, chat, my mother loved this. She loved this game and Dr. Mario. The object of the game is you get these shells, and you stack enemies between the tops and bottoms of shells to breed a Yoshi. And the more things you put in between, the more advanced the Yoshi you'll get. You might just get a little baby Yoshi. You might get a Yoshi with wings. That's pretty much it. Yeah, like there, little baby. Oh, hatch, not breeding, hatching. My mistake. Was made by the legendary Game Freak. Really? Okay, I'm not familiar with Game Freak. Interesting. I didn't know that. I thought it was just a typical, just Nintendo. It's a really good-looking game. I do like, chat, little attention to detail here. The devs of Pokemon. Oh, okay, then I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't click with me. I do know who you're talking about. Okay. Well, I really like this game, and I'm noticing right here, and I didn't remember this, in the two-player simultaneous mode, that Mario and Luigi, it's not just a palette swap. It's not just green and red. So, nice touch there. Yeah. Oh, let me read the review first. I know where I'm putting it. I know exactly where I'm putting it. I'm putting it in B. Or maybe even A. I might be putting it A, even though it's got a low score. I like not just Green Mario this time. No. Nope. Oh, wait, not screenshots. Over, reviews. Balls. Really? Oh, I disagree with them wholeheartedly. Game mode has the player match pairs until they lose, and mode B tasks the player to clear the screen, move on next stage. However, most will not want to bother exploring the options since the puzzle action is too dull. Really? Oh man, I could not disagree more. I could not disagree more on that. I think Yoshi is either a B tier or an A tier. It is either B or A tier. I think it's a really solid game. I'm going to go B. I'm going to go B. It's not quite Tetris. It's not quite Tetris or Dr. Mario, but it's really, really up there. It's really, really good. I like this. I could give this one A. And I'm not big on the puzzle games. I'm not big on the puzzle games, but I could... Let me look. I'm going to leave it B, but I think it's good B. Where did I put Wario Woods? I didn't put it very high. Yeah, I left it down at C. And even that, I felt I was being more generous. Yoshi's Cookie. I didn't like Yoshi's Cookie that much. It was okay. It's sort of like Wario's Woods. Yoshi's Cookie. And Yoshi's Cookie was released to Super Nintendo also, which is, at the time, it was on a lot of things. That's interesting. Okay. Screenshots, and we'll look at both of them, and a Game Boy also. Okay, fine. NES and SNES. So the NES version, Yoshi's Cookie, one player or versus. Mario's got his pills. Yeah. You're matching the cookies. I couldn't get into this one. Matching the patterns and stuff, cookies accumulating, yeah. Okay, that's the Super Nintendo one. Which, to me, the Super Nintendo... Okay, that looks a lot different. That's interesting, the first Candy Crush. Kinda, sorta. Well, it's a bit different, but yeah, similar. This is interesting. The different looks here. Okay, that's interesting that the style changed so much. Whereas, let me back that up. Whereas the NES one has Mario more as a chef, and the Super Nintendo one is more just Mario and Yoshi both working together doing their thing. Yeah. Line up the same types horizontally or vertically to clear the screen and advance to the next round. Yeah. Yeah, it's similar to Candy Crush. I don't remember how many you need to match, Sammy. I think you might need to match a whole row. I could be wrong, but I think you might need to match a whole row. I'd have to play it again. I know I was never into it. I just wasn't that into it. Let's check the review on this one. Missed opportunity to dress Yoshi a cute chef hat and apron. Yeah, both of them. I don't know why on the Super Nintendo they just had them plain. That seems weird. It's almost like they were maybe two different development companies. I wonder. Two different developers. Thank you. I agree with Ultimate Nintendo here. Any pausing to try and work out any sort of strategy is unnecessary and counterproductive due to the freedom the player has moving the tiles and the ease which it can be done. It seems almost like there is a gameplay element missing here, as it's too simple and almost nothing to do with puzzle solving. Yeah, I'll buy that. I wasn't a big fan of it. I'm putting it in the Tetris 2 category. I'm putting Yoshi's Cookie as a D. It's not F by any means. Only puzzle game in F is Loops. Oh, that was just brutal. Okay, Xanac. So Xanac is, there's a sequel to this called Gunac. Gunac is really rare and really cool. Xanac is really okay. It's a good shooter. It's a good enough shooter. Let me zoom it. Sorry for bumping the mic again. Let me move it forward just a pinch. Xanac, Pony. It was released through FCI though. But it's basically, I mean, it is what it looks like. It's just an old school shooter. It's just an old school shooter. It's fine. It's okay. It's one of those I want to love more than I actually do. There are better shooters on the NES. Like I said, the sequel Gunac would be one of those. Let's look at the reviews on this one. Yeah, 70. Okay, I was about to say, I thought it was 30 again. You know, good idea, Twin Opinion. Hydration break if you got a drink. Does my throat sound it that much? Hydration break if you got a drink. Take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. I'm out of the cola. We'll do some more of this lemon Italian ice Waterloo. Because the throat feels it. Now, I've only done 2 streams this week. Just tonight and yesterday. I don't know what's going on. I need to rest my throat more. I just don't want to. That's the worst part. You know, you want to keep doing what you're doing because you enjoy. I enjoy streaming. I want to do more, but it's like now my body's saying, no, we're not going to let you do that. I don't know. I'll work it out. I'll work it out. What did they say? Okay. The shortcomings. Thank you, Siren. Yeah. I'll hydrate. I do need to hydrate more, period. And I do need to start doing tea. We talked about that at the top of the stream. And I know Jennifer recommended the Manuka tea. I mean, not Manuka tea, the honey. I need to start doing honey. I need to do more tea. I need to do more honey. And Jennifer, I know, recommend the Manuka honey, which I'll look into. Got it written down. Oh, and there's the gator meat. I still need to look in the game. Tea party stream. You know, that would make for a good yap. You know, honestly, Siren, Not a bad idea. I'm thinking about this with the hand cam. If I had a little portable burner and just a little boilerplate, teapot, tea party stream, like genuinely, as a yap stream type thing, something like that could really work. And I don't know if anyone's ever done that. They probably have, but it's not something I hear about. I'm writing this down. I don't know when or if, but I'm writing it down. Tea party. There we go. I've once known a corpro VTuber streamer who did a silent gaming stream to rest her voice. Yeah, maybe someday I will. I just don't know if those are sometimes a turnoff. I know a few who have done that. Maybe I'll do that sometime. Use the microwave to warm the tea and draw in the fury of the internet. Oh, God. Set up a camera next to the microwave. Oh, that'd be amazing. Or gotcha. I've seen a lot of VTubers doing silent streams. Yeah. You know. Huh. I wonder, I could always set it up with the Stephen Hawking voice and just type everything in through the TTS. I've seen some streamers do that. In fact, I saw, someone who graduated. I can picture her so clearly. And yeah, I can't think of the name. Most use TTS. Yeah, maybe I'll set up a TTS, a proper TTS, unlike my current one. Get some tea, some cookies, and we'll have ourselves a British stream. British in it. Get some of the I don't know what sort of are they, the little mackerel in a can? I can't remember. I know there's some sort of a little fish thing. Man, oh darn it. I can't figure it. I can't think of it. Oh, I can picture it, but I can't think of it. Cut back on seltzers, maybe. But just depends how much you have during the week. That, I wonder, Jennifer. I do wonder, because I know that one of my Oshis swears by, she drinks seltzers all the time while she streams, and I know, and she's big into voice and singing, and that is Umi Kyoku or Ava Hawthorne. I know she does. I know seltzers are her weapon of choice, but I do wonder. I wonder, the carbonate, it could be. It could be. You know what? I'm going to try that. I'm going to make a note tomorrow night. No seltzer. I'm just going to do water tomorrow night, because I got water here too. I'm just going to do water tomorrow night and no seltzer, and we'll see if that improves things. Because when I first started, I was just doing water. When I first started, I was just doing water. I had 2 bottled waters with me. And I've since changed that to 2 seltzers and a backup bottle of water. And right now I've only opened the 1 seltzer, so I can always, for the rest of the night, at least do the water. But good idea. I'll make tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll just go sans seltzer and see how that goes. But yeah, I wouldn't think that Umi Kyoku would be that wrong on that, given how much voice stuff she does and has trained for. Sure. I'm not sure. Maybe Alka Seltzer will help you feel better. Different seltzer, but thank you, Dalen. The shortcomings lie in the interesting design of the enemies and the difficulty, which is high. It is high. If the player's ship is fully powered, utilizing preferred secondary weapon, stand a chance, but once a life is lost, it's a tough uphill climb to survive long enough to repower the ship. Oh, excuse me. The ship again to continue for long before all remaining lives are lost. Yeah, it's a Xanac is tough as nails. Is it a D or is it a... What else in... I like it. No, it's not a D. I do like it. I'm putting it... I'm going to put Xanac in a C. Oh, wow. We're down to Zoda's Revenge, Star Tropics 2, and Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. Okay, so first of all, I disagree with people who say Zelda 2 sucks. Zelda 2 does not suck. Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link is a good game. Zelda 2's weakness comes from being so different. It comes from being so different from the first Zelda. It's sort of like the Super Mario 2 syndrome, but even more so. Fans wanted more of what they were already enjoying, and instead they were given something quite different. Hot take, I prefer Zelda 2 over OG Zelda 1. I do think they're, in terms of story and in terms of being less cryptic and not needing quite as much of a being able to figure having actual hints in game telling you where to go, I do think it's better. Visually, I think it's better. Music-wise, I think it's better. How goes the listing of tiers? Welcome in, Waros. Welcome in. We are on the last two, unless I do the NES Aladdin stuff. Welcome in. Welcome in. We are looking at the last two Zs. The first being Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. I think I like it better, too. The problem is it's just not like Zelda. Because it's got an experience. I wouldn't mind a remake of this. No, neither would I. You know, and Nintendo's done... I know there are remakes of Metroid 2, the Game Boy one. I wouldn't mind seeing a Zelda 2 remake. Honestly, Siren, now that I think... I wouldn't mind seeing a remake of the original Zelda. There is a truncated remake of the original Zelda for Super Nintendo, but it was on the Satellaview, which was the Japanese satellite gaming system, so it's called BS Zelda, which is unfortunate. But, yeah, Zelda 2 just doesn't get enough love because it's so different. But really, outside of the RPG stuff, the addition of experience points, is it really that much of a giant change compared to, say, the 3D Zeldas? Wasn't, can't you say Ocarina of Time was just as, almost, if not just as much drastic a change from OG Zelda? I mean, you went from 2D top-down to a 3D open world. Breath of the Wild brought back the experience point system. Did it? I didn't know that. Well, there you go. Yeah, Zelda 2, and Zelda 2, as Siren knows, the dungeon themes, the palace theme is just amazing. Oh my gosh, I've got this on the super brightness setting. No wonder this is hard to see. I just realized I've still got it set up for last night. Hold on. Where are my filters? I always forget that with the GameCube. There we go. That looks a lot different. Sorry about that, chat. I've been burning your eye holes out. Please let me help you. Come inside. Oh wait, no, it's not the old woman. It's the cutie pie in the dress. Please let me help you. Come inside. Ayo. Weapons and gear in Breath of the Wild have numbered value attached to them. Really? I'm already blind. I'm sorry, Luciano. Zelda's resting location. They don't really explain the whole she fell asleep thing very well, but dun 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 bum 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 dun. I really do love that. I really do. That the first time I heard that, it was just like, wow, this is such a banger theme. You talk about a theme that should have been integrated into future Zeldas. I would have loved to have heard a reprise of that in like some of the Game Boy Zelda games for the dungeons. I still have not played Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. Neither have I, but the Shy Siren did. She has streamed it. So if you want to check out some of her VODs. Yay, we got a heart. There's an awesome remix for Smash Bros. Yeah, I think you mentioned that, and I think Daylin mentioned that before. I need to look that up and just listen to it. I'll have to do that sometime. I would do it on stream, but y'all know I'd get copyright bonked. Boss first, he's easy, just hit him in the head. I know also that the Japanese version of this is not as good. The version of this game that's on the Famicom Disk System, I get, from what I understand, some of the music is not as good, and a lot of the boss characters aren't as good. It like recycles bosses, where in the US we like we took some of the bosses that they just recycled them and we redrew them so at least they looked different. Smash Brothers series did some cool arrangements of Zelda to Two Palace. I'll have to listen to that. I will have to listen to that. I'll have to see if they're in the GameCube one, because I've got the GameCube Smash Brothers and I've hardly ever played it. Yeah, I like this game. I like this game. Overview. All right, let's read the reviews. I know where it's going. I don't care what they say. It's a good game. It's a great game. I think the original Zelda is a little more blinded by nostalgia goggles. I think Zelda on NES is blinded with nostalgia goggles, and probably myself included. Playing it recently on stream, like a year ago, one of my earlier streams, I think it was a year ago, maybe it's like 6 months ago, it was really bland. My voice cracked there, sorry. It was really bland. Smash games count as a game in the series. It's a Pokemon game, a Zelda game, etc. So indeed, Zelda 2 music was used in a future Zelda game. Okay, fair. You know what I mean. Where is it? Where's Ultimate? Where did Ultimate put it? Don't tell me they went that low. No, I'm just missing it. Ah, there. They gave it a 90%. There you go. Regardless of some of these questionable design choices, this is still a wonderfully fun and deep game and is absolutely worth a player's time. A great choice for a rainy afternoon or to conquer the winter doldrums. Well, you're going to need more than one rainy afternoon. Yeah, newsflash. This one's going to take you a minute. This one's going to take you more than one rainy afternoon. This one's going to take a bit. I know where it's going. I am putting this in A tier. To me, this is an A tier game. It's hard as balls. Spells eat up large amounts of MP. It requires practice. Indeed. To me, Zelda 2 got a Simon's Quest treatment. Yeah. The one thing I'll say, Zelda 2, though, I do think is better than Simon's Quest. Simon's Quest, to me, the problems with it are, the sort of the timer where you're expected to beat it quickly to get the better ending. And I do think Zelda 2, the hints you get from the NPCs are better. Simon's Quest really is a little worse on telling you where to go. And it's also having a game save battery backup versus password, always a plus. But yeah, no, I agree. It sort of looked the same way. I think Simon's Quest gets too much hate. Simon's Quest is a good game. No doubt about it. I'm putting it in A tier, which is where I put Zelda. But the truth is, I think it is better than the first Zelda. I do like it better. No, I can't say, because I was going to say if I had to choose which one I'm going to play, I'd play Zelda 2. That's not true. I'd probably, want to play both, because I do enjoy both. That's the official stance by every company involved. So there is Zelda music in a Metal Gear game because series get. Gotcha. No, I get it. Where did I put Yeah, Simon's Quest I put A also. As I did the first Castlevania. Which that might have been a stretch. Some of the ones I don't know why I did. I don't know why I did in C. I don't know why I put the Akaris there, but no, I do know why. Where did I put Guerrilla War? I don't remember. Where did I put Guerrilla War? Did I put it in C? Or did I put it in B? I did put it in B. It's a good game, just too easy. And I hate the source material. Okay, last one. The one we've... Oh, chat. Chat. If it'll load. They made a second one. There is a... It won't open. Oh, good. Moby Games is acting up right as we get to the end of the tier list. There's a second. Star Tropics 2. End on a high note. Well, maybe I'll do the Aladdin stuff after all. No, I'm not, because there's one Aladdin game I still haven't played. So no, we're not going to do the Aladdin stuff. And I need to play that on stream. Zoda's Revenge. Star Tropics 2. Oh, chat. I've only played bits of this. I haven't played all the way through it. I mean, obviously, I just played through the original Star Tropics, and I had to break that up a lot. So the thing about Zoda's Revenge, Star Tropics 2, good looking. This is a late release on the NES. Not as bad. No. So the thing about it, gameplay wise, it's better. Gameplay wise, it is a better game. Story wise, it is worse. It's less interesting. It's more of a, it's focusing more on the alien aspect. Some of it feels a little more silly. I don't know how to put it. Just the story doesn't connect as well. But the game itself is better. Good looking cutscenes there. Better than the first one. I'm busy. Very, very busy. I don't have time for you. You only saved my life. You slip it to another time and space. Yeah, it's like a time jumping thing. That's right. I forgot all that. So you're jumping around time in this one instead of island hopping. The good thing is the controls on this one work better. I don't think it looks as good, the in-game. Some of this, like the coloring of the character sprite, I don't think looks as good. No Tropic. Yeah, so the title, Star Tropics, they just have to keep it there so that you know it's connected. But, I mean, that's why it's put so small. It's Zoda's Revenge, and then Star Tropics 2. In fact, if I was right... let me go back to the gallery real quick. If it'll let me... no, they did put Star Tropics 2 there. I can barely see. I was going to say they didn't even put it on the title screen, but they did. Come on, back to the gallery. Gameplay-wise, though, it does play better. Your character doesn't freeze every time you change direction, and you can now jump diagonally. So there are quality of life improvements as far as the gameplay itself. It is a much smoother playing game. But it's also for me, it's just more of a meh story. I'm not a big fan of the story in this one. Which means, so for me personally, it's kind of a wash. It's kind of a wash. Oh no, snowmen. Oh, there's zombies. I thought they were snowmen. Okay. What's the last? Oh. A puzzle? Yeah, they'd add some puzzle stuff. Yeah. I barely remember that. Let me read the reviews. I know where I'm putting it, but let me read the reviews. Because I don't know if I completely... don't know if I'm going to agree with them. But yeah, this is a later release. Ultimate NES gave it 70%. Despite the difficulty, there's fun to be had. The story starts with little explanation. Yeah, that's a problem. So players discover things with Mike along the journey. You visit varied locations with individual music like the Old West Cactus Dance and meet historical celebrities. Need Cleopatra's help. That's to deliver her a pizza. From where? Caesar's Hut. Oh, that's awful. Oh, that's awful. No, bad. If you missed this game, you may want to make up for lost time. Oh, that's bad. No. Oh, well, they just look like snow to me. I guess they're just zombies. Voodoo zombies as opposed to the flesh-eating ones. That sounds aggressively 90s. Yeah. Star Tropics, I gave a C. Zoda's Revenge, I'm giving a C. To me, they are both C grade, and I am being generous. I am being generous there. Let me glance at this and see if there's anything I want to move around. There's nothing I want to move up into the S tier there. I'm content with all this. There's nothing here that I want to move to A tier. I don't think. There's stuff I like here, but nothing that I like well enough. Super Mario Brothers, yeah. I just gotta be on it. I love Super Mario Brothers, but yeah. C tier, is there anything here I would move before I read everything off? I don't think so. No. D tier, is there anything I would move up or down? Yeah, down more likely. Is there anything? I'm moving one. I'm moving Quattro Sports. I don't think Quattro Sports is that great. It's got a value for money, but I don't think it's that great. Quattro Sports goes down. And then we'll read through everything. Anything else along here? No, I feel good with those. In the C's. Some of those I'm a bit generous with. Including Treasure Master. I'm generous with Treasure Master. I'm really generous with Treasure Master. I don't know why. Something about the toot of it. And looking at this, anything that should be moved up to D. Conan, no. Defenders of Dynatron City. I probably should, but I won't. Rambo, I could, but I won't. No, I won't. No, I feel pretty, F tier, I feel pretty good. All right, chat. Let me just see if there's anything else to add that we can rate. Oh, I can rate my Famicom games real quick and that are in NES. I don't want to do the Aladdin games because there's one I haven't played, and there are a few modern reissues I can add in. Okay. The Famicom games, chat. The only Famicom games in the back library. These are the Japanese NES games. The first one is Family Jockey. Family Jockey, for those of you who were here for it, Family Jockey was ordered for... I bought this thing online for a bit. Family Jockey was from Namco. I bought it just so that I could make an Uma Musume joke. I bought this thing on NES... and played it. You remember that stream. I did it just for the meme. And it wasn't even that good. Man, the stream didn't even perform that well. But it was worth every minute. And we played it through the Retron 5 with the language patch. For those of you who haven't seen Family Jockey, it is a very, very, very rudimentary looking 8-bit horse race game. With jockeys that barely resemble jockeys. And I'm gonna... I would never want to sit down and play it again. Like, never. I'm putting it F tier. I'm sorry. to those of you in Japan who aren't watching my stream, but to those of you in Japan who really love Family Jockey, I'm sorry for saying you have an ugly baby. But you have an ugly baby. Okay, next. I have never played I want to play this one on stream. This one was released in the arcades in the US, and that's one of the reasons that I hunted it down on Famicom. The Goonies was never given a proper NES cartridge release in the US. It was only released to Famicom in Japan. It is 100% in English, and it is the same as the arcade game versus the Goonies. I really, really, really enjoy this game. I mean, not really like, ooh, amazing, enjoy it, but I enjoy this game. And I remember playing it in arcade, not in an arcade per se, but I remember a lot. I wonder why it wasn't released overseas. The answer I could give you for that, Sammy, is it has to do with Nintendo, because they released Goonies 2 in the US. And it was Konami also. Nintendo used to have this rule. They would only let third-party distributors release like 5 games per year or something like that. There was a limit, and they did that because they didn't want to saturate the market and have another situation like with the Atari 2600 where there were, 90%, just 1,000 different Space Invaders clones, and no one was buying anything anymore. So Konami had to pick and choose what stuff they already had in Japan to release over here. And they decided, well, I'm getting lost for words, but when they had to make a choice, they just decided, well, we'll release Goonies 2 in the US, and we'll just leave the other one in Japan. Which is unfortunate, because Konami released a few clunkers. Now, Konami found a way around it. They created a second company called Ultra Games. So you got like half of your NES Konami games are released by Konami themselves. The other half are released through Ultra Games, including Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 1 and 2 were Ultra Games label. Metal Gear and the second one, Snake's Revenge, Ultra Games. But by that point, Goonies 2 was already out in the US, and they didn't want to move backward. It's unfortunate. I really wish they would have released the Goonies and saved Goonies 2 for their Ultra Games label or something. Because, yeah, I wish it would have been released. I like it. I like it better than Goonies 2. It's not an amazing game, but there's something about this one. Oh, well, why did I do that? You run around, you gotta blow up these skeleton doors. It doesn't follow the movie. Fratellis are chasing you, but they're all in business suits. You blow up these doors, and you're rescuing your fellow Goonies who are trapped, and getting a lot of keys also. Sounds like Konami was releasing a ton of titles during the NES. Yeah, especially in Japan. Because obviously this was Japan only. But yeah, Konami was releasing a lot. And eventually Nintendo did change their rules because Capcom was no slouch either. There are a ton of Capcom games in the US. But Konami cheated. And then you got Atari. That's the whole reason you got Tengen as an unlicensed distributor. I said this on a previous stream, but I'll say it again. Atari, because of their past relationship with Nintendo, wanted a special deal where they could release a bunch of games they had ready to go. Nintendo said no, so Konami released 3 of them legitimately, copied the lockout chip, and then started releasing everything unlicensed. So everyone else defeating the lockout chip, Tengen/Atari just bootlegging it. And I can't blame them, because, I mean, they were Atari and they did have big stuff ready to go. I almost feel like Nintendo should have been judging a lot of these releases on a case-by-case basis. Now, I do have to wag my finger at Konami too, because they made some poor choices. They could have released Goonies, for example, like we've talked about in the US, and instead they released Track and Field and Track and Field 2, which sold fine. But let's be honest, Goonies would have been the smarter choice over Track and Field. I don't understand things like that. I don't understand a choice like that. I know there's a bit of a sports games on console market, but not as much as there would have been for something like the Goonies or some of their other games. Like one game they didn't release, they have two games that were Japan exclusive. I'm going to truncate the names to Konami Man and Konami Man 2. And these were games where you played as a Konami-created superhero called Konami Man, traveling through all of these different Konami games. Yeah, YY World Games, was that it? Yeah. To me, that would have done so well in the US. I think that would have been really cool. Traveling through, rescuing characters like Simon Belmont, giving you the ability to play as them. It's so meta. But didn't happen. And sadly, it is completely in Japanese. So, you know, without a language patch, you know, you can't really play it on NES in English. You could do it on emulation or something like the Retron 5, but yeah. So Goonies, and you could kick things, you have bombs again. Lower levels get more difficult. I want to say, and the ghost of One-Eyed Willie appears at times. Also, there are these giant mice, which the mice will turn into foxes. I don't understand this. That's where it becomes, oh, more Japanese. I don't understand. I don't understand. It's a very Japanese decision. The mice turn into foxes. Finally getting to the cave, skeletons. I didn't remember that they tossed bones. What time is it? Oh, yeah, we're almost done. We are almost done. Player dies. No! Oh, yeah, there was the ghost of One-Eyed Willie up there. There are items you could get too, like the shoes, the jumping shoes you need to jump certain areas. So there are a few items to get in-game. Eventually get on the pirate ship. Movie playback. Oh, okay, so someone did that when someone used emulation for sure when they did that. They recorded their gameplay, they paused it, they left that on the screen. That's kind of ugly, but oh well. I like the Goonies. This one's got a lot of nostalgia for me. Where did I put Goonies 2? I know it's not in D. I think I put it in C. Let me see. Did I? Wait. Yeah, I put it in C. Goonies is going to be a B, chat. Goonies is a B. And the last of the Famicom games, Space Harrier. The Famicom version of Space Harrier. I love Space Harrier. I suck at Space Harrier. But, again, I love it. The version of Space Harrier on Famicom is not the best. I'm going to compare it to the arcade, to the Master System, if it's on here. Sega Master System, just to show y'all. Okay, here is Space Harrier in arcades. It's a third-person sort of rail shooter thing. You can fly around the screen, you gotta dodge stuff and shoot lots of things. Welcome to the Fantasy Zone. Get Ready has some really nifty voice clips like that. Loved it in arcade. Kind of Wild Sega released a game. They did that in Japan, and they did it here, and Tengen did it here in the US. There are 4 Sega games on the NES from Tengen, because Tengen Atari licensed them. Where are they? We went through them. We'll go through them again later, too. Alien Syndrome. That's a Sega game. Looking for my... I know they're all on here. Okay, that's the only one that got into A tier. Fantasy Zone. If I can speak. Fantasy Zone. That's Sega. Shinobi is Sega. Yep, Shinobi. And it's very similar to the Master System port. Little better music, but worse visuals. And the other one is... Oh, God, I gotta think about this. Okay, the Sega games. There's Shinobi, Alien Syndrome, Fantasy Zone. Oh! Is it C? Afterburner. Afterburner, the airplane, third-person, plane simulator, arcadey, shoot-'em-up thingy. That is also one. And now, that said, of those ports, Afterburner, great game, bad port. Tengen did not do a good job with that. Now, it was released in Japan, too, on the Famicom, but it was Sunsoft, and it was better. Same thing with Fantasy Zone. But we did get a good Alien Syndrome, and our Shinobi's not bad. Ah, my eye is burning. I gotta use eye drops later. Okay. But yeah, Sega was always willing to release games on other consoles until they started getting into, like, their Sonic the Hedgehog area. Now, Sonic the Hedgehog, they did start, like, they started putting some of them out on PC. Like the Sonic and Knuckles collection and Sonic CD back in the late 90s. And Gamecom, if you want to count that. But Sega was sort of always more apt to release their stuff and not make them exclusive versus Nintendo, you know, making everything on this planet exclusive. So yeah, that's the arcade version of Space Harrier. Master System version of Space Harrier looks really funky. They could not do transparencies. So all your enemies have these like blocks around them and they don't look that great. It just doesn't look that cool. The character design looks cool, but that sort of spoils it. And then you got the NES version, which has a really tiny, everything's like smaller. Enemy tiles, yeah. They used like I don't know how they did it. NES handled it better, but NES also has smaller sprites. So the NES version, everything's tiny and some glitchiness there, some disappearing pixels, but the NES version does look better in other ways. I love Space Harrier. I can't say I love the Famicom version, but I can't say I hate it. It's going to be a B. Yeah, it's going to be a B, just because I love Space Harrier too much. Okay, last thing we're going to just real quickly do some... Let me see which ones I've played and which ones I haven't. A few of my reissues I've got from other companies that we have streamed and we have played. Dream World Pogi, Dead Tomb, Rodland, Metal Storm, Scat. I haven't played the Hammer and Harry's or Gimmick, and I have done Snow Brothers. Okay. All right, I'm going to start Snow Brothers, Nick and Tom. This was reissued by Limited Run Games. Yeah, we got enough time. We can finish this real quick. This was reissued by Limited Run Games. Originally in the US, it was released on the NES by Capcom. Gimmick is a cult classic favorite. I'm looking forward to playing it. I haven't even unboxed it. We're going to do an unboxing with that pretty soon because I haven't even opened it. Snow Brothers was originally released through Capcom, even though they did not develop it. They just published it. I used to own the Capcom version, and I resold it on eBay when it was going for about $400. And I'm glad I did, because limited run games reissued it. Different cover art, but exactly the same copy. It just didn't have the Capcom logo anymore. Okay, it was by Toaplan, apparently. Because the Japanese release is Toaplan. Yeah, but the one you get from Limited Run removes Capcom, adds Limited Run. Exact same game. Come on. A lot of cutscenes. Story sequence introducing King Scorch. Yeah, Gimmick I've heard is really difficult. I'm looking forward to playing it. And, you know, screaming a lot. This game basically plays a lot like Bubble Bobble. It's a good game. Where it's really difficult is when, and I struggled with this on stream. It's really difficult, especially when you get to bosses, because it doesn't show you hit points or anything for bosses. I think the original arcade version, they'd change color more, so you knew they were getting weak because their color would change. NES version did not do that. So I couldn't tell if I was making a dent. It's good. I get why people like it. My feelings are more mixed. The reviews, let me see. Ultimate Nintendo Guide just gives 60. It's a technically sound game with good graphics, controls, and animation, but the fun diminishes from a little bit of monotony. Yeah, fair. Given that the only real challenge from level to level is the arrangement of the platforms, while the gameplay and challenge itself doesn't really evolve too much. Still, if you're searching for arcade-style action, give it a whirl, for no other reason than the strange somersault jumps Nick and Tom make. I don't even remember that. But as for this, and I never bought the collector's edition, it was way expensive. I just did the basic. For me, Snow Brothers is a C. Snow Brothers is a C. Is that where I put Bubble Bobble? No, I put Bubble Bobble higher. It's like Bubble Bobble, but a little less fun. Scat. I never owned the original cartridge of this. All right, fine. S-C-A-T. Come on. Okay, there it is. Terrible name. Scat. It means Special Cybernetic Attack Team, but calling it Scat was a problem. It was originally Natsumi. 2 players simultaneous. It's a good game. Like I said, I've got the limited run. Mine's the big gift set edition from Limited Run because I got it a good price off eBay. I missed it when they were selling it. Scat is a fun... Evening, Madamus. No worries, I completely forgot to check in. Been here for last hour while doing Wobble Dog's nice, plus indie games, Steam sale. Since Mouse PI and a bunch of other furry games came out. Mouse PI looks amazing. I've been watching some streams, with a few people who I've rated and have rated me doing that. That looks fun. Good game, bad title. Which one? Wobble Dogs or... Oh, Scat. Was this before? No, it was well after. So it was just bad naming. And I don't know why they did that, because it had other names. In Japan, it was Final Mission. Fine, leave it that. In the US, we decided, call it Scat. And the UK title's just stupid. Action in New York, that's just dumb. I'm sorry. No love for that one. Some good cutscene. The Earth is under attack. Was it a Scatman thing? No. Was the Scatman a thing yet? I don't know. I don't think so, because this was like 91. Maybe. But this is a good, like, shooter game. And you could change, as I remember, you can aim different directions, I believe. No, I don't think you can. But you do have these little support units, which I believe you could change their aim. and placement. It's tough as nails. It's fun. I've actually decided to hold off on buying Mouse PI since Dead as Disco is my current obsession. Let's go. That's fine. Has an amazing soundtrack, cool skins, and so many mods. Does it? I'll have to check it out sometime. Yeah, and Mouse PI will go down eventually. I mean, it's going to probably be less by the next sale, I would guess. But it is a good-looking game. I love I love the old Disney the gritty classic cartoon aesthetic. There's even some Michael Jackson in there too. Really? And Dead as Disco? Nice. Let's go. Let me read the review. It's a good game. Oh!
Of course you do. That's because I'm famous.
Maritha Tahiri just subscribed. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the Back Library. If you came from one of the shorts or one of the videos, thank you, thank you. You're not hearing me, that means. But if you are here right now, secretly lurking, thank you so much. Appreciate the sub. What was I say? Reviews. I love that Caravan Palace is in both a mouse and Is it? Are they related like that? I didn't know that. Mr. T don't pity no fool. No, we don't. You know me? Of course you do. That's because I'm famous. I love that line. That line is so... That is one of those gold lines that you can never replicate. Okay, Ultimate Nintendo gives it a 60. That's interesting. I figured they'd be higher. Nice meme. Yeah, it comes from, there's a Mr. T's Be Somebody or Be Somebody's Fool. It's a children's video. I've been playing some Vampire Survivor, nice, on my phone, while your stream has been picture-in-picture. One of the items from the Castlevania DLC is wall chicken. Woo! Wall chicken, let's go. We love the wall chicken. That sounds tasty. I mean, chicken does, not wall chicken. Ultimate Nintendo. With all the great level design, it's a shame that most enemies are fairly uninspired. Uninspired turrets and floating robots lacking uniqueness. Fair enough. It's a solid shooter with a great aesthetic that could have used a bit more attention on the control scheme. Okay, that's fair. Oh yeah, Vampire Survivors Castlevania DLC is amazing. Recovers 60 HP. I need to play Vampire Survivors someday. Okay, so Scat, I'm giving a B. We're going to give Scat a B. I still wonder, should I have given those higher? No. I still debate some stuff. I need to play a Line of Spacehead soon on stream, too. I've never played all the way through it on NES. I've played all the way through it on Genesis. And I'm being generous to that game. I'm telling you right now, Line of Spacehead, I'm generous to. I both Vampire Survivors and Dead Cells with Castlevania DLC, and it's fun. I've heard Dead Cells really, yeah. Dead Cells I heard a lot of good things about. Rodland. Oh, out of memory? Okay, sure. Thanks for eating up my RAM. Oh, I've heard lately that... Oh, no, I'm in opera. I was going to say I'd heard recently that... Hello, I'm back. Are we done? So yes, almost. We're just checking out a few of the limited run reissues. There's like 4 left. Welcome back, Briar. Hope you are doing well. Hope you had a good little breaky break. That sounded weird. Take that out and edit. Rodland was never released in the state. Don't worry, Matt. I'm sure RAM will come down someday. I should be good. I've got 32 gigabytes on both my PCs, but there's been like a RAM leak or a RAM hogging in Chrome lately, from what I read. I also have Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and it's not fun, but does have the What Is Man. Is that a DLC for it of Symphony of the Night? Interesting. That sounded weird. It sounded normal till you said so. Oh dear. Okay, Rodland was not do two 32 gigabyte RAM PCs make one 64 gigabyte RAM PC? Sadly, no. I wish I could. It'd be nice if I could. Theoretically, it'd be nice if I could do that, but they're all on 8 gigabyte sticks, and I've only got 4 slots in each motherboard, so there's no way I could even say, oh, I desperately need 64 gigs in one PC. It's pretty much 32 and 32 until the AI overlords, fall into a pit of perdition. No, it's the meme scene from the game. Oh, okay. 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 This was originally arcades. We have played a bit. We did play this on stream. I didn't get that far. The Pixie Protags and Rodland returned in the difficult puzzle game Soul Dam. I've never played Soul Dam. I don't know Soul Dam at all. I know you're trying to. You're Rit and Tam. Your mom. Let me zoom this in a bit. Rit and Tam, your mom has been kidnapped by a monster. Oh no, so the Castlevania DLC is fun as heck. But the actual mobile game, that's what you meant. Okay, the mobile Castlevania game. I didn't know that was what you meant. I didn't know there was a mobile version. Okay. This game plays a lot like Bubble Bobble. It is a single screen platformer. Take out the enemies. Eventually you get to bosses, I believe. That's all it shows. Huh. Yeah, it's Symphony of the Night. Really? Okay, I hope they put that on PC at some point to make sure I don't get liquidated by the AI overlords. I've been really, really nice to ChatGPT. I like Rodland. I do like Rodland a lot. I think this is a banger game on NES, and I'm glad it was released through Retrobit. This is a B. Rodland is a B. Another B. We're getting a lot of Bs. And then I will quickly, once I finish this, I'll quickly just read through everything. How many we got left? 3 left. Okay, Metal Storm. Metal Storm, chat, is... Okay, there are 2 versions of Metal Storm. The official release version in the US and the Retrobit version. I used to own the official release in the US, and I wish I still did. I resold it when I bought the Retrobit edition. The Retrobit version of Metal Storm is the Japanese version translated to English. The US version of Metal Storm was missing all of the cutscenes. It had a different color palette that looked different from the cover art. Your ship was now a gray or an orange color or gray or something instead of being white. And it was easier. It removed some of the hazards. The Retrobit version restores the cutscenes, changes the color palette, and is more difficult, which is the really unfortunate part. I sold mine when I was able to get over 100 for it just because I had the Retrobit. I do regret that. That's one of the few I wish I would have held on to both. So these screenshots are going to be from the US version. They're not the Japanese version. Yeah, your vehicle looks orange here. In the Japanese version, GOG has Symphony of the Night. Do they now? Really, Daylin? Okay, this must be new. I didn't know that. Thank you. That reminds me, I do need to check. GOG's got a bunch of... GOG has a bunch of freebies right now that have been games released freeware on there now, like Electroman. Oh, it's in the Dream List. Okay, never mind. They've released Electroman, Heartlight, a few others. Electroman is a repurposed version of a game called Electro Body. I wish they had Electro Body because I kind of like the older one. I played it, but it was a shareware version. I can't ever find the full version. It was a Polish game, so wasn't even in English. Yeah, so the let me zoom this. I'm zonking out. Yeah, so the Japanese version, you would have been white. And as a consequence, all of these areas would have been white also instead of orange. That made the color palette was a bit, while more accurate, it was harder on the eyes. But this is a cool game. It's a platformer, but it's also a reverse gravity platformer. You have the ability to reverse your gravity where you're walking on the ceiling or walking on the ground. Very fast-paced, pretty cool music, especially Stage 1. Stage 1 is a banger. After Stage 1, it kind of I don't know, it fell apart for me, but I like it a lot. Okay, Ultimate Nintendo 90%. This is one excellent action game that requires some quick thinking, planning, and reflexes. A must-play for action game fans and mecha enthusiasts alike. My review is not quite that glowing. And maybe it's because the Japanese version is more difficult. Since we're talking about the Retro Bit reissue, I'm putting it in B, not in A. But that's pretty solid. Dream World Pogi. For those of you who missed it, I streamed this on my birthday. It's a game that wasn't released until recently as part of a Kickstarter. I ordered a copy of loose cartridge, official Kickstarter loose cartridge over eBay. Even though I got some good content out of it, I'm not going to lie, I regret ordering it. Dream World Pogi it's still a half-broken game. Some level, the difficulty curve doesn't match. Oh, right, Pogi was kind of charged. Yeah, it had potential. The potential was there, but it's incomplete. Some of the more difficult levels were, it was like the levels were out of sequence in terms of difficulty. And it just felt like it was missing so much. And everything looked the same. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this one. And I'm going to have to rate it accordingly. The truth is, I give it an F tier. Not even a D tier. I really did not like it. The more I looked back on it, I didn't like it. And it's one of those things I regret, and it's one of those things I might actually sell from the back library. Last one, Dead Tomb. This was another limited run release. It is a point-and-click adventure on NES. I don't have any screenshots, so I'll have to, other than the box. Buyer's remorse, definitely. Yeah, a lot of buyer's remorse. And I didn't realize that there were more. I thought it was a one-off, but it turns out Codemasters, the Oliver twins, there are several games that didn't get released that they released as Kickstarters. And there's at least one more, and the one more is the one I probably would like because I know they went back and fully completed it. It's one of the Dizzy games, that little egg dude. It's really expensive to get a copy off of that one off of eBay. So yeah, I picked up Pogi thinking it was a sort of a lone thing. I didn't know there were more. Fascinating stuff. Oh wow, is that the time? Indeed, no wonders. Lights off, alarm going off. Hey, no worries. See you later, Alex. Have a good rest. Good luck at work, etc. and so forth. I need to get to sleep. No worries. Leave the rest of the stream running on PC. No worries. We are getting ready to wrap it up anyway. Dead Tomb, point-and-click adventure without game save or well, I think it did have password. It didn't matter. This game was really insanely simple. It's a good game, but it was insanely simple. It was a love letter to Temporal Inc., it says. Apparently, there was a game on some Canadian satellite system, like the Satellaview in Japan. It is lost in time, quite literally. It's gone forever. So this game was based on or inspired by it type of thing. I don't know if it's a copy, but it's just sort of based around it. It's a good game that's just too darn easy. It is just too simple. And for that, I'm putting it in C, because C for simple. All right, chat, that's it. We are done with the tier list. Let's go through them real quick and attempt at a recreation. Yeah, and I have no idea how accurate it is. I don't know if anyone does. Yay, it's done. Thank you, Siren. Thank you, Briar. Hydration break, and then I'm going to just go through the simple games are the best. Bump. That's the end of that seltzer, which was completely flat. Next, I'll switch over to water. In fact, I'm going to go ahead. Let me crack this open for my throat's sake. S tier. We did not add anything to S tier. Anything new tonight? Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse. Dr. Mario. Dragon Warrior 3, aka Dragon Quest 3. Dragon Warrior 4, aka Dragon Quest 4. DuckTales. Kirby's Adventure. Mega Man 2. Mega Man 3. Super Mario Bros. 3. And the Nintendo version of Tetris. Excuse me, I do need to cough. Yowzers. A tier. The Adventures of Lolo, Adventures of Lolo 2, Adventures of Lolo 3. Honestly, these games are almost identical. They're all good. They're all fun puzzles. They probably should be in B tier. I'm being generous to Lolo. I'm being really generous to Lolo. Batman, the video game, which is based on the movie, but apparently was based on the comic book, and they went back and changed it to make it based on the movie. Incredible music. Bionic Commando, Blaster Master, Bucky O'Hare, brutally difficult, but fantastic. Castlevania, Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest, Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, Crystallis, good RPG, action RPG that I need to play through completely someday. Darkwing Duck, Dragon Spirit, the New Legend, which is almost like a somewhere in between a port of the arcade game Dragon Spirit and a sequel. It's like you can't decide what it wants to be. Dragon Warrior, aka Dragon Quest. Dragon Warrior 2, aka Dragon Quest 2, which second one is better, but the original probably should be given a B, but I won't do it because I have so much love and nostalgia for this. First RPG I ever played. I mean, really played. Zelda 2 I didn't really play through until way later. It was the first one I played when I was a tiny Madamus. I loved that game. And someday I'll dump some more Madamus lore on it. DuckTales 2, which is a really good game too, but just falls a little short. The Flintstones, The Rescue of Dino and Hoppy. Gargoyles Quest 2, great action, sort of RPG adventure-ish platformer combo thing. The original Gargoyles Quest is only on Game Boy. Odd choice to put the sequel on NES. Gauntlet 2, which is a 4-player game with the 4-player adapter. Probably the best 4-player game you can get on the NES that I know of. Ghost Lion, aka Legend of the Ghost Lion. I've never played all the way through it. It is a JRPG. And I would love to play through it on stream. Gremlins 2, the new batch. Man, banger movie-based game with a great soundtrack. The Guardian Legend, combination shooter and top-down dungeon runner game. Really interesting game there. Jackie Chan's Action Kung Fu, which is really cartoony. It's from Hudson Soft. I did stream it at one point. Kickle Cubicle, kind of like Lolo, but more arcadey. Really difficult. A lot of levels. Gets difficult fast. I mean, it's got a slow difficult. It's got a curve. The Legend of Zelda, Little Nemo the Dream Master, based on the movie Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland, but released like 2 years before the movie because of all the calamity that ensued. The Lone Ranger, really great game. I mean, this Konami poured everything into this. It should be S tier, but it does fall a little short. The Magic of Scheherazade, I want to play through that on stream one day. It's an adventure RPG, JRPG combination thing. It does a little bit of everything. Uses really complex passwords, but it's a cool Arabian-themed JRPG thing. Maniac Mansion, Mega Man 4, Mega Man 5, Mega Man 6, Metroid, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, and Punch-Out, which are the same game, except one has Mike Tyson and the other has race-swapped Mike Tyson. They changed him to a white guy and renamed him Mr. Dream, but it's the same. Ninja Gaiden 2, Dark Sword of Chaos, which originally I had S tier, but I moved it down. Quattro Adventure, which a lot of people call shovelware. I think that it is really an A tier. I feel it's really good value for money. Super Mario Bros. 2, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, The Manhattan Project, great brawler. The Soviet mind game Tetris, which is the Tengen version of Tetris, which has some things about it that are better than the Nintendo version, but it still falls a little short. Tiny Toon Adventures, Ultima, Quest of the Avatar, aka Ultima 4, Vice Project Doom, Wampum, and Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. B tier, 3D World Runner, which is sort of a copy thing of Space Harrier, but not. 1943, The Battle of Midway, which is not historically accurate. Adventure Island 2, Adventure Island 3, which are practically the same games. Even some of the music's reused. The boss theme on Adventure Island 3 is identical to the boss theme on Adventure Island 2. The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, which should be a lot lower, it probably should be C or D tier, but I have a lot of nostalgia for this game. Air Fortress, you could get this one cheap. Alien Syndrome, which is a Sega game released through Tengen, and a better version than was on Sega's Master System. Arkanoid, which is Breakout. Astyanax, which is an interesting arcade-ish platformer action game, but it is different than the actual arcade game of Astyanax. Batman, Return of the Joker. It's missing something. The Battle of Olympus, very similar to Zelda 2. It is a platformer RPG. It's very good, but falls a little bit short. I want to play this one. My opinion might change on it. I want to play it on stream someday. Battletoads, brutally difficult. This would be A tier if it was a little more forgiving. Battletoads Double Dragon, which falls short because it's mostly Battletoads and not really Double Dragon. The Double Dragon characters are pretty much reskins of the Toads. B-52 from Camerica, very interesting game. Bubble Bobble, Burai Fighter, Captain Skyhawk, which I'm probably should be C, but there's something about it. Castle Quest probably should be C, but again, there's something about it. Chippendale Rescue Rangers 2, rare game. City Connection, which is an odd game where you drive a car back and forth and you can jump within. You're trying to just light. It's very. It was an arcade game and it's very arcadey, but I like it. Clash at Demon Head, an action, a platformer RPG thing. Very anime style. Something about it that's cool. A lot of repetitive music though. That's unfortunate. Cobra Command. Codename Viper, which is a Rolling Thunder ripoff and a half. So if you love Rolling Thunder, that one's for you. Destiny of an Emperor is a JRPG that tries to seem a little more like strategy battle tactics. The battles are tedious. Other than that, it's a good game. Adventures in the Magic Kingdom. This one I gave a B because of potential. I love so many things about this, about a game where you're exploring Disney World and every level is a different ride, but it's too short. Yeah, that's it. It's too short. There are too few rides. It's too short, and the ending is really a that's it type thing. Capcom could have been a contender. Double Dragon 2, The Revenge. The Fantastic Adventures of Dizzy, which the Aladdin version I can tell you is already better, but it's a good game. Faxanadu, Felix the Cat, Fester's Quest, banging soundtrack on this Addams Family game. Oh my god, Firehawk, really interesting game from Codemasters. Formula 1 Built to Win, which is it is an anime-inspired racing game. The cover art is crap. Indeed. Oh my gosh, she's there dancing. I didn't even realize Wednesday was there behind the chat. I didn't even notice it. Yo. Okay. Formula 1 Built to Win. A lot of vehicle upgrades, almost has an RPG feel to it. The way you level up and the way you improve your vehicle and the way you, and it does have game save. Helpful that Wednesday is dancing in the background. It wasn't intentional. King's Quest V, I'm giving this more credit than I should. This is not a good port, but it is a wonderful game. Indeed. Fester's, I want to play it on stream. I've never played all the way through it. Ghosts and Goblins. Incredibly difficult. Nostalgia goggles. Godzilla, King of the Monsters. Really needed a walking animation when you're crouched and moving. I really do like this game, even though it's not a great game. Godzilla 2 is a very interesting, and I need a manual before I play it again. Godzilla 2 is a strategy game. Completely different. I noticed her. I didn't want to say anything. No, you're good, Jennifer. You're fine. I didn't notice. Pro streamer, I didn't notice. Golgo 13 top secret episode. Really good game with a lot of variety to it. But visually, it kind of looks terrible. Guerrilla War. Great run and gun, too easy, and I don't really like the theme of the original before it was localized. This is one of those cases where I appreciate the localization. Gunsmoke, I have a lot of nostalgia for this one because I remember an arcade copy in a service station. The NES one isn't quite as good, but I still love it. Gyrus, I think this version of Gyrus is better than the original arcade game. It adds boss battles, power-ups. Very cool. Ice Climber. Immortal, The Immortal. Really cool action-y RPG. Less RPG, more like a dungeon crawling action. Iron Tank, The Invasion of Normandy. Very historically inaccurate, but still fun. Jackal, great game. Kabuki, Quantum Fighter, ripoff of Ninja Gaiden. Kiwi Craze, aka the New Zealand story, a fun arcade-based platformer. Legendary Wings, good shooter. The Little Mermaid, very inaccurate to the movie, still a pretty fun game. Mick Kids, if this game had game save, this would easily be A tier. Maybe I would have even put it at, no, it would have been A tier, not S tier, because the final boss is just kind of like, is really a meh moment. The Moffat Conspiracy, which is the second Golgo 13 game. Just as much variety, not quite as good gameplay, but makes up for it by looking a lot better. Marble Madness, arcade classic. Mega Man, the original, the one without password, no game save. Micro Machines, great little top-down racing game based on the toys. I heard Mega Man. Welcome in, Lonk. Welcome in. Yeah, we're just reviewing everything before we wrap up. The ratings for the Mega Mans on the NES tier list. Mega Man, the original, was B tier. Mega Man's 4, 5, and 6 I put on A tier, and Mega Man's 2 and 3 S tier. Monster Party probably should be C, but nostalgia goggles. It's a platformer. Lot of stuff going on in this one. It kind of, the first level is really cool and it starts to lose a bit of steam. The ending to this is insanely gruesome. I don't know how it got past the Nintendo censors. It is gruesome. Fair placements. I would put 6 on S tier, but I know some people have their contentions with it. I don't hate it. I still think it's a good game. It just didn't quite stick the landing for me. But I mean, A tier is pretty. So many of my favorite things are really in A and B tier, so it's in good company. It's in good company. Ninja Gaiden 3, The Ancient Ship of Doom, which is kind of more of the same, except it's got an annoying voice effect, and limited continues. Limited continues in Ninja Gaiden is just there to make you cry. Pinball Quest probably should be C, but I love the concept of an RPG pinball game. Well, sort of an adventure pinball game. Trying to complete a quest with your pinball. Save the princess type thing. But the mechanics aren't that great. I returned, YouTube crashed because its cache built up and my phone said F that. Oh dear. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have it this high. The mechanics on this suck, but I like it. Prince of Persia. Yay. Very good port. Rad Racer. Great racing game. Oh, wait. How was Mr. Gimmick? I did not rate it because I haven't played it yet. My copy of Mr. Gimmick, I have not even unboxed. We're going to do an unboxing stream probably next week. I'm going to start opening up a lot of the limited run stuff I've had sitting around. So we're going to play it on stream soon, and we'll rate it then. I've heard it's good. I've heard it's brutal. I've heard it's really, really difficult to get the good ending, because if you miss anything, you get to start over. But I look forward to it. I look forward to it making me cry. Rad Racer, great racing game. Rad Racer 2, just a step shy. Close enough. Rainbow Islands, the story of Bubble Bobble 2. Love this one. River City Ransom. I don't like it as well as some people. Good brawler with RPG elements and games saved through password, but... Robo Warrior. AKA Bomber King. I enjoy this one. Top-down, difficult, but fun. Rockin' Ball is another pinball game. Multiple tables, good physics. Rolling Thunder. Not a perfect port, but a solid port of the arcade game. Shadow of the Ninja. Almost like if Ninja Gaiden and Mega Man had a baby. I like that one. Not a complaint, but if I disappear suddenly at a time where it wouldn't make sense to do so, it's been suddenly crashed. No worries, Daylin. You have a good night if you have to take off. Appreciate you being here as always. You know we're getting close to wrapping up. I'm just going through these real quick and yeah, oh my gosh, we're past 5 hours. What is wrong with me? Shadowgate. Very difficult point and click. Silkworm. Great shooter game. You got a choice of playing as a tank or a helicopter. Different mechanics, obviously, on both. Wonderful. Sky Shark. By Taito. Not my favorite port of this, but it still plays well. Space Shuttle Project. A lot of people don't like this. It's almost like a bunch of mini games strung together. I like Space Shuttle Project. Star Trek 25th Anniversary. I want to give this A tier so bad, but it did not stick the landing. The first 3 acts of the game are good. The 4th act is it's just like, it's really a that's it. And it doesn't really resolve the story very well. It just misses some... Oh, it could have been a contender. Oh yeah, I understand that, just saying it's been happening, so don't be surprised. Got it. No worries. Super Mario Brothers. It's a great game, but let's be honest, it's not visually super appealing. It still plays great, but it doesn't play nearly as great as some other platformers that came later. Super Spy Hunter. That's just a great game. Swordmaster. I really like this. Some people don't like it as well. It's an arcade-style platform action side-scroller thing that wasn't in arcades. I just really like this one. Tecmo World Wrestling. That's where Dr. Gildo came from. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, the arcade game. LOL chat covering ad. Eastern Honey. Oh, dear. No! Eastern Honeys. Oh, dear. That is not my fault. Great game, really difficult. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters, the only Street Fighter style one-on-one fighting game on the NES, period. It really is it shows the NES could have done it. Even if it's 2-button. I wish we would have gotten more things like this, even though I'm not a one-on-one fighting game fan. Tiny Toon Adventures 2, Trouble in Wacky Land. Not as good as the first one. Almost a bunch of mini games. The different areas you go to, different play styles. Some good, not so much. Hot AI made Eastern Lady. Oh dear. Toki. I love this in arcades. The NES game has to truncate a lot, but it still turns out pretty good. Oh, those are some ads. I haven't seen that. We'll see if I see it later. Lately, I keep getting Blue Chew. Chat, I do not need Blue Chew. Hey, YouTube, you listening? I don't need hymns. I don't need Blue Chew. I don't have these issues. Leave me alone. As for the Eastern Honeys, I am lonely. YouTube, please spare this one. Indeed. Toki, I do love this game. I did do a stream. I completed it on stream for the first time. I'd never beaten this game before. And unfortunately, it was a stream where I had no audience. It was one of my early ones. No audience. Started getting hymns as... No! I promise it's not my fault, Jennifer. I promise it's not my fault. I got a Blue Chew ad during Ico stream last night. I just keep getting them right and left. I got it tonight during a VOD that I definitely should not have gotten it on during the content. In fact, I'll tell you what it was. I got the Blue Chew ad, which is like the hymns thing, right in the middle of that that video that Lucid's Astroyonica put out. The one which you know, good, like I mentioned at the top of stream, good luck to him. You know, I hope he can sort of resolve where he needs to be. It is a difficult line to straddle between, you know, trying to stay as a Christian VTuber, trying to balance that, the VTuber mindset and that. It can be difficult. I had to Google Blue Chew. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Briar. I hope I haven't corrupted your algorithm. I hope that you don't get stuck with a bunch of ads for it now. The ads are interesting. It's always, every single one of the ads is some lady explaining why her husband or boyfriend uses it and why they love it. And I don't need to know these things. I don't need, you can keep your personal life to yourself. That's okay. I don't need, nope. Don't need to hear it. Nope. Where was I? Twin Cobra. This is a good port of Twin Cobra. From Sammy. It is better than even though I really like the Atari 7800 version. The biggest problem with this one is its choppy frame rate. Ultima Exodus. Good open world RPG that has more of a JRPG feel. Not as good as Ultima Quest of the Avatar. Willow. Great game. Wish it wasn't password. Wizards and Warriors. Wish it had game saver password. Xexes. Really wish it had game saver password. Yo Noid. It's the Noid great platformer. Yoshi. I don't understand why certain people don't like this puzzle game. I think Yoshi's a very fun puzzle game. I probably should have put in A tier. The Goonies, which is a Famicom cartridge. Japanese NES, completely in English. It was in arcades, though, in the US. It's a fun little platformer. I like this, and I give it a B because of nostalgia goggles. Space Harrier, the NES version isn't... this is a Famicom release also. Japanese NES. The NES version ain't so hot, but it's Space Harrier, and I love Space Harrier. Scat, limited run reissue, fun shooter game. Rodland, retro bit reissue, great single screen arcade platformer. Metal Storm, retro bit reissue, which is the Japanese version. Even though in some ways it's more technically sound than the official NES release, which I no longer own, I prefer the official NES release, I think, by a hair's breadth. I still would probably rate them both as B, though. But I wish I owned the other one still. C tier, 1942. The music on this breaks the experience. I shouldn't even give it a C. It's a good game. Yeah, I can't. The music on it breaks the experience. Okay, scratch that, come back to it. Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, Dragon Strike. It's a top-down shooter with a bit of an open world feel. It's not bad, but it's like Dragon's Legend, or Dragon Legend, what is it? Dragon Spirit Light. Yeah. It's a better version, though, than was on PC, which is like a third-person flying shooter thing. The Addams Family. Exploration platformer. Which I don't think has password. Adventure Island. Insanely difficult. Even with save states, I never beat this one. The Adventures of Dino Riki. Top-down shooter with a little caveman dude. I think it's fun overall. But more difficult than it should be. It should be for being a cute 'em up. Afterburner, great game, not the best port. Adventures of Rad Gravity. This is an odd platformer game that looks pretty decent, Looks weird, but decent. A lot of exploration going on in it. It's from Interplay. I got a soft spot for it. The Adventures of Gilligan's Island is almost like an adventure Zelda-ish thing, but broken into chapters. Oh, not quite, though. It's hard to explain. It's an adventure game. It's broken up into chapters. It should not be a good game. Gilligan's Island was a sitcom, and in my opinion, not very good, despite how well known it is historically. A sitcom should not be a video game. It's just it, and yet it's good. It should not be good. Batman Returns, a brawler that is, in my opinion, a little. The difficulty kind of makes it unfun for Batman. Breakthrough, good arcade style driving, shooting with jumping game. Bad Dudes. I should give it D, but I won't. It's a side-scrolling brawler. Bugs Bunny Birthday Blowout. A pretty generic platformer game starring Bugs Bunny. Burger Time. Arcade style, similar to Donkey Kong. Captain America and the Avengers. Difficult platformer. Bit of exploration. The difficulty curve on this one's pretty hefty. A lot of repetition to it. I like it, but yeah, could have been better. Castle of Dragon, side-scrolling arcade style action game. Not platformer, but more action game. Similar to Swordmaster. Dig Dug and Galaga, I'd say those are childhood classics of mine, but I get. Yeah, I'll explain that. It's sort of like Donkey Kong. It's the same reason. And with Burger Time. They're great games, but there's so much limitation. At the end of the day, they're just score big points. I love them, but how often, other than if you're walking through an arcade or a pizza place and you see a copy of Galaga, obviously you're going to pop a quarter in. But if you're at home and you have to make a choice between playing, you know, some Super Mario Brothers 3 or Legend of Zelda and Galaga, unless you're just going to be playing for 5 minutes, which one are you going to pick? The limitation and the repetition. Great games for what they are and for their time, but yeah, the endless gameplay. I guess that's the thing, the endless gameplay type thing. Circus Caper. I really shouldn't give this a C. It's a sort of weird platformy adventure action exploration thing with an odd look and feel, fighting evil clowns. Why is it up there? You know, honestly, I gotta be honest with this one. To me, Circus Caper doesn't belong up there. I gotta move it down. Okay. Circus Caper belongs here. There. All right. Commando. Great top-down actioner. Arcade classic. Dash Galaxy in the Alien Asylum. I have nostalgia for this game. It is a platformer thing, and it is not that great, but I have a nostalgia for it. Subway Man, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're having a good night. We're just wrapping up the tier list now. Finishing up, just basically reviewing what is on the tier list, and then we're going to be doing a raid, so it's still got a few minutes, but welcome in. I hope you're doing well. By the way, I'll take a hydration break real quick. If you got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dehydrate. Let me back that up. I missed something there with SS Minnow, I see. It is a game that understands its existence. A game is supposed to last 3 hours on first playthrough and a 3-hour tour aboard the SS Minnow absolutely nails that aspect. Fair, Dalen. It's a good game. It is. It shouldn't be good, but it is. The ceiling is up, but I'm good. Oh, dear. Gotcha. We'll get some rest. I guess I must be really late. Yeah, just so you know, typically, you're never late. You're never late to a Madamus stream. They're always casual. I always say that. Just always consider it casual. That said, I usually do start at 8 Eastern. Every once in a while, there will be a break from that. Someday I might be going back to some afternoon streams, but usually the time is 8 Eastern scheduled. So, but yeah, no worries. Never late. Yeah, exactly. You're never late. Never late for a Madamus stream. Unless you show up like right when we're raiding out, then it might be a little late. Welcome to the Fashionably Late Club sub. No worries. Indeed. Oh, yeah. Yeah, never late. Never late. Always casual. He said he was ending stream like an hour ago. Yeah, I remember when Briar Mayer said, you're almost done. Yeah, I answered. Yep, we only got 3 left. I'm almost done. Yaps forever. It's not intentional. Dig Dug 2. I like Dig Dug 2 better than the original Dig Dug, but again, limited. Donkey Kong Classics. Donkey Kong is missing a level. Regardless, the limitations. Donkey Kong 3, same thing. You're still here, bless. I'm sorry for yapping so much. Double Dragon 3, The Sacred Stones. I believe the NES version of Double Dragon 3 is superior to the arcade version, the Rosetta Stone. That still said, it's still a C. Dig Dug is a classic. Oh yeah, I love Dig Dug. I know you can get the original Dig Dug on Famicom. I should order it someday, but yeah, I haven't. Got it on some Atari stuff, though. Dungeon Magic, which is a Taito, first-person dungeon crawling RPG. It's okay. It's easy to get lost in towns and die. So with a guide, it's good. Fantasy Zone, the Sega game, ported to the NES by Tengen. A lot of flicker. Not a good port of a wonderful game. Galaga, solid port of the game. Gauntlet, solid port but 2-player only, not 4-player like the arcade. Unlike Gauntlet 2, which is 4-player. If this was 4-player, it'd easily be a B. The Goonies 2, a little bit of nostalgia goggles here. A lot going on in Goonies 2. A lot going on in Goonies 2 that has nothing to do with the Goonies. It's a mixed bag. Heavy Barrel. Much better in arcades. Top-down actioner. Runs a bit slow. Ikari Warriors, same thing. Runs a bit slow. Ikari Warriors 2 is just a weird game, but it's still okay. Ikari 3, The Rescue. Top-down actioner again. A little bit different vibe. More of like a brawler than the first one. But it it's good, but it feels like something's missing. I'm not gonna lie, I really hate how we all slander the word Goon. Wait, are we, wait, what? Oh, Goonies. Oh, well, that's a different Goonie. Fair enough. Well, it was actually meant to be a slander in the movie, now that I think about it, because they called themselves the Goonies, but it was because they were sort of like labeled that. Because they were the nerds, the outcasts, the Goonies. Goonies was a piece of old media. I love the Goonies. Oh, man. I love the movie. I love the movie. The games don't even hold a candle, but games are okay. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, the Taito version. Completely different from the Ubisoft. Very difficult. Lot of variety. I get what you mean, Mahese. Indeed. I get what you're saying there. I don't know. I think it was always, wasn't it, at least in English, it was always sort of a slang for like for a thug, a ne'er-do-well originally, like a goon, always like the sort of the dumb guy, who was the muscle for the mob boss. We're gonna send some of our goons in, that type of thing. Then of course it became more like nerd, and now it means something completely else. Completely different. Goon has taken on a different meaning now, which is unfortunate. Common thug definition, basically. Oh yeah, speaking of old media, I really vibe with Ninja Rap. Go Ninja, go Ninja, go! Go Ninja, go Ninja! I tried to do that during a karaoke stream once. It got so lost, it was a disaster. I couldn't keep up! If this was a little easier, I'd feel better about it. There's a lot of variety there, but it kinda, sometimes too much variety. Joe and Mac, feels like it should be called Just Joe because Joe and Mac look identical and it's one player at a time, not two players simultaneous like the arcade game. It's fine. Iron Sword, Wizards and Warriors 2, I don't like it as well as the original. The cover, you can't really see it too well from here, but that is Fabio. It shows him like in a barbarian pose. In the game, you are a knight wearing full armor, including a helmet. So the cover does not match. Joust. It's Joust. It's bird ass. You fly around, you smack people on the head with your bird ass, and that's what the game is. Kid Icarus. Should probably be a B, but it's not. I think this is I think Kid Icarus is just a bit too difficult. I don't like the difficulty curve on it with the first area. Kid Nicky, the Radical Ninja. Man, I screamed a lot when I streamed that. I love the look of it. I love the look of this game, but yeah, it's a C. Clax is a Tetris copy. I'm probably being too generous giving it a C. This was Atari and Namco, I believe's answer when Atari lost the Tetris license to Nintendo with the whole legal proceedings, so they made Clax to make up for it. Didn't really make up for it. Krusty's Funhouse. I like this game. Kung Fu, aka Kung Fu Master. It's a nice side-scrolling brawler, but is a bit limited. Kung Fu Heroes, aka in this one, this was released originally in Japan as Super Chinese. It's an interesting top-down cutesy fighter thing. Legacy of the Wizard is an okay dungeon exploring RPG with a password feature. I don't like the repetition of some of the music, even though I like the music okay. I don't know. I found myself not knowing what the heck to do in this game. Good game, but I couldn't sink myself into this. Really love how the U.S. naming just another butchering, for example, Ninja Gaiden, which means Ninja Side Story. Does it? I didn't know that. Interesting. What was it called in Japan? I don't know. If they called it that, then I don't get it. Linus Spacehead's Cosmic Crusade. Combination of platformer and point-and-click adventure. Gaiden means side story. Gotcha. That's interesting. I didn't know that. But that makes sense because I'm looking at some of the stuff that is named Gaiden, and it makes sense as side story. Yep. Ninja Side Story. Oh, dear. We just like the way the word sounds. Doesn't matter what it means. We just like the sound of it. Oh, dear. Your word is now our word because America. Because it sounds rad. That's right. It's got tood. It's got lots of tood. It's got its hat flipped up. Linus Spacehead's Cosmic Crusade. Point and click combined with platformer. I played the Genesis. Radical, man. I played the Genesis version, Cosmic Spacehead. I never liked the ending, but I like a lot of things about this game. Someday we'll stream the NES version. Low G-Man. Interesting platformer where you can jump really high. Magician is a side-scrolling platformer that's a bit too complicated for its own good. But there's a lot going on there. And it's a very European one. Even though it's Taxan, this is a European-style game. Mario Brothers. The original arcadey style one, not Super Mario Brothers. Metal Gear. I don't think the Metal Gear is actually in the NES version of Metal Gear. The NES version of Metal Gear is considered to be the worst port. It's still a good game. Mickey Mouse Capade. An interesting Disney platformer. Changed from the Japanese version. The Japanese version was like Mickey and Minnie in Wonderland, so it had more of an Alice in Wonderland theme. They changed a bit of that in the US version, and I think the changes work well. It's a good game. Not the best. Now it's Capcom, but it was developed by Hudson Soft. Isekai and Gaiden. sound much better than Another World and Side Story. Fair enough, yeah. Yeah, especially with Another World, yeah. Side Story, definitely, yeah. MiG-29 Soviet Fighter. This is a fun shooting game, but I don't know, it's just missing a little something. Mission Impossible. This is based on the 1980s revival of Mission Impossible. It's an interesting stealth game. Pretty tough. Well made. Monster in My Pocket. Good side-scrolling action game, but it's just missing something. Welcome, indeed. Oh, the JP name was Ninja Ryukinden, which means Legend of the Dragon Sword. Okay, I like that. I like that better. I am going to say that they probably thought Ryukinden that's probably something that wouldn't have been able to be pronounced easily in the US. We had enough problems with Gaiden. I can tell you, there were a ton of people who used to insist it's Ninja Gaiden, not Ninja Gaiden. Yeah, I'm wondering, they could have called it Ninja, they could have taken out Legend even and just called it Ninja Dragon or Ninja Dragon Sword, Ninja Dragon Sword Legend. Yeah, there's a lot of ways it could have been retitled. Fair. Interesting. Ms. Pac-Man, the Tengen version. This is a very good port, except that it does a scrolling screen. It does not show the screen all at once. And it's Godzilla, not Gojira. I do like Godzilla better. You will never convince me that Gojira sounds better than Godzilla. I'll be as dumb American as I please with that. It's just like Rodan versus Radon. We decide, Radon? No. We're going to switch that O and that A. Rodan. But really, Godzilla's more of a marketable name in the States, at least. Narc. Not pretty arcade accurate, but also not very arcade accurate. Removed some of the violence and blood, but it's still incredibly violent. Super difficult. The lack of the limits of buttons you have on NES makes Narc difficult compared to the arcade, but it's still a fun game. NES Open. I am not a golfer. This is a good golf game. Narc had an NES yes, it did. And you'll notice that it's got yellow there instead of red on the logo. Yeah, they cut a lot, but it's also still incredibly violent. But it's so, I just think it's really, you have to do a lot of combinations of direction and button to do a lot of the things that in the arcade game you had different buttons for, which is unfortunate. And it's really unfortunate Nintendo never released a 4-button controller. It turns out the Nintendo was capable of using a 4-button controller, or maybe even a 6-button controller. Yeah, it could have used a 6-button controller. It turns out Nintendo was capable of it, the NES, through that port. Which I think is tied into the why they were able to do the 4-player adapter through the two existing ports. I love how Americans love butchering Asian name or word which make it funny. Yeah, I mean, we just come up with crap like chow mein. Chow mein wasn't Chinese or Japanese. It's just ours now. Gaiden is really freaking fun. I remember, seriously, I remember up until like a few years ago, people still arguing over this. Even when I was a little kid and I first was playing it, there was an owner of a video game store that did that. No, it's Ninja Gaiden. And I'm thinking the whole time, well, the movie The Wizard made it very clear. It's Ninja Gaiden. Great movie. I love The Wizard. I mean, not a great movie, but such a fun movie. NES Open, really good golf game. Precursor to the Mario Golf stuff. Not as fun as the Mario Golf stuff, but still good. Operation Wolf, rail shooter, difficult, arcadey. I don't really like Operation Wolf. I'm going to lower it. I'm lowering Operation Wolf. I just don't think it's that great. I just don't think Operation Wolf is that great. PQ. N-O. Yeah, I'm lowering Operation Wolf. Rail shooter. Ryuga is just Ryuga. Yeah, half the time they do the Ryu instead of Ryu, yeah. POW, Prisoners of War. It's a good brawler, SNK. The problem with this version is in arcades, it was 2 players simultaneous. The NES version, even though it shows 2 characters on the cover, it's single player. Other than that, it's a great game. Pac-Man, competent port made by Namco. Pac-Mania, competent port made by Tengen. Or both released by Tengen. Calamities, I might lower. Calamities is a weird puzzle game that uses dice mechanics. Or excuse me, not dice, domino mechanics. Or no dice mechanics, yeah. It's kind of difficult to figure out how to do combinations in it. It's, yeah, I'm lowering Calamities. I am lowering Calamities, which I thought was pronounced Palamedes for the longest time. Paperboy. It's a good enough port of Paperboy, but it's extremely difficult. This is an unforgiving game. And it was programmed by Tengen, published by Mindscape after Tengen wasn't doing it anymore because of all the lawsuit stuff. It is visually kind of unappealing. And I feel the same way about Paperboy too. Paperboy is a, okay, then you want to do some side jobbing game. Yeah, the name, yeah. It's basically, yeah, that's what you are. You deliver the newspapers, and if you fail to deliver too many of them, you're out. And if you get hit by obstacles, you're out. It's really difficult. In arcades, it was designed to take your money. This was an arcade game designed to take your money, and the NES game doesn't have any sort of a forgiving difficulty curve at all, but it's still a good game. Pinball, I really like, even though it's so basic, the NES black box pinball game, fun. Speaks much about society. Yeah. Pirates. Based on Sid Meier's Pirates on PC, the NES version is much more approachable than the PC version. It's really difficult, open world RPG, but it's a lot of fun. It looks pretty good on NES. I like it. Pro Wrestling, probably, and next to Tecmo World Wrestling, one of the best wrestling games on NES, despite being a very basic black box title with completely made up wrestlers, and visually not being the most appealing, but it's a good game. The Punisher, LJN made an okay game. It is a rail shooter as the Punisher. Really violent for NES. You can even shoot the guy playing the saxophone. Repetitious, kind of gets boring, but still good. Yeah, it's an game. I think C tier is, it's one of the best of the LJN games. That's high praise for LJN. Kicks, classic arcade game from Taito. The NES port is okay. Could have been a lot better. Quattro Arcade is a value for money thing. It's 4 games. Of the 4 games, 2 of them I would say are probably B tier. 2 of them are D tier, so it balances out. The better ones are Go Dizzy Go and CJ's Elephant Antics. One of the saving grace of laughing, joking. No, wait, what? One of the saving graces of yeah, no, it's, yeah. RoboCop. It's fine. RoboCop 3, I hate the movie, but I like the game better than RoboCop just slightly. I think this game's got some really cool mechanics with the damage, but it's not forgiving. It is not, it's not fair to the player in terms of, there aren't enough repair points in the game to repair your RoboCop between levels. You better be darn good and make sure you never get injured. I would give RoboCop straight to D. Would you? See, I think it's okay. But some of this is nostalgia too. There is a bit of nostalgia. Rollerball, which is an NES pinball game. Visually better than pinball. Good mechanics. Yeah, it's cool you can play as RoboCop, but come on. Yeah, no, it's not a great game. I agree, it's not a great game, but for me, it's still C. I like things about it. But I do think RoboCop 3 is a better game. RoboCop 3's got a lot of potential, but it's just too difficult with the repair points. Oh, good night, should sleep, man, bad. Hey, no worries, Agnes. Thank you for stopping in. I don't know if you've been lurking or you just showed up, but no worries. You have a wonderful night, Agnes. We're going to be finishing up shortly anyway, so we'll see you later. Appreciate you as always. Sleep very well. Indeed. Good to see you. Rygar. Completely different than the arcade. Really could use some form of game save because it's sort of an adventure thing. Adventure and a lot of exploration. No game save is just kind of oof. It's an early NES game and it shows, but it's still pretty well made. Section Z, early Capcom game. I thought this was in arcades. It was not. Fun shooter, not perfect. Shinobi, I love Shinobi. The NES port of Shinobi from Tengen has a lot of flaws, but it's still average enough. Silver Surfer, I really think looks visually great. I think the sound is great. I just do not... It's just really insanely difficult. Anyways, would love to see an SNES tier list so I can glaze Star Fox and Super Metroid. We'll probably do some other tier lists. We'll do some more. In fact, where's the poll at? We got 11% of people saying no. We got 37% saying yes, other consoles, and we got 52 saying yes, consoles and Blu-rays. We'll do SNES tier, but we'll wait a bit. I am going to wait a bit. I don't want to do tier lists constantly, especially with how long I take. That said, it's going to be shorter for me with the SNES, Genesis, and other consoles. NES is my biggest library. Smash TV, the NES version just doesn't look so great. Oh yeah, the first Ninja Gaiden just referenced Shinobi and Ken. Did it reference both? Okay, because I know it references Shinobi. Ryu, Ken, and the Shinobi. Okay. I didn't even notice the Ken one. I knew the Shinobi reference in it. Nice. Smash TV is a great game. The NES version allows you to use two controls for like a twin stick mode, which is cool, but it doesn't look great. Incredibly difficult, and it doesn't look that great. Snake's Revenge, sequel to Metal Gear. A lot of people disown this one. I like it. I've never played all the way through it, but I like it. I like it better than Metal Gear on NES. Originally, Ryu's name is Joe Hayabusa. Okay, and is that sounds familiar. Was that a Shinobi reference too? Why they name it Ken, I don't know. Yeah, no. Who knows? Solomon's Key, great puzzle platformer. Single screen, arcadey like. Ryu's dad's name. Okay. Gotcha, okay. Spy Hunter. It's an arcade classic. It's never been my favorite, but I know a lot of people love it. And it just goes on forever, which I don't like that type of arcade game, so C is where it is. Star Soldier, it's an okay shooter. I probably rated it too high. Star Trek The Next Generation, biggest flaw with this is that it goes on forever. It's more of a Starfleet Academy game set in the Star Trek The Next Generation universe. And the problem is once you finish ranking up, it just lets you keep playing forever and ever and ever. More missions, more missions, more missions. There's no ending. That kind of spoils it. Star Wars we just played the other day. Y'all know the drill. It's a C. Star Tropics, much as I yell about it, it deserves a C. Strider, very different from the arcade game. C works. I'm really surprised you give Star Wars C tier since you scream a lot. I still think it's a decent game. And it's better than the sequel. It is better than The Empire Strikes Back on NES. Swords and Serpents is a dungeon crawler first-person RPG. Supports up to 4-player, but it's kind of stupid using 4 controls for it because you're just controlling whether to attack or defend. You could just as easily pass the control around. Tailspin, shooter game, Disney, not their best effort, but okay. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, A lot of nostalgia with this one. Difficult game. Three Stooges, I've got nostalgia here. It's basically just mini games, but it plays pretty well. Tiger Heli. Great game. Great game. And, oh, this is the one. It wasn't Twin Cobra. Twin Cobra is on Genesis also, and it's a better port. Tiger Heli, there is a new port on Atari 7800. I like things about both of them. Treasure Master, I know I am rating this too high, but I have a weird nostalgia. I've never completed this. This is a very difficult game. It is a puzzle adventure platformer. It was part of a contest. If you beat the game, you were supposed to call a phone number and you'd be eligible to win a prize or prizes. So it's difficult. Ultimate Stuntman. I am generous with the C on this. It has multiple play styles, but it's difficult. I do think it sounds good and visually looks good, but it does fall apart a bit. Is Battletoad on the high, though? Love that game. Okay, so Battletoads I've got in B, and that's because of the difficulty. In my opinion, Battletoads, if it was just a little more forgiving, would be A. Battletoads Double Dragon, which is more forgiving, I've also got as a B. And the reason for it is it's not really Double Dragon. It's just a Battletoads game with some, Battletoads Double Dragon is just a Battletoads game with some Double Dragon's characters and reskins thrown in. But it plays like Battletoads, not Double Dragon. Wario's Woods. I'm generous to this one. I don't really care for it, but it is a good made puzzle game. Last game made by Nintendo on the NES. Jimmy and Bimmy, that would be Double Dragon 3, I believe. I think that was Double Dragon 3. Oh, I love that. Widget. I give this one a little extra because I think it is decent. But I'm looking here. No. I'm moving Widget. I'm changing my opinion on Widget. Widget, I am moving down to, I'm moving it down to, D. I love that meme so much. I'll tell you what I loved. If you've ever watched one of my favorite moments, and this is me getting Sussimus a bit, Classic Game Room, which doesn't produce much content anymore, but Mark Bussler is probably the one IRL streamer I look at as a big influence. He played the Double Dragon game on Neo Geo CD, and he was going through the music, and he stopped because he's going through the music and the sound test, and he stops on a track labeled the BJ theme, and it was clearly for Billy and Jimmy, but they had it written there as the BJ theme. So that sort of became a running joke then with, from what I remember, with like Double Dragon games. Today we're looking at Battletoads Double Dragon, but does it have the BJ theme? Where is the N? Which N? Which N are we talking about? Where am I? Should have just, oh no. Yeah, B and J. No, you're right. No, but they didn't type it like that. In the listing, it just lists it as the BJ theme. It just says BJ theme for Billy and for Billy and Jimmy. They left the N, they left the and out. They just put BJ on the Neo Geo CD of Double Dragon. And I love them for that. Wario's Woods, good game. Wrecking Crew. It's a lot like Dragon War. Donkey Kong. Oh my gosh, we're at 6 hours. I gotta finish. Wrecking Crew. Try not to laugh, nearly choke. Oh dear. Oh dear, be careful. Wrecking Crew. I love Classic Game Room. Really, great channel, worth your time. Yeah, I really recommend pulling up their old reviews of the Gamecom. Oh, man. Those are just fun. Especially when he couldn't get it to work. Wrecking Crew, good game. Mario, sort of lost Mario game. Worm, Journey to the Center of the Earth, really difficult. I'm being forgiven with a C because there's a lot going on in that game. Between rail shooting and like a vertical shooter thing or a horizontal shooter thing and side scroller, a lot of things. I will drink for that. Good times, oh dear. Xanac, fun shooter, really difficult. Zoda's Revenge, Star Tropics 2. I need to play through it someday. Story not as good as the original. Gameplay better than the original. Cheers for the BJ theme, indeed. Snow Brothers, this is the limited run reissue. It's a lot like Bubble Bobble, but it's lacking in a few areas. Dead Tomb, too easy. A point and click on NES, released through limited run, just too easy. D tier, I'm gonna start flying now. 1942, music ruins it. 8 Eyes, kind of like a poor man's Castlevania, but really weird difficulty. Pugsley's Addams Family, Pugsley's Scavenger Hunt, basically the same engine and everything as the Addams Family. No music, no BGM, ruins it. Would be better if it weren't for that. Airwolf, mediocre, probably should be D, but I'll leave it in. I mean, probably should be F, but I'll leave it D. No. You know what? I was giving it extra just because it's Airwolf. I was giving it extra because it's Airwolf. I'm moving it down. Airwolf is F tier. It ain't my jam. Alanster Junior Turbo Racing. It's a pretty typical racing game. Athena, old school arcade platformer. Not the best port and not the best game. Back to the Future. I don't think it deserves an F tier. I kind of like it. Back to the Future 2 and 3, not very good, but nostalgia goggles. Battle Chess, it's just chess. It's not as good as Battle Chess on PC. Big Nose the Cat, Dirty Harry on D. Yeah, truth is it should be F, but there are a lot of parts to this game with the exploration inside of buildings. It's very ambitious, but it's too difficult. Ambitious and violent, but too difficult. Yeah, back to Big Nose the Caveman, mediocre platformer. Blues Brothers, mediocre platformer. A Boy and His Blob, I've never liked it. Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle, I've just never been into it. Cabal, arcade style, sort of single screen shooter, third person shooter game. A lot of people love it. I don't. D's the best it's going to happen. Caesar's Palace, it's casino games. Circus Caper, I talked about earlier, weird platformer game. Cobra Triangle, combination of a racing game and a shooter with an isometric perspective. Rare really tried here to do something special. Some people really like it. Cybernoid, I just think it's a mediocre shooter game. Deadly Towers, a lot of hit detection issues. Should have game save and doesn't. Sort of an adventure RPG-ish thing, but no game save, just kind of. Death Race, an unlicensed game inspired by the movie Death Race 2000. It's a capture the flag thing where you shoot a bunch of people. Defender 2. I'm not a fan of Defender. It's the arcade game. Defender of the Crown. It's from Cinemaware. A lot of mini games. Conquer a Kingdom. I don't know. It's just not my jam. Die Hard. Problem with Die Hard is you could beat it in like 10 minutes or less just by going up and down the stairs from what I've seen on some playthrough videos. You could beat it in just a few minutes. Other than that, it's one of the few stealth games on NES, but just not great. Digger T-Rock, a lot of people love this. I don't like this. It's sort of like Pitfall. It's got a timer that makes me anxious. Dr. Chaos, skipping Dirty Harry because we talked about it a minute. Dr. Chaos, kind of an exploration platformer thing with some point-and-click elements. I want to love it, but it's because the Halloween-ish theme to it, but it's just not great. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It's not F tier, as much as the angry video game nerd might disagree. Ferrari Grand Prix Challenge is a mediocre racing game. Flying Dragon, The Secret Scroll. Ah, yes, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It's not as bad. It's bad. It's just not as bad as, you know, people want to believe. Flying Dragon, The Secret Scroll. The regular platforming levels are clunky, but okay. The one-on-one fighting parts of this are obnoxious. And will wipe you out from the game. Golf. It's golf. Golf Power. It's more golf. What do you want from me? Hatris. Bad Tetris idea with hats. It's bad, but not I want to commit war crime bad. No. Honestly, I think if it was that bad, angry video game nerd wouldn't have kept revisiting it. Really. High Speed is a pinball game. I don't like the mechanics, and I don't like the way it keeps the flippers on screen even when it scrolls up and down. High Glide probably should be F. Impossible Mission 2, created by Epix, ported to NES by Epix, released unlicensed. Probably was a great thing on the Commodore 64, not so much on the NES. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, an unfortunate port of the arcade game by Tengen. Not good. Stockholm Syndrome, indeed. James Bond Jr. would be a surprisingly great game, except that you have to do slide puzzles on everything you need to do in this game, like to disable bombs is a slide puzzle. And the whole game is timed. You only have like 30 minutes per level. And you're going to spend, if you're like me, you know, 20 minutes per slide puzzle, so you're screwed. John Elway's Quarterback. It's football. What do you want from me? I'm looking to see if NES play. You know what? I don't like it. I want to because it's more arcadey, but I don't like it. John Elway's Quarterback goes down to the F game. The F tier. Sorry. Disney's The Jungle Book from Virgin. It's an okay platformer. It's not as good as the stuff from Capcom. Jurassic Park. The AI of the for the any of the NPC characters that you need to protect ruins that game. I played through it on stream and I crashed out and I almost gave up. I finally completed it, but the AI, the broken AI for the little kids when you're trying to protect them, ruins it. Karnov, great in arcades. The NES game's just lacking a little something. King's Knight, a brutal shooter from Square made a bad game. Mylan's Secret Castle. You can't get anywhere without a guide. The game does not give you any hints of what to do and where to go. It looks fine. It plays fine, except for that. Monopoly. A decent port of the board game. Speaking of Billy and Ted, man, Bill and Ted, Excellent Adventure, such an 80s stereotype movie I would love to watch with my crush. I love Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. I actually do like the sequel, Bogus Journey. I have not seen the recent one. I'm not interested in Face the Music or whatever it is. Millipede, it's the Atari classic now on NES. It doesn't look that special. It doesn't do anything for the NES. I can't believe I skipped over that before. Monopoly, good enough. Ms. Pac-Man, the Namco version. Namco's port is worse than Tengen's port. Even though it's full screen, it shows the entire playfield. This is a slow port that ain't great. Ninja Kid. It's a clunky old school platformer with a ghost theme. Could have been a contender, but not. Nobunaga's Ambition. Strategy Guide. It's just not my ball game. There's some people who love it. Same with Nobunaga's Ambition too. It's just not for me. Operation Wolf, said it earlier, it's a rail shooter. Palamity, said it earlier, it is a puzzle game with dice mechanics. Pinball, or Pinbot, same as High Speed, same engine for a pinball game. Yeah, Quattro Sports, value for money keeps it in the D tier. It is 4 different sports games, none of which are super impressive. Rescue the Embassy mission. This game a lot of people really like. It's a hostage rescue thing. It looks good. It plays well enough. There's a lot of little mechanics to it, but it's just not my jam. Roadrunner, arcade classic from Atari, ported by Atari, but the problem is it just loops forever. And the NES, I don't know. I say arcade classic, but it also is just, it's kind of dull. Road Blasters, another Atari game. Tengen, but published through Mindscape. It's fine. It's a driving game where you shoot stuff and collect fuel. It's just not my jam. Rocketeer, mediocre platformer based on the moving Russian attack. Arcade classic, but it's really a mediocre platform action game in this too. Barbie and High F. Well, they're alphabetical, so it's not High F. It's just in F. I didn't rank them high and low. They're just alphabetical. Skull and Crossbones, nothing like the arcade game. It needs to a lower. Visually, it's weird looking, meh, kind of Tengen typical. If it was a port of the arcade game, it'd be great. The odd platforming thing we got is just kind of, I don't know. It's just odd and difficult. Solar Jetman, a lot of people like this. I don't like it. It's sort of the Gravatar mechanics with an action game where you could shoot stuff and you're trying to find parts of the Golden Warship. Visually looks good, sounds good. It tries to act with its cutscenes as if it's a parody of like sci-fi, but that doesn't come off in the gameplay, so I think that was just a mistake. Spider-Man, Return of the Sinister Six. Bad hit detection. Not a great platformer from LJN. I kept going back and forth between F tier and D, and I finally gave it a D. Spiritual Warfare is a Zelda clone that is a Christian game, a Christian Zelda clone. I played this back at Easter. Didn't finish it. I don't like a lot of things about the look of it. The cover art is fine. The game itself, I don't like the bow tie character look. I don't know. I feel if it had a better aesthetic, it'd be better. A Christian Zelda clone, yes, where you are finding the pieces of the armor of God, like the belt of, I don't remember all the in the verse. I don't remember all of them, but the helmet, the belt, all the different things. And you're trying to save people's souls. So you're basically like throwing fruit at sinners to cast demons out of them. It is the best NES game Wisdom Tree made. That's the highest praise I could give. If it had a better aesthetic, I would probably have put it in C tier. I don't like the look. Oh, and the music. The music is really annoying. It's just public domain hymns played over and over and over again. So the music, I don't begrudge using like hymnal music, but I don't know. This type of game, I need something else. The Empire Strikes Back does not look as good as Star Wars on NES. It doesn't sound as good, especially in terms of music, because the music only plays at certain times. It doesn't have a consistent BGM. It is much more difficult. Brutally difficult. Like, the only thing keeping it away from F tier is the fact that it's Star Wars. I can't even say that for Ubisoft's Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Street Fighter 2010, The Final Fight, which wasn't really Street Fighter, I guess, in Japan, but you play as Ken, now in the future of 2010, fighting aliens. You know, because that fits within the Street Fighter lore. Not a good game. Capcom made a bad game. Target Renegade is a oh, I missed Renegade up here. Renegade, it's a brawler. It's okay, but it's not impressive. Target Renegade, again, a brawler, not great. Rally, we're really wow, Were we really doing that to 6? I can't read. Wow, we're really doing that 16 years ago. Yeah. Yep. Apparently we were fighting aliens. Ken was, not even Ryu. Ken. Ha! I'm out of it. I'm trying to fly. I shouldn't have said I was going to go through them all again. Renegade Brawler. I missed it before. It's a brawl. It's not that great. Target Renegade. Sequel to Renegade. The Target Renegade has been released a lot as bootlegged as Double Dragon 4 because it looks like it could have been a poor man's We Have Double Dragon at Home. Target Renegade would be better if it didn't start you off having to fight motorcyclists. Capcom never made a bad game. Cough, cough, Mega Man X7, cough, cough. I've never played it, but I'm wagering Street Fighter 2010 is worse than Mega Man X7. Tetris 2. That was unfortunate. Top Gun, a lot of people love it. My nostalgia goggles aren't there. Same with Top Gun, the second mission. It's an okay flying game. Trojan, arcade classic, older Capcom. This port is weird and flickery. I mean, the whole screen will go black at times. It like blanks out. It's odd. And that isn't my copy. It does it even when you emulate it. Twin Eagle, Revenge Joe's Brother. Horrible title. It's a it's not a great shooter. It's a shooter and it's not that great. Worse than X7, doubtful. Oh, don't say that, man. Twin Eagle it just ain't that great, and the color palette makes it even worse. Vegas Dream. It is just a Vegas casino game, but there are some story moments. There is a bit of an anime aesthetic, and you can get married in the game. I never had that happen to me. Vindicators. Tengen port of their own Atari arcade game. The arcade used tank controls and was really cool. The NES, it's just kind of blah. We could talk about this another time, Daily. But I'll wager an X6. Oh, dear. WCW World Championship Wrestling it's not even really WCW. It's a reskin. So it's missing correct moves. It has you fighting some weird final boss. That aside, it's actually a decent wrestling game. Widget is an okay cartoony platformer based on a cartoon I'm not a fan of. Wizards and Warriors 3 is an unfortunate Wizards and Warriors sequel. I could never get anywhere. I could never figure out what to do. Wolverine. It's LJN. It's a platformer with Wolverine. That is, barely anything. Wolverine doesn't tie into the Wolverine universe correctly at all, but it's whatever. Wrath of the Black Manta is a side-scrolling actioner ninja game. It ain't nothing like Ninja Gaiden. Yoshi's Cookie is a puzzle game that I do not enjoy. 720 Degrees. It's a skateboarding game from Atari/Tengen, published by Mindscape. Both have good music, though. Gotcha. Adventures of Rocky and Bullwinkle is terrible. Airwolf is just mediocre helicopter shooter, first-person cockpit style. Barbie is a platformer thing, which we're going to be streaming next week for F-Tier Friday. Bible Adventures, no, we didn't play that one yet. Bible Adventures is a side-scrolling game that, from what you could barely call it a game. It doesn't control well, doesn't play well. There's nothing fun there. Bible Buffet. Originally, I had in C, and I lowered it to D, and then I lowered it to F. I think Bible Buffet is a good concept for a board game like Mario Party. I think, as much as I am a Christian, I think the Christian trivia stuff of the game is just shoehorned in inappropriately to a game where it doesn't belong, and the mini games get really repetitive too. So it's something that it's a great idea for an early Mario Party clone before Mario Party existed, but it's in the worst way. Bill and Ted's excellent video game adventure would be much higher, maybe even C tier if it was not broken. It's a broken game. California Games. I don't know why everyone likes this. Captain Comic, The Adventure, or The Adventures of Captain Comic, is a very mediocre platformer from Color Dreams. That said, it's one of their best games. That doesn't mean it isn't F tier. Conan was originally not a Conan game. It was reskinned. Horrible controls combined with brutal difficulty. It is not fun. Defenders of Dynatron City, sort of an isometric brawler thing, open world. There's some. LucasArts made a very bad game. It is. It seems like they have the first chapter and the second chapter reversed because of the difficulty curve being like reversed. It is difficult. It's just not fun, and it doesn't look that great. Dragon's Lair looks really good. It's inspired by the arcade game, but it plays horrendously. It is such a disappointment for a franchise I absolutely adore. Exodus: Journey to the Promised Land is kind of like a I can't think of the type of game, but it's a top-down. It's like Boulder Dash with a Bible theme, and it ain't that good. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade Ubisoft version, insanely difficult platformer. The character designs look fine, but the palette is ugly. It might as well be black and white. And I said insanely difficult. The music is not as good as the Taito Indie Last Crusade. It's just there to remind you you'll never be Indiana Jones. John Elway's Quarterback is it's a arcadey football game, but I don't care. Joshua and the Battle of Jericho, it's the same as Exodus. Karate Champ was a decent arcade fighting game. On NES, the controls are just kind of wonky. It just doesn't play that great. Kid Cool, The Quest for the Seven Herbs is a momentum platformer. It is difficult to control. The look isn't that great. It's just not a fun game. King of Kings, the early years, is the same as Bible Adventures, so more crap. I played that on Christmas Eve last year. Loops is like Pipe Dream, but less fun. Mad Max is unfortunately just not that great. It's based on it's based on Road Warrior and Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. It's got a few things going for it, but it's just really difficult and annoying and repetitive. Major League Baseball. It's from LJN and it's baseball. What more do you want from me? Master Chu and the Drunkard Who is a Color Dreams game that they licensed from a Taiwanese company that is playable, but you're not going to want to. Mystery Quest, not good. Platformer, not good. NES Play Action Football. It's 4-player. It's football. I just don't care. It's not that fun. Overlord is a strategy game from Virgin, originally on PD, on PC, dumbed down a bit. Visually looks good. It's Virgin. Usually their stuff looks good. Just no fun. Platoon was Sunsoft, based on the movie. Why does Platoon have why is there a game based on the movie Platoon? Were they going to do Deliverance also? Partially a sort of uninspired side scroller, plus some decent looking FPS games running through underground tunnels. FPS levels running through underground tunnels, but it's just not. It's just no. Power Punch 2 was meant to be an unofficial sequel to Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. It originally had Mike Tyson in it. They pulled Mike Tyson when he got into a bunch of legal trouble and went to prison, and replaced him with a generic boxer. It does not play like Punch-Out, and it is not fun. Rambo, First Blood Part 2, action RPG game based on the second Rambo film. not very good visually. Rambo Power Punch, oh, I remember that. Yeah, it's available on Steam, an emulated version. You're welcome if you want to waste some money. Rambo is... It doesn't look good. As far as gameplay, it's kind of stupid that Rambo's fighting all sorts of bugs. Rambo feels very weak in this game. Yeah, it's just not a good game for Rambo. RoboCop 2 is a bad platformer. Silent Assault is another Taiwanese game, I believe, licensed by Color Dreams. It's sort of like Contra or Russian Attack, but crap. Like if a kid had designed his first video game when he was in elementary school or junior high school and was showing off, hey, look, this is my first game. It's like that. It shouldn't be on a cartridge sold in stores. Not good. Silent Service is a submarine simulator. It is really well made, and I hate it. Shinshama, welcome in, welcome in. We are finishing just covering what is on the tier list. We are on the F tier of the NES games in the back library, and then we're going to finally wrap up, and then I can eat, and I can go to bed, and all will be right in the world, but welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, some people like Silent Service. This is a game you used to be able to buy for $1 a piece easily. The Simpsons, Bart versus the Space Mutants. You will learn to hate the Simpsons theme song because that is the only song in the game, and it is going to play it over and over and over again until you stick an ice pick in your ears. The game itself, the first level has a lot of nods to the Simpsons. The future levels all look generic. It's sort of a puzzly platformer thing, and it's pretty darn difficult and loses. It stops being fun really fast. Skate or Die. It's skateboarding. What do you want from me? Snoopy Silly Sports Spectacular. It is a Snoopy-themed Olympics thing with, like, potato sack racing. Waste of an IP. Spot is a board game. It's just a version of Othello or Reversi. It's 4 players. I'm sure it's fine if you've got 4 people, but it is a waste of the 7-Up Spot IP. Super Pitfall. This is how you kill a franchise. Super Pitfall coming off of Atari with Pitfall on the NES. Super Pitfall doesn't look that great. It doesn't sound great, and it has cheap deaths all around. And I think it just plays forever and ever and ever. I don't think you can ever beat the game. I think it's got that classic Atari vibe. Superman is an awful waste of an IP. Everything looks like a chibi. Superman talks to the Statue of Liberty, and it's just not fun. It doesn't play well. It's difficult. It's very open world. Parts of it are ambitious, but then too many parts suck. Swamp Thing, bad platformer based on the IP. Another waste of an IP. Tag Team Wrestling from Date East. It says it's a #1 arcade hit. Awful wrestling game. Time Lord, a combination brawler platformer from Rare that is a misfire. It is difficult. There's a lot of item seeking. Yeah, just a misfire. Tiny Toon Adventures Cartoon Workshops. They made the Statue of Liberty pretty moe, and yeah, they did. Yeah, I'll give it that. Honestly, if I can forgive anything about the look if the game played better, but it just is not fun. It is an unfun game. Cartoon Workshop isn't even a game. It's just a sort of creating cutscenes. I can't even say creating cartoons. It's creating like Tiny Toon themed cutscenes. You can't save them, so it gives you instructions to output them to a VCR. Oh, whoops, what a way to find out I'm behind in the stream. Oh, not too much. You were pretty close. Excuse me. Hydration break, chaff. You gotta drink, take a drink, hydrate or dihydrate. Talking for 6 hours straight is a bad idea. We're almost done though. Tubin from Tengen was fun in arcades. On NES, it doesn't look great. It's single player. In arcades, it was 2 players, so at least you could race someone. It's just... It's just a letdown of a port. Total Recall is just bad. TNC Surf Design, Town and Country Surf Design, is a skateboarding and surfing game and not much else. It's just, you skate, you surf, you score big points. Uncanny X-Men. How do you blow the X-Men this massively? Seriously, LJN. How do you blow a license like that? And you know X-Men sold a crap ton. You know every kid in 1989 or whatever wanted X-Men. You know it. What a waste. Urban Champion. I don't know. Nintendo tried. It just gets boring real fast. Wayne Gretzky Hockey is not a good hockey game. Tiny sprites, everything kind of looks the same and ugly, and even the refs are like blue in the cutscenes. Bad palettes. Who Framed Roger Rabbit is a rare game. I think it's just too difficult. It's too difficult to be super fun. Winter games, like California games, but in winter. World games, like California games, but with different games worldwide, like log rolls. I'm sure they're fine, but no. WWF WrestleMania. It's just not a good wrestling game, and I'm sorry. The character designs look okay. The character portraits look good. The actual wrestling rink is just blackness around, no crowd, so it looks kind of dull. The music is fine, but it's just not much of a wrestling. It's more just almost like a fight, an isometric brawler, and pinning characters is really difficult. And the collecting of health items is weird too. And this is a Famicom game. Family Jockey. This is a game I explained before I purchased just for the meme, just for an Uma Musume stream, a bait and switch. It is an old school NES game, just horse racing. There's not much to it. And last is Dream World Pogi, which I played on my birthday stream. This was a game that was unreleased on NES from Camerica and Codemasters. Well, from Codemasters. Would have been published by Camerica. It's just too broken. Levels, some are super difficult, some are super easy, and you could tell it's completely unfinished. It never should have been released on a cartridge for a Kickstarter. It shouldn't have been. The ROM should have been released maybe as just the, just for free as a prototype. At some point, I intend to sell this thing. If I can, and if I can get my money back. So there we go, chat. That is it. That is officially the NES tier list. I am going to output this to my memory card real quick. And then we will wrap up and do a raid, assuming anyone's still here. Yes, replace. Okay. Let me update. Let me save this. Oh, darn it. Sign in with Google. Okay, just a moment. Update. Save it. All right, Borp. Thank you for hanging out. Here we go. Let's go ahead and head back to the library, and we will wrap things up. Door transition. Okay, let me just shut this off real quick. Quit. Close. There we have it, chat. It's done, finally. Our long national nightmare is over. I say that a lot lately. I have a lot of long national nightmares, don't I? Oh, let me go ahead and check the poll. Okay, it looks like it's close, isn't it? Let's go ahead and end the poll, chat. 28 votes. The winner is yes. Do future tier lists for everything. Second place was yes. Other consoles is fine. And last place is no. Ooh, another AI dating chat covering ad. Yay! AI dating. Let's go. Someone give this a man a medal. How many hours does this NES tier stream list accumulate? Well, it was 6 today. Let's find out. We got an AI clearly. Best date. No, don't say that. Let me see. I'll tell you in a moment. Let me open up my, actually here, let me do it in here. Let me open up my YouTube studio and take a look. It's in a book, a reading rainbow playlist, tier lists. Okay, so there were, it shows 9 in here, but there's really only 8 items. Okay, videos. Did I accidentally put something in here? No, it shows a deleted video. Oh, I can remove that one. All right, so we've spent over 6 hours on this one. The last one was 6 hours, so that's 12 hours. Another 4 hours, so that would be 16 hours. Another 5.5 hours, 16 hours. Okay, so 21.5 hours. Another 6.5 hours would be, okay, so 28 hours. Plus another 6 hours would be 34 hours. Plus another 6 hours, 45 minutes. Oh my gosh, I lost track. I lost track. Okay, I'm opening this. Hold on. I'm opening a calculator. Hold on. Okay, the first one, 5.5 hours. Okay, 5.5. Plus the second one was 6.75. Okay. Plus the next one is 6.5. Okay. Plus the next one is 6.25. Okay. Plus the next one is another 5.5. Plus the next one is 4. Plus the next one is 6. Plus tonight's 6, slightly over, is 46.5 hours, chat. 46 and y'all looking for an ASMR? You got it. 46.5 hours. I don't know how to react to this. I really don't. There's something wrong with me, chat. There's something wrong with me. Just a reminder for the rest of the week, chat. Yeah, okay, thanks. I was playing chess. Thanks for the number. You're welcome. Glad I could help. Thank you for being here. Just a reminder for the rest of the week, chat. Oh, that's not it. Tomorrow night, Zach McCracken and the Alien Mindbenders. And Friday night, we will finish, tomorrow night, finish Zach McCracken. And then Friday night, we will finish our Lego Evil Dead hand cam build. Checkmate, nice. As for future streams, too, I got some future stuff ready for you. The week after this week, I can tell you we're going to be doing a video game based on indie VTuber Ryko Star. This is available for free. I'll post the links at that time, but we're going to be playing, I think it's called VTuber Frenzy on Game Boy Advance, and we'll be playing original hardware because I'm downloading it to to one of those EverDrive, a poor man's EverDrive. Then also next week, we're going to be doing, I got this wrong last night. I thought it was the 30th anniversary. We're going to be doing, after we're done with Zach McCracken, Mixed Up Mother Goose, the 1991 CD-ROM version, which is 35 years old now. It's a baby game for babies. I think I've earned that. Then next Friday, we are going to be doing F-Tier Friday with Barbie on NES. At the suggestion of Twin Opinion for F-Tier Friday. And next week, I guess it'll be on Wednesday. These are out of order. Next week, I'm already planning ahead. We're going to do some unboxings. I got a bunch of, well, not a bunch, but I've got a few brand new Retrobit, brand new limited run, and a few brand new original release games on some different consoles. So we're gonna destroy some value, chat. We're gonna open those up on stream, destroying value in real time. Let's do a raid. Madamus is tired, and he would like to do a raid. Okay, who's on? Oh, did I lose some data? Oh, I had an error. Wait a second. Did we, hey chat, did we, go offline for a minute? Did I go offline? Because it looks like I had some health stuff. You didn't notice anything? Okay, that's weird. Huh. All right. YouTube's saying something, then I don't know. Freaking me out, man. They're freaking me out, man. Oh, let me shut this off there. Why'd I do that? Okay, who's on? Who is on? Who is on? Monetization. Oh, wait, customization, not monetization. We don't want to mess with that. Redirect. Who is on? Sancha Safe. Okay, I don't know this person. Kurosaki Karo. I haven't rated her in a hot minute. Jane Doe's on. Althea's on. She's playing Dead Space. Ooh. Nimusagi. I don't know if I've rated. Oh, they're mixtape. Oh, God. I'll pass on that. Sorry. Miyu is on. Maya Neki's on. I don't know if we've ever rated. Yeah, we have. Cup is on. Cup Katsuni. Miss Chimera. Mamie Majoku. It's her, isn't she? Yeah, it's her birthday, I think. But I feel a little uncomfortable rating her sometimes. She's a little too big for me. If I knew her better, I'd probably feel better about it. Let me see who, let me check something. Give me a moment. Give me one moment. We might raid Althea. Thea. Actually, no. You know what? We're going to raid Maya Neki. We've never raided Maya Neki. Variety VTuber. To brighten your day, she's playing Vampire Crawlers. I have no idea what this is. Have we raided Maya Neki? I don't know if we raided Maya Neki. Okay, chat. Let's pretend we haven't raided Maya Neki. Okay? Let's pretend. Let me make sure this isn't a subscribers only mode. No. Good. Stream quality bad. Internet likes to explode. Okay, they're struggling with internet. I understand that. Yeah, we're gonna raid there. Sounds good? Sounds good. Oh, Ruka! Man, I didn't even notice anything. For a moment earlier, yeah, okay. Really, at least not now. Maybe I was behind the stream. Gotcha, maybe it was that same time. Didn't say anything because it happens all the time here, not always on your side. Yeah, this was, it showed me some health concerns. Thanks for the fun stream, all the best. Thank you, Ruka. You have a wonderful night or day, time zones. I'm most likely going to sleep after this, but I'll say hello for the raid at least, assuming I can chat. Yeah, no worries. Ditto. I'm going to, eat and pass out. Thanks for the stream. Thank you, everyone. We're going to raid Maya Neki. Ultra Deluxe. Let's just do an Ultra Deluxe back library raid. There we go. Simple message because I'm too tired to think of anything else. Thank you. Oh, don't remove it. No, I wanted to copy it. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you being this way? Okay, there we go. Thank you, everyone, for watching tonight. Thank you, Ruka. Thank you, Lonk. Thank you, Mahese. Thank you, Daylin. Thank you, The Shy Siren, and Seraphist, and Briar, and Omegs, and Luciano, and Jennifer. I hope you're asleep, Jennifer. Have a good night. Why did I whisper just then? And Shen Shama. And I'm going through the list. I know Judd was here. And, Agnes stopped by. And, who else? I don't know. And Subway Man. And Raiko was here. And anyone else and Sammy. And anyone else who is watching tonight, thank you for watching. Lurkers, thank you for lurking. VOD watchers, thank you for watching the VOD. We are going to do a raid. You don't have to go home, chat, but you can't stay here.
This is Library Bot saying thank you for watching. The tier list is over, so you can all relax. Please stick around for the raid. Tune in tomorrow night for the continuation of Zack the Kraken and the Alien Mindbenders. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.